Chatty House.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Ramsey got the belt. Congrats. Yeah, shout out Jason Kelsey. What's up, Steven? I mean, I'm not going to do that right now. That's crazy. But
What's that?
bait. Baldy's the best. All right, about a minute. I am really excited to watch the Ravens and Texans play football against one another.
Me too.
What up, David?
Yeah,
I'd be pretty bummed if Sacramento let him play here.
Yeah, that would be not a nice thing from Vivek, but I think that was his plan the whole time.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds of the legal. Let's party. Yeah, it is. It sure as heck is. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're hanging out with you until noon right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Man, we got a lot to get into. Normally, we open with Kings. Like that's typically just kind of the move. But we're going to switch it up today because it's NFL playoff time. Wild card weekend, quote unquote, and 2 games on Monday. A third of the games are on Monday.
It's pretty lame.
It's kind of whack.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not a fan of the like. It was Martin Luther King Day, his day off.
Yeah.
So it played from a football standpoint. It was kind of Sunday-ish, but
it lessened the blow a little bit. But
yeah.
at the same, it was kind of a bummer to see the game get canceled on. Was it Sunday morning? The Sunday morning game, or was it Saturday?
Yeah, Sunday morning game.
Yeah, get pushed back because of snow. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you kind of expect that.
So, did you see the videos of the weather in Buffalo?
Oh yeah, I mean, did you see people trying to walk to their seats?
Yeah,
like just wild.
Well, that was yesterday.
Yes.
Did you see the videos from when they canceled it?
Yes. Yeah.
Like blizzard conditions.
Wild.
I understand why they didn't play football in it. I'm typically like, yeah, go play. Like, I want all the bad weather. That was dangerous. So I'm glad they moved it back. You don't want thousands of people descending on one place when the weather looks like that.
I think for my
good call by the NFL.
My junior prom, we got out of prom and it was snowing like crazy. And I had to drive a girl back home to she lived at 4,500 feet of elevation. And I was, of course, 16 or 17 driving my dad's truck in the snow in a complete whiteout where you couldn't see 5 feet in front of you.
Hell yeah.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
So I've been in that weather, but not where it's like that, where it's so snow, where the snow is accumulating.
It's like a hurricane with snow.
Oh yeah. But I've been where you can't say, the only way you can see if someone's in front of you is if they have taillights on.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Wild.
I'm glad I don't live in a place where it snows like that. So the 49ers divisional round opponent is set. They will host the Packers at 5:15 p.m. on Saturday. Let's start there. The Green Bay Packers were super impressive.
Yeah.
They put together a much better performance than I thought they would. I knew they were playing really well, but man, this is Jordan Love, first-year starter at quarterback, playing in his first playoff game. It's on the road. Dan Quinn, Cowboys defensive coordinator, has been really, really good all season. And the Packers just dismantled those dudes. Mike McCarthy stinks.
Yeah, he's got to go, Kyle.
Immediately. Post haste.
I also, Dak Prescott put, like if Mike McCarthy's job is on the line, so should mine be. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
I don't want to put it on Dak just yet. He's had Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy as his two head coaches. I would like to see him with a real, actual NFL head coach before I decide to punt Dak into the same portion of the sun that Mike McCarthy is going to land.
Okay, I mean I get that, but the guy's 2-5 in his career in the postseason,
no doubt,
and he wasn't good.
He wasn't very good.
He wasn't good. So I don't know.
Not when it mattered.
No. I mean, this is a train wreck in Dallas, and they keep having the same issue. So at what point do you say, hey, look, it doesn't matter who is offensive coordinator. There's only like a dozen guys who get to maybe 8 guys that get to play with great offensive coordinators. The rest have to play with whoever.
Right.
And so I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence here with Dak joining Mike McCarthy on his way out the door.
Dak Prescott, I'm trying to get to his postseason game logs because I know his last couple haven't been great. So he was 41 of 60 for 403 yards, 3 touchdowns and 2 picks against Green Bay, but a lot of that was stat padding in the second half. Green Bay, check this out. Green Bay had 37 first downs, which has only happened 8 other times in NFL history, regular season or postseason.
Wow.
The Cowboys are the first team to lose when having 37 or more first downs. They had 11 at halftime and then got 26 in the second half because it was just all trying to come back. So a lot of those stats don't matter to me.
Yeah.
Now, last year against San Francisco, he fell apart. 23 of 37 for 206 yards, a touchdown and 2 picks. But in Tampa Bay the week before, he was 25 of 33, 305 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. I mean, you go and you look at their 2017 loss to Green Bay. That was the one where Aaron Rodgers hit, what was their tight end's name? I forget his name, but he hit like his tight end at the end of the game on a sick throw down the sideline. Dak was really good in that game. 24 of 38, 302 yards, 3 touchdowns and a pick. But other than that, he's been pretty meh. So I'm not ready to, like I said, punt him just yet. But man, if you get he lays another egg where it's 3 playoff games in a row where he's just not nearly the quarterback he was in the regular season. Now it's
do you think they pull the ripcord here on McCarthy? You think they do?
Yeah. I don't know. Although Jason Garrett was there for a decade. So who knows? Who knows what Jerry Jones? If it's me, the fact that McCarthy got a 3rd season, so he was won 12 games in each of the last 3 seasons. So this was his 4th year, but he's won 12 games in each of the last 3 years, which is impressive, no doubt. But the solution this offseason was to fire Kellen Moore, their offensive coordinator, and like Mike McCarthy take on the play calling. And in the biggest game of the year, which is what actually matters, that's the postseason, McCarthy and his offense fell behind 27-0. And his quarterback threw a pick 6.
Okay.
And McCarthy nearly had, before they scored that touchdown at the end of the half, they called a play with no timeouts with like 12 seconds left that was short of the goal line. And had it not been for a defensive penalty, they go into the half with no points. It's poor game management. It's just poor readiness. Like they just don't look ready to play. And I know that that's easy for me to say as somebody sitting there eating popcorn on my couch. But I mean, Green Bay looked like a team. It looked like varsity versus JV.
Yeah.
And that to me, you look up and down the roster, that's not a Cowboys roster problem for me. That's a coaching problem. Like I think you give the Cowboys to Pete Carroll or I mean, even Mike Vrabel, I think you get a much better version of the Cowboys.
Okay.
So
yeah, I would like to see what happens here. I mean, it's intriguing, but again, he doesn't like to pull the trigger here on his coaches, and
I know
he needs to.
Weird. I agree,
to his own detriment. I mean, he's running out of these. Not like he gets to go do this. He doesn't get to live forever.
Yeah. So does he ride it out, or does he start hitting the panic button and trying to find that Super Bowl winning formula? Did you see the stat that the Texans, since their first season in 2002, have more playoff wins than the Cowboys?
Oh, Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's tough.
Yikes. All three teams that I thought were the real threats to the Niners in the NFC
Gone.
are gone.
Gone.
We sat here a lot and talked about, hey, the Rams are playing well.
I didn't like. I mean, I was never sold on the Rams, but I get it,
Mhm.
and I do think that offensively with Kyron Williams are good. You know, Puka's been amazing all season long. He
Mhm.
was spectacular.
Really good.
Holy cow, he was good.
Mhm.
That was a heck of a football game.
It was the only good one of the weekend.
Yeah, that was a heck of a game. So
many of those games turned into background noise.
yeah,
Was doing stuff around the house.
yeah. I mean, I may or may not have gone to Sonoma for the weekend and watched. You know, I watched, but
No,
like
for
on my
sure.
phone somewhere.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and that was the beauty. That's the beauty of how some of those games went. I was like, all right,
all right.
well, this one's over.
Yeah,
I don't
this
know how
one's
this
over.
one's gonna go. Yeah, the Packers were the only upset of the weekend. Yeah, 7-2, first 7 seed to ever win. Yeah, the Cowboys were another team. It's like, if you're the Niners, I don't know if you want to, like, you've beaten the Cowboys, but do you want to see them again for the third time in 3 years in the playoffs? And if you did, it would be the NFC title game. Like that's a tough matchup. The Eagles, what are they going to look like in the playoffs? Yeesh.
Man, I think the Niners fully broke the Eagles.
It feels like it.
Yeah. I mean, what a collapse. And, you know, they're sitting there like making excuses going to pregame. Oh, he's got a dislocated finger from like a week ago. It's like, okay, like, look, either he plays or he doesn't. And then
Right.
he threw that dart down the field. It was just gorgeous. Like, okay, man, like his finger's fine.
Yeah, I thought Hurts was pretty good yesterday.
Yeah, they just weren't
really
good enough.
Yeah, they were missing AJ Brown, and it's very clear there's something wrong with that team.
Yeah, something broke, and
Yeah.
that's where you're like, oh, are they going to make a change as well? Like this is an interesting couple of weeks here. There's a lot of head coach vacancies already, and there could be a bunch more, which is wild.
Jim Harbaugh's already interviewing for jobs.
Oh yeah,
Bill Belichick. That was weird. The Falcons last night tweeting, we have completed our interview with Bill Belichick. Wild, dude. Like not that he interviewed with the Falcons. I think it was Ramsey called in last week and was like, hey, does this fit? It's like, yeah, no, it kind of makes sense to me. But I only know Bill Belichick is the head coach of the Patriots. And he's had so much success because his first year there, I think I was 9 years old. This is my first like real like conscious watching of football.
Yeah.
And it's just been Bill Belichick, and the Patriots have been awesome. And now Bill Belichick like interviewing for other jobs, like he's just some generic ass head coach. That's so weird to me.
It's almost like he should be able to just walk in the door and say, hey, I've decided I'm going to be your head coach. And so you just fire the guy.
No, exactly.
Like, hey, we're sorry, Kyle Shanahan. You're gonna have to leave. Bill Belichick showed up and he said he wants your job. And so we gave it to him and like, yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, take care, man.
Take care.
Yeah,
like,
no, I just
on the flip side.
Somebody made the joke on the Falcons tweet that like, they were like, no, sweetie, Bill Belichick interviewed you.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably how that's probably going to go whenever he interviews. It's just so bizarre seeing Bill Belichick, who is without question the greatest NFL head coach of all time.
Yeah.
He is on the Mount Rushmore in the Washington spot comfortably.
Yes.
And he's just interviewing for jobs like he's just Bobby Slowick, the Texans offensive coordinator, also interviews for jobs. Like they're not on the same plane.
I would love it if like
weird.
They only interviewed great coaches. So like the Falcons, it's like Pete Carroll's coming in next.
Yeah.
And they just keep bringing in like legends of the game to like interview for the coaching job. And then it goes to like the guy you just
Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, Bobby Slowick. We're like, wait, we settled on Slowick? Like, what's happening here?
Like, oh, God.
That's when people are like, oh, is the owner cheap? Like, what happened here?
Or did they just not want to coach the Falcons?
Yeah, it's very possible that they looked at their quarterback stable and went,
That's what's weird about Atlanta is they're so loaded offensively.
Yeah.
But they got questions on defense. They got questions at quarterback. They might be a couple years away from winning. So we'll see how that plays out. Any NFL coaching news, we will have it for you. We'll also have any NBA trade rumors, NBA trade deadline, scuttlebutt murmurs, I believe is our word.
Yeah.
Last week. We'll have all that for you right here on ESPN 1320. Both myself and James here on the Insiders, and then D'Lo and KC, of course, will stay on top of that as well. Let's dive into the Sacramento Kings weekend. A couple of losses for them. Which one was worse, the blowout in Philly or the overtime loss to Milwaukee? We will break all of that down next on The Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
How much time do I have? I got time, right? I'm going to grab more coffee.
Okay. James is going to go get coffee. Maybe I'll go get tea at the next break. I've been on a big chai kick lately. I'm not a big tea guy, like really at all. But I've not found one. I'll do like every once in a while, especially during the summer, I'll do like a milk tea. I don't like the boba in it though. I love a like a brown sugar milk tea. But man, a good chai is just I haven't done dirty chai yet. I sure would like to. Maybe I'll do that at the coffee shop today on my way home. Yeah, no, like it's fine. Like it's fine for me. Like if I order a like I said, I get like a brown sugar milk tea. If I order it and there's boba in it, I'm not going to be like, ew, no. But I definitely prefer it without. It's just a weird thing. Yeah. It felt like as he was bringing the ball up the floor, it's kind of like, uh-oh. Yeah, no doubt. I need to try this. What is Thai tea? Someone enlighten me. I don't want to Google it. Actually, I mean, I will Google it, but I would like to know. What is Thai tea? Wrong answers only. What does this mean? I don't know what this means. Yeah, see, this guy gets it. Oh, that sounds delightful. That sounds really good. Tea cozy. All right, good to know. Hey, RP, isn't today the day that Zach LaVine's gonna get traded to the Kings? Wasn't Jan 16 your date for that? Oh, I see. Got it. I thought you were saying that was the name of a drink. Thai teas. Oh, that man. All right, I'm trying a Thai tea. What up, Manny? Dude, they opened up. So it used to be like a little bit of a drive to get to a boba shop from my house. They opened one up right around the corner. Oh, legit, no. There's a path that you walk behind my house. It's like less than a mile, and there's a boba shop at the end of it. It's super dangerous.
Has your dad
tomorrow?
Found it yet?
Zach LaVine's getting traded to the Kings tomorrow. You said what?
Does your dad walk to it?
No, my dad lives on a different side of town.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Because I know he walks to Jamba.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's funny. I live here. My parents are 5.3 miles over here. My in-laws are 5.3 miles over here from my parents' house, and then like 8 miles from us. We live in almost like an equilateral triangle.
Oh, yeah. That's nice, though, having your folks around.
Oh, for sure. And the folks are the homies, so
yeah,
being near them is a ton of fun. All right, let's party. This is one of those questions that, it's like MJ versus LeBron, okay, right? Like it's just one of those never ending things. There's never that debate is going to rage as long as there's basketball, right? Or until another player comes along who is in the discussion. And then one of those personal questions for me is whether I would have my favorite team lose in a blowout or lose on like a buzzer beater or a
Got it.
last second field goal or a bottom of the ninth home run or a walk-off home run. Like I always let that clang around in my head because my answer changes depending on the day. And so the Kings embodied that perfectly this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
On Friday, they played the 76ers and they got smoked. There was never really close. Never a spot in that game where you're going, oh man, they might do this.
No.
The Sixers were just better. But then you get a couple nights later, you get a game in Milwaukee where, all right, hey, tie it in the final seconds. De'Aaron finishes over Giannis. Incredible bucket. You're going to OT. You go up 6 in OT. Oh, you trick it. Dame hits the buzzer beater. It's like, God, it's brutal. And so for me, I look at that and I go, man, I would so much rather lose the way they lost in Philly, where you could chalk it up to, not their night. Versus you look at the game against Milwaukee and you go, man, if you play 20% better defense on Dame at the end, or if you if you make a free throw,
yeah,
like it's all these like little things that could easily go your way that don't, and it ends in a loss. That's tough.
Okay, so Kyle, if I were a player, I think the Philly game, you just like, you wash right out, you forget about, you just move on.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Bucks game is a game where you really, really take it to heart because again, De'Aaron Fox and missed one free throw right at the end of the game. But at 18 seconds, Malik Monk missed a pair, and like totally uncharacteristic. Malik Monk took to Twitter and apologized. He apologized to Sacramento fans. This particular team, I normally would say, yeah, one blowout game here and there, that's fine. But this particular team, I'm done with the blowout losses. Like,
even to Philly?
Like, stand up. No, okay, yeah, they get blown out to Philly without Joel Embiid, and then they take the Bucks to the wire. They lose in overtime. The Bucks are a great team. Philly's a great team. The Bucks are ahead of the Sixers in the standings. So if you can do it one night, you can do it another night. And for me, this team way too often just mentally is not prepared to play and gets stomped. So at this point, I would much prefer that they start showing that they're learning how to win again. Because the fact that you can beat the Pistons or Charlotte, but again, they've also beat the Nuggets, they've beat the Timberwolves, they've beat the Lakers, they've beat, all of these, the Thunder, they beat them twice. They've already beat the Suns twice. The fact that you can beat those teams, the Western Conference teams, that's one thing, but I would have liked to have seen a win against a really, really good Eastern Conference opponent. And if nothing else, I think they walked out of that game saying, okay, maybe we are good enough.
Yeah.
Maybe we can hang. Maybe we are one Kevin Huerter hot shooting night away from being legitimately back to who we were.
Yep.
And so I'm okay with the loss, and I hope it stings because you know what? This team is a horrible free throw shooting team, Kyle.
They're very bad.
De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, they're the worst. Get in the gym and hit your free throws. If you got to talk to somebody, talk to somebody. But the fact that you can't hit free throws is a huge problem. Those guys right there, both are underperforming so badly. They're the two best they go to the line more than anyone else on the team. And they can't hit their free throws. I mean, Fox is shooting, 73%? Sabonis is shooting in the 60s. That's not good enough. If you want to be a great team, then do the basics. That's a basic of NBA basketball. So, yeah, you're going to lose games where you don't hit your free throws. And when you're 30th in the league in free throws, free throw percentage, hey, look, you're going to lose close games.
Yep.
That's part of growing up and being a good team is being able to take care of business in those situations. So the second Dame let that ball, it came off his hand. I think everybody watching went, oh, well, they lost that one.
Yeah. You
didn't even defend him. You didn't even step up.
Yeah.
I mean, like Sabonis stood back maybe 3 feet above the 3-point line as a secondary defender.
Yeah.
And that's Damian Lillard. You got to pick him up at half court.
This is not new. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Ranges.
That was wild to me.
Yeah.
that not only did he get a clean look, but like, look, you deserve to lose that game. You gave that game away. Should have been up 6 with 18 seconds left. Ball game.
And that's especially brutal because you look at the West right now. The Clippers are 2 games up on the Kings.
Yeah.
And then the Kings right now are effectively tied with Dallas and Portland. New Orleans, not Portland. Dallas and New Orleans. And New Orleans is a 7 seed. So every single game that is there for the taking, especially against a good Eastern Conference team, like, you have to go get that one.
Yeah.
And that really stinks. I think a silver lining from that game is that you mentioned Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's so clear that not everything that's gone wrong with the Kings this year is because of Kevin Huerter. I'm not putting that all on one player. But it is so clear when you go, man, what's wrong with the Kings offense? It's like, man, you got a guy who's a career 40+% 3-point shooter shooting it like sub 35%.
Yeah.
And when he is connecting, it changes the gravity of their offense. Now all of a sudden the Bucks are scrambling as he runs off his screen. Now other things are open and he's knocking down threes. It's just if he has a normal 2 for 9 kind of night, they lose that game going away.
Oh yeah.
So I think so much hinges on what they're getting out of that shooting guard position. And I think it just kind of underscores everything we've talked about going into the trade deadline. It's like, if you know for a fact you're getting that version of Kevin Huerter night in and night out, where he's and he scored 26 points and had 10 boards. I'm not asking for 26 and 10 from Kevin Huerter every night, but just how effective he was.
Well, it's just how engaged he was.
Yes.
Like the 10 rebounds, huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the fact that Harrison Barnes, I think, had 1 rebound again, like, it stands out. Like, there has to be a way to get these things for a player like him to get something done. Like, realistically, I had him as one of my 6 quick thoughts. I had Harrison. And the only reason he was in there is because I didn't want to go back and erase him and put in Trey Lyles. It was too late in the game. Trey Lyles deserved to to be in the 6 quick thoughts way before Harrison Barnes. He ended up with 5 or 6 rebounds, 9 points, but he was a guy in crunch time. That's who you're starting to rely on. So
they should.
Yeah.
I feel like nothing bad ever happens when Trey Lyles is on the court. I know that's probably not the case, but anecdotally in my head, when Trey Lyles is on the court, just good stuff happens, man.
I also think that right now you're seeing the same thing out of Trey Lyles. Out of Alex Len. Every time Alex Len is in the game, like, you feel really good about what's happening. I don't know why, because Alex Len is who he is. The fact is, he's always in the right position. You're like, boy, Alex Len is literally in the right position at all times.
I think it's because the Kings are so wobbly this year, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Like, they're better than they were at this point last year, record-wise, but it's a lot less consistent. It's a lot less stable, right? When Trey Lyles comes in, it feels stable. When Alex Len is in the game, it feels more stable.
Yeah.
And again, maybe that's just me and how I'm confirming my own biases or whatever. But that's really how it feels when those 2 guys in particular are on the court. Harrison Barnes, not so much.
I think it really stood out when every week I do my week in review on the Kings beat, right? And so when I'm doing my week in review, I go through and I recap every game just to make sure that everyone remembers what happened. Every single game this week and probably the week before, there were 4 players. Every single game except for when Huerter stepped up in Milwaukee. But all I talk about is Sabonis, Fox, Murray, and Monk. That's it. They're like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse riding through wherever the Kings go.
Sure.
They're the guys.
Yeah.
These other players have to make some sort of impact in a game. And it doesn't have to be scoring a bunch of points, but it has to be some sort of impact. And I think Trey Lyles, Alex Len has like a 129 offensive rating and a 110 defensive rating. He's like a plus 19 on this,
golly.
Yeah. Like net rating at this point. He's been incredible all season long. Anytime he plays. I mean, he did have the long stretch where he's out with the ankle injury, but even before that, he had started to play and doing the same exact thing where he's making an impact. So yeah, Mike Brown's got a lot of tinkering to do, and I'm okay with the tinkering. I know some fans are like, oh, his rotations are horrible. No, they're not.
Yeah, he's figuring it out.
His rotations are great. He's just trying to find guys that want to play that night. And most nights he's finding like a huge void. Yeah, how many times in the last like 2 weeks says he had a shooting guard score above 20, and it's the one time out of Kevin Huerter. How many times do they even score in double figures?
Almost never.
How many
it
times do
feels
they
like.
combine for double figures? That's
Yeah.
where Mike's at, and it's tough.
Yeah, no doubt. Speaking of Kevin Huerter, he's going to be our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. Now, we got a fun little wrinkle to this.
Oh,
When you enter to win at ESPN1320.com, and you're going to enter the code word headband.
oh,
Yeah, headband. All one word.
headband.
HEADBAND. That's going to be your code word. That qualifies you to not only win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, you'll also have a chance to win a Kings jersey, courtesy of Jiffy Lube. That's right. Jiffy Lube bought some Kings jerseys and they said, hey, we're giving these away.
Excellent.
So you're not only entering to win that $100 gift certificate, you're also entering to win a Kings jersey. So do that now at ESPN1320.com. You'll see the Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game, a brand new logo, fresh look. It looks great. You click on that. Shout out to Megan in promotions. You click on that. You enter the code word headband, all one word, HEADBAND. Enter to win that $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and a Sacramento Kings jersey, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
We love Jiffy Lube.
We got, we're giving away, what do we know? Like one a month?
One a month.
One a month for the next 4 months.
Winner will be drawn at the end of the month, save for the April one, which will be drawn at the end of the season.
Oh,
end of the regular season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. So go do that right now at ESPN1320.com. Code word is headband because Kevin Huerter is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for Friday. We will tell you who Sundays is a little bit later on in the show. All right. More Kings, more football, plenty coming up on the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. The actually, I think that one right there, the Herder headband is for Sunday's game.
What?
Huh?
What happened?
Herder's for Sunday.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah,
my bad.
Herder's for Sunday.
All right, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Herder's the first one. Headband. You're welcome.
There it is.
We were talking about him and I panicked, and I also shouldn't have gone to break there. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry if I
Oh no, it's not. That's not on you.
long.
I need to hustle up my freaking thing.
Yeah. We're good.
Oh, I have a voicemail. I don't like that. Hang on.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, like the murmur, it's been a little weird all weekend. I did, there was some rumor about Clint Capella. I don't think that that's legit. So, that was by someone that, to be honest with you, I don't know at all in the industry. And not to say that just because someone isn't, standard operating guy in the industry that he won't know something. But I got like a shrug, like I haven't heard that one from one of my sources that I trust that may or may not have some insight into what's going on in Atlanta. I think Clint Capella. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Pascal Siakam has told teams he will not give a commitment to re-sign with any team that is not the Raptors. He will not give a verbal commitment whatsoever with the Pacers, the Hawks, the Kings, the Warriors, or any other team that trades for him. He wants to test out free agency. Yeah. And then he will realize that sign-in trades are dead and that you should have taken a trade when you could. Because you can still test out free agency. A major offensive shakeup. The Saints are moving on from Pete Carmichael.
Yeah, we're talking about that for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah. Good phone call, Kyle?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think it's somebody at the homeowners association.
I don't think people still
I hope it's not. It definitely is.
What?
Somebody with the homeowners association.
Calling to complain?
I don't know what they want from me.
Oh. I didn't know you had a homeowners association.
Yeah, it's the worst. Okay, here we go. Quick correction. That Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game was for Sunday.
Sunday.
Kevin Herter was our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for Sunday. We will tell you Friday's winner a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Code word still works though.
Yep.
Headband.
There we go.
Is your code word. $100 gift certificate and a chance to win a Kings jersey.
Kings jersey.
That's big time. Shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube.
I need to go check out. Do we have the Kings jerseys in here yet, or are they not here?
I don't believe they are in the building just yet.
Okay.
But I have not confirmed that.
Okay. Yeah, neither have I. So we'll have to go see what's going on.
Hey, what'd you think about Mike Brown's presser the other night where he called out the officials after getting ejected, but he didn't really call out the officials? And this is why I thought it was great. In the post-game presser, because I went through to watch it because I was going to do a tweet where I said a quote and said, this is going to cost Mike Brown X amount of dollars.
Yep.
But I went back through and watched it, and all he did was explain why he got ejected. Like, he was showing specifically the calls he disagreed with. And then he explained that he was getting the wrong messaging on whether you had to have two hands up or whether the forearm could be down for verticality. And he explained all that. He's going to probably get fined, but I was trying to find a specific quote of oh yeah, that's the money quote. That's going to get him. That's going to make the league mad.
Well,
and I never found it.
First of all, I find it interesting that as of right now, he has not been fined, because usually by this point, you would have already seen it, right? We would have already seen a fine come through for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's been over 24 hours. But the reason why I think that Mike will get fined, there's a potential not only for a fine, but Kyle, in all honesty, I think there's potential for a suspension, a 1-game suspension, is because in his haste to berate the official, he ran out on the court, and while play was in the middle of a play and ran into Pat Connaughton, which is not okay.
Right.
Because Mike Brown became an obstacle that, again, Connaughton wasn't looking for. He was racing down court, looking back.
Yeah, you can't have your coach setting screens.
Yeah, you can't have your coach inadvertently injure a player either.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that happened, but at some point, Mike lost his cool, but stepping on the court and doing what he did, he ended up making a dangerous play. Now, I agree 100% with his post-game issues.
Yeah.
I went back and looked. The 2-minute report had no errors in the overtime, no errors in regulation. So the officials in the 2-minute report look like they're clean. But the play that Mike was super upset about, it started with the overturn of a Malik Monk drive to the basket, where it was clear that Brook Lopez had an arm out.
And they said not vertical.
They said he didn't extend it. It doesn't matter. He still had an arm in the chest and one up. And then he got pushed over because his arm was out and he fell forward. Right? Well, to review that and to change the ruling when the rule is very clear that it's got to be both hands vertical, and that Domantas Sabonis gets called for it all the time.
Right.
It's super clear. It's what the Kings teach. The two hands, the verticality at the rim. Right. We hear Mike Brown talk about it all the time. Malik Monk, verticality at the rim. Trey Lyles, verticality at the rim. It's two hands up, going straight up and defending the rim, right?
This with the forearm out is a foul 100% of the time.
Yes. And so for them to overturn a call, which again, just so you know, that call goes to Secaucus.
Right.
Like that's reviewed at corporate.
Right.
For them to come back and change a call like that is egregious. It's absolutely
really
horrible. And then his other point, anytime you lay a finger on Damian Lillard, it's not a foul. It's not a foul unless you're pushing and unless you basically draw him off his line. You push him off his line. De'Aaron Fox got called. They gave Damian Lillard 3 free throws while he had a barely had a hand on a hip that made no incidental contact.
Right.
Then you go down to the other end and he absolutely gets like crushed from Cameron Payne. Cameron Payne hooks him, drags him, ball goes up in the air. They don't call anything. It's a turnover. It's a live ball turnover. The problem the NBA has is that an NBA coach can't throw a red flag.
Right.
Like we have flags here. They don't have flags there because the only way that you can question an official is if he makes a call on a play. You cannot question calls that he should have made a call on.
Right.
Which is the stupidest thing of all time.
Crazy.
Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
So to me, I get Mike Brown's frustration. He could have handled himself better on the court. I'm totally fine with him losing his mind and getting thrown out of the game. Just don't make it a safety issue on the court.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I'm totally fine. And then for him to pull out the laptop,
that was great.
Man, it was smooth.
Really good.
It was really, really, really good. And for him to sit there and show the plays and explain why the plays should have been called away, like there's
always coaching.
Yeah. I totally love it. And then for Steve Kerr to come out
really funny
and ask for the for the laptop
on that. So the Warriors lost to some version of the Grizzlies that featured like 9 players I've never heard of. They lost 116-107 yesterday in Memphis. Memphis shot, let me see real quick. They shot 50 3-pointers and 40 free throws.
Oh, that's weird.
Isn't
How
that
many
bananas?
times did they against bad players? Like,
that's
I mean, like not to call all these guys out, but like
the Warriors shot 10 free throws.
it feels like every game though, every single day we get an alert as to which Memphis Grizzly is out like 2 to 6 weeks.
Can I? We should have played a game where I had 2 Memphis Grizzlies and a lie.
Oh yeah.
Here are some of the players who played big minutes for the Grizzlies last night. Vince Williams Jr. He went 3 for 6 from 3, 6 of 11 from the field. Jaren Jackson, obviously 3 of 14 from 3 from Triple J, by the way. Fraud. Luke Kennard started. Xavier Tillman started.
Okay.
Zaire Williams, I like Zaire Williams, started. Gregory Jackson II.
Greg.
Obviously. Greg Jackson II. 5 of 8 from 3. 23 points.
Making Greg Jackson the first very proud.
Definitely is. Excuse me. David Roddy saw 21 minutes.
That's rough.
Something named Jacob Gilliard went 3 of 4 from beyond the arc, 4 of 7 from the floor.
You sent that to me, and what did I respond with?
Ooh.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, that was the bit. Okay, I wasn't.
You missed that.
I wasn't. Well, it was like a Jake Gyllenhaal crying, and I thought it was like I couldn't tell if he was crying or laughing.
From
So
Brokeback.
Got it. Okay, and then Santi Aldama obviously played.
Okay,
17 minutes. That was
Aldama usually plays for them.
Yeah.
Xavier Tillman is like part of the back end of the rotation, but
if Xavier Tillman is playing 30 minutes for your team, you have a problem. And they won that game.
You know what it is? It's like when Eric Paschall played 25 to 30 minutes for the Warriors and was out of the league 2 years later.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that those guys can't play. They're hoopers.
Yeah.
But if that's who you're running out there, you're not going to be a very good team.
Right.
Unfortunately.
The long-term viability of that is not strong.
No, it's not. Though if those guys are like your third big, your fourth big, fifth big off the, that type of guy, you're fine.
Yeah.
But when they're thrust into starting roles or playing 20 plus minutes, you're usually in trouble.
Yeah, it's tough. Not the way to go. But yeah, so Steve Kerr after the game, after the Grizzlies shot 40 free throws to the Warriors 10. He says to Raymond Ritter, the PR guy.
Yep.
He goes, "Hey Raymond, can you give me that laptop real quick?"
Yeah. The
That was
legendary Raymond Ritter, the best
He's an
media
icon.
director in all of the NBA.
He's very good.
He wins the Brian McIntyre Award almost every year, which goes to the best PR team.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's spectacular, man. Like when I'm on my way down to cover a Kings Warriors game, calls me every single time, checks in, gives me their entire injury report. It's a phone call, not a text.
Yeah.
It shoots the breeze for a few minutes. We catch up. Hey, have a good game. See you later on tonight.
Yep.
Like the best of the best.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Raymond Ritter. So yeah, I loved that Mike Brown did that. I'm a little bit upset that we didn't get a
this is completely BS
kind of rant, but I respect it. I respect that he, like I said, this is Mike Brown. This dude wants to coach all the time. And so he went, here we go. Here's exactly what I'm looking at.
Yep.
And that's helpful because you hear a lot of even the Raptors coach.
It's a complete crap.
Didn't have like specific examples. He just said, we shot this many free throws. They shot this many. Scotty Barnes goes to the rim. No calls. Mike Brown went, nope. Here is very specifically what I'm upset at.
Yeah. Let me show you because it's an interpretation of the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Like straight up. There is no interpretation of that rule.
Yeah, this isn't pass interference where it's like, oh, were they hand fighting? Was that a grab? Was he playing the ball? It's not any of that.
Yeah.
It's a 2 hands straight up. That's verticality.
Yes.
1 hand over and another hand down is not.
No.
That's a foul every time.
Every time.
And they overturn.
They overturn it. I mean, that's the biggest thing.
They said it wasn't a foul.
If they would have missed a call, and
right.
or if they would have called Monk for an offensive call, right, an offensive foul right there, and then you would have gone back and reviewed it, you would have expected that to get overturned every single step of the way.
Right.
But for them to not be able to do that and for it to play out like that, absolutely ridiculous. And you know what? It's big. Like those are big moments in a game. And then again, how does De'Aaron Fox, who had a much better game, he's coming around, slowly coming around. He had a much better game, 31 points, 5 assists, something like that. For him to not get a call where Cameron Payne is literally fighting through a screen and hooking him and a turnover, a straight up turnover off of a foul like that, just to me, really, really bad.
It's I hate saying outrageous, but that's what it was.
Yeah.
And he's straight up holding his arm as he runs around the screen. That's an easy call.
There was also a play where Malik Monk claimed that the ball wasn't off him out of bounds late in the game. And Mike Brown wanted to review it, but the officials gave the ball to the Bucks really quickly and let them inbound the ball within like a second. And I know that got under Mike Brown's skin as well.
Yeah,
there was plenty of weirdness. I don't know.
I don't know if
not great.
I don't know if we just have more access now via television replays and high def and the way they can slow things down and zoom in with super high clarity so you can see if the ball went off somebody's fingertip or whatever. Like there's so many different little things that we can see now, or if officiating is getting worse. I can't.
Okay, so in the NBA specifically, I'm going to say that the officiating has gotten considerably worse. That the NBA during the pandemic lost a solid group of officials, and coming out of like guys have retired, and you know it's not an easy job. They've lost a lot of officials, so a lot of time you're going out there with a young crew, and then some of the guys who have developed, you know, like who have come into the league. They come in thinking that they're Joey Crawford, you know, and it's like, look, man, Joey Crawford spent years cultivating a personality. You know, he watched the Naked Gun at least 47 times to figure out how Leslie Nielsen strikes somebody out.
Yeah.
Before he had crafted who he was going to be as an official, his dances, all that stuff.
Right.
He's one of one. Like nobody else does that. And for them, guys come into the league with these big like egos, and next thing you know, they're throwing people out all over the place. Like it's not good. Like there are people who have written now. I think Tom Haberstroh has written on the officials. There's one guy who threw out Jokic and threw out a couple. He's been given one playoff assignment in 17 years.
And he's still an official.
So the league doesn't have faith in him to call a playoff game, but regular season, okay. And then he does something
That's
like
so wild.
throw out a 2-time MVP who's never been thrown out before, or maybe he has, but it's been like very, very sparingly.
And wasn't it on like Serbian night
Oh, it was
in Chicago?
Serbian Heritage Night.
Yeah. And he threw him out for talking.
Oh yeah.
It feels like there's a new level of friction, specifically in the NBA, between players and officials.
I also think that part of it is
It's very adversarial.
It is, but I think a lot of it is that a lot of the stars are aging, and the new stars, they want that. They want what the old stars got. But like De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento is still not getting star calls. He's never going to get star calls. That Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland is not going to get star calls. Like a lot of your star level players now are playing in smaller markets, and that's a problem because I just don't think that the league is ready for that. They don't know how to like,
I don't know, maybe just officiate the game.
Maybe just call it straight up, Kyle.
Right.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah. You know what else I hate? Just while we're here, while we're complaining about officials, you know what else I hate? Is the not going to blow the whistle until I see whether the shot goes in or not. There was the first time I became like really acutely aware of this was the like, I knew it happened because it's very obvious. You can see when like a guy goes in, there's contact and his shot bounces off the rim a couple times, and then it falls off, whistle. It's like, okay. It looks like a ref explicitly said after a Warriors-Pelicans playoff game, the one where Curry hit the 3 in the corner back in 2015 in New Orleans, and he just got hammered when he shot it. The ref said after the game, if he had missed, we would have blown the whistle.
Oh.
And like, what? You openly admit that? That's just a thing? Like, either blow the whistle or don't. I feel like because there's so much access now that refs know that they're being scrutinized so heavily, and so it puts this like added weight or pressure on when to call, when to make a call, when to not make a call. And I think it just ties them in knots. Like, it's a hard game to officiate. And honestly, when in doubt, swallow the whistle, man. Like, less fouls is better than more fouls.
I get that, but again, we had this situation in the Bucks game where De'Aaron Fox went up for a 3-pointer and was clearly hit on the arm. The ball comes up 5 feet short, and the guy was nowhere near a blocking the shot.
Yeah,
and to miss that, but to call the hand on the hip every single time on Damian Lillard, it's like, come on, man. Like, just call the game fair. Just call it. And I think that's at the end of the day what Mike is asking for.
Yes.
Just number one, abide by your own rules. Don't make up rules for yourself. Like, if Giannis Antetokounmpo bull rushes Domantas Sabonis and Sabonis is holding his ground and Giannis comes up and pops him in the face with an elbow, first of all, don't call a defensive foul, which they did. Mike has to challenge it. That, number one, it wastes his challenge. So if he's wrong, which unfortunately for Mike Brown, he might be one of the worst challenging coaches that I've ever seen.
He feels like he challenges from emotion a lot.
Yeah, way too often do they get a challenge wrong.
Yeah.
So he challenges it. They win the challenge, but it's called a common foul. Like, you elbow a player in the face, it's a flagrant foul. Like, call it straight up. That's all it is. And I know it wasn't a clear he's trying to injure a player, but if you have to go back and see video evidence, which they did, and you see that he clocks your dude in the face with an elbow, it's a flagrant foul.
It should be.
It is. It's a flagrant. So call it accordingly.
Yeah.
I mean, I just really
the frustrating thing beyond that is you go back to the De'Aaron play, the 3 where he got hit on the arm.
Oh yeah.
If he was following through and it was hand in hand contact on the follow through, and that's a no call, like, okay.
Yeah.
But when the shot comes up that short, I don't understand as an official how something doesn't go off in your brain and go, oh man, okay, there was contact there and that shot was way short. That was obviously a foul. But the problem is okay, maybe the ref didn't see it, just genuinely didn't see it, and that's fine. The problem is, and the problem I have, and I think the problem you have, and I think the problem that Mike Brown has, is if you reverse the roles there, because I'm pretty sure it was Dame that hit him. If you reverse those roles and it's De'Aaron closing out on Damian Lillard.
Single time.
That is a whistle, and they're not even thinking twice about it, whether they saw it or not.
Yep.
And that's the frustration.
Well, that, and I assume the official doesn't know that De'Aaron Fox is shooting 39% from three.
That shouldn't matter though. That could be me. That could be me shooting that three. And if I get hacked on the arm, it is a foul.
Yep.
Call it.
Yep.
So I'm typically on the side of less fouls are better than more, or fewer fouls is better than more. But I mean that mostly in the like touch foul variety. The hand incidental contact on the hip while Damian Lillard's shooting a three-pointer, for example.
Yeah.
Like, man, not everything has to be a whistle. And if you've got a question, just let them play.
Yeah.
I would so much rather that than see a 40-10 free throw discrepancy. Or what was it that the Raptors coach was complaining about?
Oh, it was bad.
23-2 or whatever, 22-2 in the final quarter.
Yeah, in the final quarter, it was something egregious like that.
You know what it was?
It's a complete crap.
That's exactly what it was.
I totally agree with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a complete crap.
Fewer fouls always.
Now, Kyle, in the NFL, I do think that replay and everything else has played a huge role in specifically how the goal line is called. Because I just remember, like, either you got in or you didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's like every single one is like a Zapruder film, and we're like watching, like, except for it's not grainy. And we would know exactly who spit on who. Like the way that it's like we're watching
Seinfeld
every angle. It's like,
nice, dude.
Like you can see like a blade of grass touches his knee as the ball is like a quarter of an inch away from the goal line. Nope, it's not a touchdown.
And it's so crazy that in the NFL they still spot the ball the way they do, with refs just kind of like, it's not here. Like in tennis, we've got it down to like where a hair on the tennis ball or a fuzz from the tennis ball is on the line, so it's in. And in the NFL, they're just like,
What's even worse, Kyle, is the guy is running in from the side. Like,
yeah.
And he's jumping over players and he's like ducking, and he's like, by the time he gets there, he takes the ball and he definitively puts it down. You're like, well, that's crazy, bro. I don't know. I don't know how you know exactly where you are on the field at this point, but how do you know where that ball is?
Or where, this is my favorite one, when they set it down and then they kind of look and then move it back half an inch. Like, how do you know? How do you have any idea? You're guessing.
Measure twice, cut once. I don't get. Man, I don't know.
I don't either. The NFL. My problem is the NBA. It's so hard. It's so, because there's so much flow to the game, right?
Yes. And
so even if you were to say, "Hey, we're going to challenge. We're going to be able to review everything." Okay, De'Aaron thought he got hit on the arm. There's no way there's no stoppage in play where you can go look at that. There will be a stoppage eventually, but you can't then go look and go, okay, hang on, give him free throws. We got to reset. That's just, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But in the NFL, there's stoppages after every play. It's so easy to have a person watching on TV. It can be some guy named Dale drinking a Budweiser with a replay where he goes, yeah, he's in, or nah, it's not a catch. And just call down to the refs and be like, hey, you got it wrong.
Yeah.
While the teams are, you don't even have to stop anything. And it would be so easy with a very minor investment in terms of what the NFL is doing. And I think it would make the product so much better.
I don't know how they don't have some sort of tracker in the ball to know exactly where it is.
Again, that to me that's expensive. Expensive, quote unquote. That's going to cost the league some amount of money. And then you have to equip the stadiums, which I'm with you, dude. Just do that and make that investment. You're going to make tens of billions of dollars this year.
You can't put an air tag on that thing so we know exactly where it is. Just air tag it.
The new eyeball.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I'm with you, man. It's just in terms of in the scope of what the NFL makes, it would be such a minor investment to make the product 50 times better by eliminating some of the trash calls, by eliminating bad spots, by eliminating the waiting 2.5 minutes while they sit there and look and go, was he in? Was he not? Like, nah, man, get me the chip in the ball. How far did the ball go? Did it get over the line? Yes. Cool. VAR technology. We're in there.
Yes.
You don't have to sit there and take 2 minutes to guess. And by the way, the NFL also used to have like a 90-second timer on reviews.
Not anymore.
They need to re-implement that
Yeah.
because it's clear and conclusive. If it's not done in 90 seconds, it is neither clear nor conclusive. You're done.
You know what, Kyle? In our next segment, we should talk about Major League Baseball.
Robot umps.
The umpiring in Major League Baseball.
Now we're going to talk a little bit more about the NFL when we come back. Was this the best possible weekend for the 49ers? And we'll look just a quick look ahead to some of the divisional matchups. We'll dig in more later in the week, but let's look at how the dust is settled on Wildcard Weekend. We've also got more Kings coming up right here on ESPN 1320. I'm about to have a King stat for you.
Oh, yeah. I'm always up for a good King stat. I'm back to this weird thing where Twitter will mess with my following count all the time. It's the strangest thing. I literally will gain 140 Twitter followers in like a day and then lose 80. And I'm like, what exactly is happening?
Bots, dog.
Bots. I've been blocking a lot of bots.
Me too. I block any advertisement that comes across my timeline.
Okay. I've been blocking, like, I have Russian propaganda bots.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, like the anti-Ukraine bots. It's not great.
Oh, dude, this stat is a banger.
Oh, I'm here for it.
About 2 minutes to the second hour.
What's going on, everybody? You all, everybody. You all, everybody. Did you ever watch Lost?
Nope.
You've never watched Lost TV show?
No, it's one of those shows that all I ever saw was people bitching about it, so I never felt a real desire to watch it.
Oh, it's good.
Same thing with Dexter. Like, I'm sure Dexter is great, but all I saw was people whining about the ending, so I'm just like, nah, I'm out.
Well, yeah, but the original Dexter versus a new Dexter. Yeah. Dexter was hardcore. No update on Keegan Murray yet. For Spencer, you're asking. He this morning was still on the injury report as questionable with hip agitation, which is the Kings' new
Agitation?
It's their new gastroenteritis.
Oh, get that agitation, please.
I can look right. Oh my goodness.
Is it a strain or not?
Did the Nuggets get fined for not putting people on the injury list?
Oh, is that a thing that happened?
I think that it is because I'm looking at their list now. Caldwell Pope is probable. Kankar is out. Aaron Gordon is probable. Nikola Jokic is probable. Jamal Murray is probable. Jalen Pickett is available. Michael Porter Jr. is probable. Julian Stather is out. And Hunter Tyson is available. So they've decided to put everybody on there. So they must have. Yeah, right hip irritation.
Oh, 10 seconds. Here we go. I've got a banger of a Kevin Huerter stat for you coming up.
Ooh.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're taking you right up to noon here on the Insiders before we hand it off to D'Lo and KC. And they will take you up to 4 o'clock. The Sacramento Kings facing the Phoenix Suns tonight. We will dig into that game a little bit later on. We've already done our first Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for Sunday's game. That was Kevin Huerter. ESPN1320.com. Click on the Jiffy Lube Fast Break contest page. It's front and center. Enter the code word headband for your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and your chance to win a Sacramento Kings jersey.
Entered into a contest to win a monthly giveaway of a Sacramento Kings jersey.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
I think we've got some good ones too.
We do.
Yeah. I want to see them before
you pump them up too much.
Yeah. I want
that.
to see which ones we got.
Yeah, I respect that.
Yeah.
A lot of JaVale McGee's, I heard. They put me in charge of ordering them. It's JaVale McGee, Colby Jones,
JTA.
Juan Toscano Anderson. That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
And we did not get the potentially getting traded jerseys.
No,
we didn't go
no,
that way.
Yeah, no,
That's all.
we did not. So we'll be giving away a Kings jersey a month the rest of the way.
That's right.
Do you want to do our second one right now?
Yeah, that's fine.
From Friday's game?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Keegan Murray on Friday. Not
Keegan.
a ton to pick from, but Keegan had a pretty good game. He had a couple of blocks. He had 8 rebounds. And he had 15 points. He had a steal in there, a couple assists. So pretty good night overall for Keegan on a night where the Kings did not look very good. The code word there, same place, ESPN1320.com, Jiffy Lube Fast Break, player of the game contest page. Enter the code word Murray, Murray, code word Murray. For your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and your chance to win a Sacramento Kings jersey. Murray and headband. You can enter twice. You can do one of each, and you'll be entered twice to win that gift certificate and that jersey.
Here in the chat, Polo L, any Quincy AC jerseys, a Travis Outlaw jersey, perhaps?
No,
although
left those out.
I did cover both of those guys. I Quincy AC twice.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Outlaw, I think, for a season and a half.
This time of year, you're kind of hoping that it's Quincy Heater, though. Am I right?
Okay. Yeah. Don't be an outlaw there.
Instead of Quincy
AC.
Yeah. No?
Quincy AC was a good dude, and he always had his son with him. Like his son was with him in the locker room all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very nice dude.
Good.
And so was Travis Outlaw. Travis Outlaw, like super, super quiet. Very, very quiet. What do they call him? They call him Sippy Boy. That's his nickname.
If somebody calls me Sippy Boy, we're fighting.
Yeah, but I think that's his nickname. So like even,
that, it's his, like, from his friends or his family.
Yeah. Like whatever it is, like that's
Okay.
So, anyway, he was.
That's the kind of thing. If somebody around here that I was not like a lifelong friend or a family member or something, call me Sippy Boy, we got a little problem.
Yeah. He was really good before he got to the Kings. When he got to the Kings, he went from being like a really solid, super athletic 6-man that could score on anybody to what happens to almost every free agent that's ever signed in Sacramento. They trip over like a squirrel coming into the building and forget how to play basketball. I covered a lot of free agents that's exactly what happened.
Yikes.
Like, they just forgot how to play.
Did you say trip over a squirrel?
Yeah. It's possible.
Please explain.
I'm just saying that like every time it looked like how many players I covered that signed big contracts in Sacramento as free agents, and we get 3 weeks into the season, we get 2 months into the season, you go, oh, he's never living up to that contract.
No, I get that. I follow. I'm with you. Tripping over a squirrel is really where I'm fixated right now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Is that a phrase you use?
No, a squirrel can dart out in front of you at any time. No, but like, I don't know. Banana peel?
So
would you rather I say they slipped on a banana peel?
Maybe this is up in the lakes where you live, that squirrels are just kamikaze tripping people right and left.
Do you have squirrels? So I mean, like,
yes, I have squirrels.
Okay, so what I always feel like in the lake, Like
I
you're
live on a
always
farm, dog.
you come out and there's a squirrel, right? And he's darting in and out of traffic.
Mhm.
You know he's done. Like that's his last
He's
day.
toast. Yeah.
Whatever got in his little squirrely brain, he's done for the day.
Yeah.
He's done. Like that's it. So you'll come back through in the same path like 2 hours later, and sure enough, there he is.
There's
Squirrel puppet.
former squirrel.
Yeah, former squirrel.
Yo, hey, I'm so glad we're talking about not squirrels getting run over. What is it about deer?
Oh,
that
deer are
when
the
you-
stupidest things alive.
Bro, no, but when you're driving and you see a squirrel on the side of the road, you don't even think about it. You see a dog, you might be like, where's that dog's owner? You
Yeah.
see a cat, you're just like, oh, there's a cat. You see a deer on the side of the road, at least for me and where I'm from, it is like, stop everything. And sure enough, today, I'm driving up 160. I'm coming through Locke. It's a little river town.
Okay.
And I come around this corner and there is this deer, antlers and everything, just standing on the side of the road. I turned my music off and I just like basked in the fact that I saw a deer. And I'm a couple miles up the road. I'm like, why do I care so much that I saw a deer? It's just a deer. It's just a short giraffe.
But
And I'm freaking out of it. Not freaking out like in a bad way, but just like, wow, that is so cool that I just saw such a majestic creature. That's a deer.
that
There's millions of deer.
Kyle, my backyard is a soup kitchen. I got deer babies like nonstop all year long. Like it's ridiculous. I don't even want to know how many deer have been born in my backyard. So for me, I don't have any tie. The deers can go away. They eat my garden. They're in the like I do not stop. The only reason I would slow down is because the deer are so stupid that they're gonna run out in front of me and total my car.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
think-
only reason.
I think that was part of the reason today because the deer I saw, because it's very dark when I'm driving in, and then my headlights just came on it and it was just like bang.
There it is.
And it's like, man, if that was in the road, that's going to do some damage to my car. I mean, and I think that was part of it, that I was like feeling lucky that it didn't jump out in front of me, but no, it's a beautiful creature and deers are amazing. I love the soup kitchen reference. That was very, very good. I love that you have Dirty Mike and the boys are the deer that hang out behind your house.
Somehow we
It's
just
incredible.
blew through an entire segment talking about squirrels and deer.
Well, you said tripped over a squirrel, which is
Like
a nutso thing to say.
A banana peel, whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
slipped on a banana peel.
hit
That
their
makes
head.
sense.
They can't play
That's a
basketball
classic
anymore.
comedy slapstick trope
I guess.
of failure. You slipped and fell on a banana peel. You get it. But Mario Kart, fine. Tripped on a squirrel? Nah. That's going to stick in my head.
All right.
Anyways.
It's happened. Just saying. Travis Outlaw, one of his nicknames, Mr. Fourth Quarter. Not in Sacramento, he wasn't. He never got to play in the fourth quarter. It was over long before
Mr.
then.
Fourth quarter.
There was a time in his I think his final season in Sacramento. Maybe it was his second to last season in Sacramento. He hadn't hit a three-pointer in like 29 consecutive games.
Good Lord.
And that's like before he came to Sacramento, he was a solid
Decent three-point shooter.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about the NFL. Any surprises this weekend besides the Cowboys for you?
I was
What
surprised
was
the
more
Eagles didn't put up
Thank-
more. Like,
The Cowboys face planning to me was kind of like, oh, okay. I'm surprised they got blown out this badly, but Cowboys face plant. I thought for sure the Eagles were going to get to the postseason and have something. I didn't necessarily think they were
Yeah.
going to win, but I thought they were going to have something for Tampa Bay, and they just had nothing. That was shocking to me.
yeah, I think that was surprising. But outside of that, no. Like most of the games, especially the AFC, went as they should have gone.
Yeah.
And again, I like that weather, I don't think played all of the role. Because we
Mm-mm.
talked about it last week. Like, I'm okay with like a week 13 weather game.
Yeah.
I don't care about that. I don't want teams advancing into playoffs who have no business being there,
Sure.
except for like a snowstorm came in and they just were a better team that day.
Mhm.
Because to me, that doesn't set up for the best
Yeah.
football.
I think the Miami game, the Miami Kansas City game, was probably impacted the most by the weather. But I don't think anyone walked into that game going, yeah, you know what? Miami's the better team here. I think the
No.
result was still how it probably should have gone.
Well, and if Miami didn't want to play in the cold weather, they probably should have just played better the last month of the season, and then they wouldn't have that issue.
Yeah, their injuries were a problem.
No, they were.
That was going to keep them from making any kind of real run anyways. It would have been fun if they beat Kansas City. But when you're that banged up, when you're signing veteran defensive ends off the street the week of your playoff game
Oh yeah, not good.
to start and like play a lot, that's not a great sign. So
Nope.
no, I'm with you. I love a bad weather game as much as the next guy, but if Pittsburgh had beaten the Bills in a blizzard because
they have
there was a fumble that they
a couple
returned,
of running backs that like are better in the snow.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, but I do love a snow game. Boy, do I love a snow game.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess, Kyle, the Texans beating the Browns like that, like
Yeah,
beating them like a
same.
drum.
Same.
I
The
mean,
Browns defense not having anything for Houston was pretty wild.
I think Flacco broke their spirit early though, didn't he?
Well, they were up 14-10.
Yeah.
And then they made it 17-14, and then very rapidly a couple pick sixes kind of iced it.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it was that. But I thought Jim Schwartz was going to have some kind of curveball for CJ Stroud, and he just didn't. And Stroud just torched him.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you know what? We got to revisit MadProps. Let's talk about the quarterbacks because there's an interesting quarterback conversation here. And then I've got a banger of a Kevin Herter stat I want to lay on you at some point as well. He's
ready.
James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Keegan Murray in the first quarter dropped his shoulder coming around the corner, and then of course Fox gets a steal and a breakaway. But see, there's the same exact thing. Sabonis early in the game, there was another play where Lillard got the ball quick after a Fox breakaway, and Sabonis maybe stepped out a little bit more, and Lillard blew right by him. So maybe that was in his mind that they didn't need a three to beat the Kings. I mean, they needed a three to beat them, but that wasn't the only shot opportunity. Kings getting torn up by Bobby Portis was not a good thing. The game is replaying right now on NBA TV for those who are wondering. Oh, there was a question that I starred.
Oh,
it also appears that you starred a question.
Yeah, I think I starred
about a loose leaf tee.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to Blake.
James, if there's a player involved in a trade, would you prefer to let go Herter or Barnes? That's a really good question, Chris. And it really does depend on what you're bringing back. I think that there's a good chance that both will go just because of the salary. And if you're going to go after a big player, if you're big game hunting, you only have a couple of ways to get there with players. But I honestly think at this point, it would be Barnes. Just because he's 31 years old and Kevin Herter's 25. And I think Kevin Herter has a potential to raise his value again, where I don't know that Barnes has that potential. But I don't know, like I like the idea of being able to keep Barnes and have him be my third/fourth forward, but not at that money. And I always go, like Kyle has his theory about higher ceiling. And at this point, I think Kevin Herter has a higher ceiling.
I agree.
And I also think a lot of people who are chiming in have recency bias because they just watched Kevin Herter have a good game where he looked like Kevin Herter again. And you're forgetting the previous like month and a half.
Yeah, but we also saw Herter be really, really good all of last year.
He was, but he scored 2 points more, 0.2 points more per game than Harrison Barnes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Harrison Barnes was good last year too. Yeah. Herter averaged 15.2. Barnes averaged 15.
Oh, here we go. Good discussion going on in the chatty house. You can participate at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We are also streaming live on Twitch at twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Maybe you're listening on the radio. Maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app. Wherever you're listening, we appreciate you greatly. The chatty house is great, though. Lots of good questions in there.
Totally. We get a lot of people in there.
Yeah, a lot of people hanging out. If you're there, hit that little thumbs up. Hit the like button for us. If you're hanging out in the chatty house right now, we would appreciate that very much. Also, subscribe to the channel if you don't do that at both Twitch and YouTube. You want to do Mad Props?
Yeah, let's do Mad Props.
All right, we can do Mad Props. Let's do that right now.
I do love when
It's
people
time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I love it when people walk in the door and then like stop to look at their phone right behind you, like they have no idea that they're literally being viewed by lots of people.
Can I keep it a stack for a second? Can I be like serious for a second?
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. I hate it
Yeah.
because in the reflection of my window, I can see it, and it's so distracting.
Oh, got it.
It's so distracting. I want to put a cover there so bad.
We should.
Anyways,
we should do the big fat heads, like we
just
should.
of us.
Okay, that would be sick.
Yeah,
that would be sick.
Okay.
But either that or we could do like the catch, like Joe Montana on one,
Okay.
and Dwight Clark in the back of the end zone on
Okay.
the other.
I'm with it.
Yeah, as long as they're somewhat transparent.
Okay,
But that would knock the glare off, so you wouldn't see the people.
that would be preferred.
Okay.
I hate it so much
All right.
because I can tell if they're like looking at me.
We should work on this.
I agree. All right, we should also work on our bit. Okay, here we go. Mad Props. We had to mix it up this week because there was no 49ers, which is usually the game we pull from for football. So we went one of each wildcard game. Let's start out in Detroit, where we had Rams points against the Lions or De'Aaron Fox points. You had De'Aaron. I took the Rams. I win this one 23-21. This is the Kings game against the 76ers.
That does not bode well for me.
You'd have won that one if we had done the Bucks game.
Yes.
I believe De'Aaron had 26 against the Bucks. The next game, let's head down to Houston. CJ Stroud passing yards against the Browns or Kings 76ers total points. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit in the last segment. The Browns did not have nearly the smoke for the Texans offense that I thought they were going to.
Oh, yeah.
I thought Stroud was going to get held in check a little bit. He did not. 274 passing yards for him. 206 total points in Kings 76ers. We both took that Kings 76ers total. We both take a loss there.
Ew.
Yeah.
All right.
But we get back on track. CeeDee Lamb receiving yards in Dallas against the Packers or Kings total points against the 76ers. We both took CeeDee Lamb, and we both get a win here. 110 yards for CeeDee Lamb, just 93 points for Sacramento against Philadelphia.
Oof. I thought CD would have a much better game than
Me
that.
too.
But I don't know. Ferguson stepped up. And then one of their other receivers broke 100 as well.
Yeah, I had the Kings in the like 120-ish range, and I had CD right about the same, but he goes for 110. Kings go for just 93, but we both get a win there. Dolphins rush attempts in Kansas City or Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists. The Dolphins run game did not get off the ground the way I thought it was going to. I thought Mike McDaniel would have something for the Chiefs, something creative, something fun. He did not. They fell behind. Negative game script. They only ran it 18 times. Luckily, you and I both took Domas points, rebounds, and assists. He had 31 compared to just 18 rush attempts for the Dolphins.
Yeah, McDaniel looked like he was just freezing cold and like couldn't function.
Could not wait to get out of there.
Yeah, no, it was like, let's get out of here and get back to the tropics.
Tough look for our Finns. Jalen Hurts completions last night in Tampa Bay or Malik Monk points against Philly. You took Monk points. You took Jalen Hurts completions. I took Malik Monk. Just 15 points for Malik Monk against Philly. 25 completions last night for Jalen Hurts. And again, game script certainly helped. They started out running the heck out of the ball. They fell behind. They started putting the ball in the air. And that led to an easy W for you. So we are tied with 3 wins each. We split the last one. 1 winner, 1 loser. Steelers points against the Bills or Keegan Murray made field goals. The Steelers actually did all right. 17 points against the Bills. Now, keep in mind, I thought they were going to be playing in like a blizzard.
Oh, yeah.
So that was why I set this the way I did. Keegan Murray made field goals, just 6. You took the Steelers. I went with Keegan. You win that one. You get 4 right. I got 3 right. You are the big winner this week in Mad Props. Congratulations. on the victory. That's big time. Crowd's going wild.
I win.
All right. And that's MadProps.
That's MadProps.
Thanks, everybody. If you want to sponsor that, let us know. rich.ripley@odyssey.com. If you have a business and you want to sponsor MadProps.
That's right. I love MadProps.
We'll continue doing this throughout not only the football season, but we will do this. We start getting creative with it once football season ends.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways.
We need to have a bunch of t-shirts made. Like there's all kinds of things that we do here that we need t-shirts made for.
Okay. Yeah. We'll get on that.
I will.
We were talking a little bit about the quarterbacks last segment. It's so funny the contrast between the AFC quarterbacks and the NFC quarterbacks left. Because in the AFC, it is Lamar Jackson about to be a 2-time MVP.
Mm-hmm.
It is Patrick Mahomes, a 2-time MVP? Is he won just one?
No, Mahomes, that I believe.
He's an MVP with multiple Super Bowls already.
Yes.
Josh Allen, who is in that top tier of NFL quarterback, and then CJ Stroud, who may not be there yet because he's a rookie, but for me, he is on the way there. And if he backs up his rookie season with another good year next year, he'll be right there. I'm not sure there's a young quarterback in the league that I would rather have right now than CJ Stroud. Then you go to the NFC, where you have Brock Purdy, final pick of the draft 2 years ago. You have Jared Goff, former number 1 pick in the draft, who got discarded by the Rams to go to Detroit. You have Baker Mayfield, former number 1 pick, who is now on his 4th team.
Something like that.
Browns, Panthers, Rams, Bucks. Yeah.
Yep.
On his 4th team. And then you have Jordan Love, who was drafted 26th overall in the 2020 draft, finally got to be the starter this year, goes and blows up in his first playoff game and carries the Packers to a victory over the Cowboys. It feels like the NFC is all question marks and the AFC is all like, yeah, that's a guy I would like to have on my team. It's really funny, the juxtaposition between the two.
Yeah, I think that the Niners are in a good place when it comes to that, when we look at all the totality of the quarterbacks. Like I remember there was such a huge disparity a few years ago when Jimmy Garoppolo was your quarterback and Ryan Tannehill was in the playoffs with Tennessee, and you got to the final 8 and it was like Tom Brady, I think Matthew Stafford, but then the AFC was like, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes,
Josh
Allen. Like,
yeah.
Clearly the 49ers had the 7th best quarterback and only ahead of Tannehill. Now, at this point, I think you might have the 4th or 5th best quarterback. I don't know.
I think so. All the AFC guys, I'm taking over Purdy. And I don't even I understand if somebody wants to quibble with Stroud, but
I think it's like a coin flip this year with Stroud.
They've been full-time starters the same amount of time.
Yeah.
I'm taking CJ Stroud over Purdy personally. And then Jordan Love has been really good for the second half of the year. He's 21 touchdowns, 1 interception since week 11. And then you see some of the throws he made and some of the plays he made against Dallas, some of the off-platform stuff and the downfield throws he was making into tight windows. Going into the playoffs, I would have been like Brock Purdy, no question. After watching Jordan Love in a playoff game, it's a question for me.
Okay.
We'll see. I'm on the fence. I'll put Purdy ahead of him for now. Let's see what Jordan Love looks like against the 49ers in the divisional round. But man, if he lights up San Francisco, it's not a question. I'm taking Jordan Love.
Okay. I mean,
I'm taking the physical talent every time.
I get that. I would say though, like CJ Stroud this season, 4,108 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Like Brock Purdy's stats are much better. He led his team to a 9-6 record.
Come on,
but let's
do context.
No, I get it. Like you have better weapons,
way better.
Yeah, but it's not like they don't have weapons. They have weapons.
They have Nico Collins.
Oh, I don't know. Like
Tank Dell's a good player.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz is a good player.
He's fine.
They don't have the running back for sure.
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
He turned Noah Brown into like a 150-yard receiver back-to-back weeks.
Totally. Hey, look, I'm not saying I think CJ Stroud is like the future of the league. Totally. But as of today, I don't know. I think I'd take Purdy.
It's close.
I know it's a coin flip.
It's close.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Baker Mayfield looked really good last night.
I'm not taking Baker Mayfield. I mean, like, but you have to go off some track record.
Baker looked good last night.
Yeah. Mahomes is a 2-time MVP.
Yeah.
6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All Pro, and he's 28. 2-time Super
The
Bowl
Hall of
champ.
Famer if he hangs him up tomorrow.
Yeah, he's a 2-time
What a
Super Bowl
baller.
champ, 2-time Super Bowl MVP. Yeah,
Crazy.
he good.
All right. Let's shift gears. Let's hit the Kings. We got to hit a break. I have a Kevin Huerter stat that I want to throw at you that I think makes me not want to trade him. And I'll tell you why.
I've been
on the
anxiously
Insiders.
waiting for this.
I got you. It's coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's up, Kenny?
James Ham, what's going on with you, brother?
Oh man.
Hey,
Another day, another dollar, huh?
Something like that.
can you ask Kenny if it's him or D'Lo today?
Is it you or D'Lo today?
Not sure.
He says he's not sure.
Perfect.
Usually I'm on Monday.
He said you.
Mm.
But that could be
So
Oh,
you
you
guys are
can't
on
hear
that
me.
kind of like you're every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. He can't hear me. No.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Kenny. Just
I'm down.
I hate this.
Hey, either way,
Someday I'll be a real boy and I'll get to sit in
I'll do it.
the studio with you.
he is talking. He keeps asking questions, and I'm
I'm
not.
just talking.
I need to be here. I will
What do you got?
translate.
Oh, ask him what he's got there.
He said, "What do you got there?" Oh yeah, the same
Oh,
stuff.
okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah, I got 2 more bottles today.
All right.
A whole
Big
other
cognac guy?
shipment came in today.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I'm gonna try it at least.
I've had it.
Hey, have you seen?
I'll be
Okay. Yeah. All right. It's okay. I just want to prepare and make sure
Whichever
right
is
thing
gonna be
ready.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
because I would ask Kenny different questions than I would ask D'Lo. If it was Damian, we'd be talking a lot of Baker Mayfield.
Oh yeah.
It's this guy.
Hmm.
Let's see. There's that. Okay. Victor Wembanyama's per 36. 35.5 points, 14 rebounds, 5 assists, 5.5 blocks.
What? That's his per 36?
Yeah.
What the Sam Hill? Oh, Bobby.
It's not getting, I thought it would get old. The like, hey, this tall guy next to Victor Wembanyama. It's not old at all. Nick Richards, 7 foot, trying to block Victor Wembanyama's shot. Looks like a child trying to block his dad's shot.
Yeah, it's brutal. Boy, man, the Warriors are 12th place.
They stink. Like they're just not. It's super funny because you listen to podcasts or these ESPN shows and it's like, what's wrong with the Warriors? Like, dude, they just don't have that many good players.
They went and got old.
Yeah, they're just old.
It happens.
Like it's not some secret. It's not some mystery. Like they're just not very good, man.
Yeah.
And that's like, it's not some.
I need to see these per 36. 24.7, 13.
Who are we talking about?
Victor Wembanyama.
90 seconds.
4 blocks. I like Keldon Johnson. I'd at least entertain that one. I don't know. Well, 6'5". Ouch. I thought he's bigger than 6'5". There was talk that San Antonio might be interested in DeJounte Murray again.
Huh.
You can never go home. I don't know. That seems like a strange one. Kings are tied for 5th with Dallas and New Orleans. It's a big game tonight.
Good Lord. Another phone call. Leave me alone.
Same people?
No, scam likely.
Oh. Well,
I'm stressing out that my HOA is calling me on the phone. They've never done that before. Okay, here we go. We're coming back. I'm Kyle. That's James. Hey, I don't think I want to trade Kevin Huerter anymore.
All right.
I've been all aboard. Like, take his $15 million and ship it out. Get a team to buy into a 25-year-old 40% career 3-point shooter and call it good. However, the other night against the Bucks,
Mm-hmm.
the Kings did not win, obviously, but they probably should have. They were a couple of free throws away down the stretch from winning that game. And now the Kings, save for that game this year. Well, no, not save for that game, including that game this year. The Kings are 6-2 when Kevin Huerter scores more than 15 points. That's a 750 winning percentage. They're 17-14 when he scores fewer than that. That's a 548 winning percentage.
Yeah, but Kyle, we're 40 games into the season.
And he's very clearly figuring it out.
He's got 8 games where he scored 15 or more?
Yeah, he's struggled. That's fine.
Struggle bus done run him over.
I know it did, but now he's bouncing back.
I hope so.
He had 26 the other night. Excuse me. Yes, 26 the other night with 10 rebounds against Milwaukee. It's 1 point overtime loss. It's just really clear. And I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm prisoner of the moment here. But when it's something that drastic, like their offense looked like their offense the other night because of Kevin Huerter.
Oh, yeah.
And I think if you remove that element and remove that possibility, I don't know who you're replacing him with that allows your offense to elevate to that level. I don't.
No, I'm with you. I get what you're saying. They don't have another player that can do what he does. I totally get it. My problem is, and again, like I like Kevin, and he was really good last season, but he showed signs that he can't do it when it matters. He can't figure it out.
The playoff track record isn't great.
We've watched 25 games here where he has not been able to figure it out, and I feel for him because I think he's a very good NBA player and he has a skill, a skill set that's really, really marketable and tradable and everything else. But like, look, if you disappear for stretches and you just can't find the bucket, I mean, I like talk about streaky. We talked about like at the beginning of this year, they need to iron out some of the crazy all over the board stuff. That's not what's happened. The peaks and valleys have gotten bigger for him.
So do you think it's addition by subtraction then? Just taking out that volatility will help stabilize things?
Well, I mean, I think like if you look at a guy like Trey Lyles, right? Trey Lyles is like steady Eddie. Like every time you get, or like just to take it to the next level, look at how stable Sabonis is, right? And you just need players around him that can be somewhat stable. We've talked about this with like, I know this weird with like fantasy football. It's when I go and I look at fantasy football and I'm going to draft, right? I'm of course going to have my haymakers, right? I'm going to take some gambles here and there.
Yeah.
But in my rounds that matter, I look at players and you can look at, let's say, 8 different players that have 8 receiving touchdowns. And then I go in and I look at those 8 players, how they scored those touchdowns. And for me, like watching CeeDee Lamb this year, who ends up with 14 touchdowns. He had 2 touchdowns one time all season.
Yeah.
He also had 1 touchdown in like 11 or 12 games. I want that guy on my team because even the 1 week that he didn't have a touchdown out of like the last 9, he had 180 yards receiving.
Right.
Like, so the stability of that player, like for when I'm building my roster, I want players like that. What I don't want is I can have an H-An on my roster, but how many times this year did he have 3 touchdowns and then nothing for 3 weeks and then 3 touchdowns and nothing? Like,
he was pretty banged up.
It's really difficult to be a consistent winning team if that's, again, what your starting shooting guard is doing. So Kevin has to figure it out. And it's on him. I thought last year he was really good all season, except for that middle stretch where for like 6 weeks, he really struggled. And then you get to the playoffs and he vanished completely. You might be able to give him one more season to see if he figures out. And by that one season, I mean this year. But when he showed you what he showed you in the playoffs, and then he has that same 6 to 8 week stretch in season, that's really, really tough to build around.
Yeah, and I think this gets back to as well. We were talking at the break in the chatty house about if you had to trade one of Herter or Barnes, which one did you move? And I think for me, I'm probably keeping Kevin Herter out of the two.
Because he's 25.
Right, he's 25. But the problem comes in that if you're making a deal, he's probably the more valuable trade chip.
Yeah, I would
He's
say
young. He's a career 40% 3-point shooter.
people are going to look at his season this year and throw it away.
Yeah.
Like they'll be able to fix whatever's happening.
Right.
People are going to look at Harrison Barnes and say, okay, there's
That's what he is now.
the potential that he's on the downswing, and this is who he is.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I also think like if you don't put him next to the best rebounder in the NBA, he might average more than like 2.5 rebounds per game. I mean, it's just who he has been. But for him to take like such a dip this season and have it be like unexplainable, that's a problem to me.
Yeah.
And again, he wasn't a bad rebounder last year. You wanted more out of him, but it started in February where he stopped rebounding and he started doing the 1 to 2 rebounds a game. And so maybe it's at where the Kings put him on the court. Maybe it's that he feels like he can't go rebound from that position. But for a guy to go from 6.6 to 5.6 to 4.5 to 2.8 rebounds.
Oh, that's a trend.
In the last 4 years. Yeah. 6.6, 5.6, 4.5, 2.8. That's a trend. And that's not good. And especially when.
And I'm sorry, that type of dip is not because Domantas Sabonis is vacuuming up all the rebounds.
No.
That is a concerted lack of effort to me.
I think the last
on the glass. Not saying Harrison Barnes doesn't try.
The last 2 years, I mean, going from 5.6 to 4.5 and 2.8, I mean, those are with Sabonis versus without Sabonis, because Sabonis played 15 games a year before.
Mm-hmm.
So you are seeing like a decline. But the thing I would point to, the things that kind of say, I'm not sure if he's declining, 39.1% from 3, 39.4, 37.4 last year, which was a down year, 39.9 again this year.
Sure.
So like he's still shooting it. He's still like solid in the things that he's been solid at. His steals 0.7, 0.7, 0.7, 0.7 the last 4 years. But it's the rebound numbers that like really, really stand out. And then I think the defensive metrics by this point prove out that like he's just not being able to stay in front of his man.
Yeah.
I haven't looked recently, but I'm going to guess that like it's becoming a bigger problem than it was before.
Yeah, I just think they can get more out of the position than hang out in the corner and shoot some threes and then be switchable on defense.
Okay, but Kyle, I would make the point that if that's what Harrison Barnes is, that's fine. But you can find better defensive versions of Harrison Barnes. Yeah.
If you're going to hang out in the corner and just shoot threes offensively, that's fine. And that's probably what they need. But then defensively, you need to offer more than he does.
Exactly.
Being switchable isn't enough.
No.
Being able to theoretically guard 2 through 5 is great. But in practice, it hasn't been working.
Yeah.
And if they were a top flight defensive team and he was just kind of the focal point of that, then you can absolutely live with less than 3 boards a game. And he's going to some nights he's going to knock down 3 or 4 threes, and other nights he's going to be absent on offense.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, he's not, and this is why it's tough. He's not the reason that, oh, hey, they're getting blown out a lot because of this.
Yeah.
He's not the reason that I don't think that the Kings can't win a title with this group. It's not like strictly his fault.
No. But I would say
they need to get better there.
I would say
more
that
effective.
There's 20 games this year, like look at almost every single one of the blowouts. Every single one of the blowouts, you get pretty consistent numbers still. Fox has had a couple of bad games in blowouts, Sabonis, but it's still the same group. Sabonis, Fox, Murray, and Monk. And then you're getting nothing out of your 2 and your 3 in those games.
Yeah.
And that's a problem where you're like, they just aren't effective. And I don't know how else to like, whether you run more plays for them. And I know Mike says I don't run plays for players, but you got to figure out ways to get those guys involved.
Yeah. And if that's, I mean, okay, Mike Brown doesn't run plays for players, but dude, if that's what it takes to get Harrison Barnes engaged, then do it. Like if
Yeah.
that's what it takes to get Kevin Huerter rolling, then that's seems like a really small adjustment. Like Phil Jackson
Mhm.
would always make sure that off the bat, like his center got a touch right away.
Yeah.
And making sure that, hey, whether it's Bill Cartwright or whoever, I don't know, but making sure that the center gets a touch early to keep them engaged. That's the whole philosophy of Steve Kerr and now Mike Brown. Like everybody's touching the ball always. Everybody's always got to be ready. And that's awesome. But on this team, it's that possession is more times than not going to end with De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk when he's on the court.
No, totally.
Like,
I totally agree.
Get Harrison Barnes some early touches. Then draw something up for him if you need to. If that's, I don't know, man.
Kyle, I would say the other problem I have,
Like we're trying to solve a problem that there's no real solution for.
no, I get you, but I would even, if you're going to have games where you start Chris Duarte, and, again, he had like a 5-game stretch there. I need them to invert their positions, and I need Harrison Barnes to be the guy in the 2-man game, not Chris Duarte. I'm fine with Chris Duarte being a catch and shoot shooter from the corner, and every once in a while taking somebody off the dribble and they overcommit on a closeout.
Sure.
Right? That's fine. But that's not who he should not be in a 2-man game. That, like, to me,
He dribbles a lot.
Yeah, they're trying to do something that they use Huerter for, when Barnes is the replacement. Barnes is the guy who can do that.
Yeah.
And he can get downhill and he can make the pass and he can hit the 3 ball.
Yeah.
He's just a more secure player. And so when they do make that move where they're using a defensive minded player in Duarte, I would just like to see more of Harrison Barnes engaged in the offensive side of the ball. Don't leave him in the corner, because I just don't think that's your best use for the guy. So, I mean, he still has a lot of game as an offensive player.
Yeah, I think that's what's frustrating is you see it. Like
Yeah, he shows flashes where it's like, hey, look, there he is.
Yeah, a couple possessions a game. And you're like, oh, man, okay, Harrison Barnes is in it. And then you won't see him the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You want to get to keys for tonight?
Yeah, let's do it.
Keys to a Kings victory. The Kings looking to close out their 5-game road trip with a win. They are 2-2 so far on the trip, looking to finish it out with a winning record. And they've already won the season series over the Suns, right?
No, because the season series got extended.
Oh, yeah.
They have 5 games against the Suns, so they're 2-0. This is an opportunity to go 3-0 and win.
The season series.
But they also have 3 opportunities to get that third win.
Yeah. And just so the context here, the Suns are only 2 games back of the Kings, and the Suns are currently the 8th seed. So this would be a pretty big win to try and get some space between the Kings and the play-in tournament. James, what is your first key to a Kings victory?
Fox and Monk need to atone. Like, realistically, you had 2 of your best players miss 3 free throws in the final 18 seconds. You lost by 1 point.
Yep.
And they need to show up. They need to finish this road trip the right way, and they need to atone for what happened on the court.
Yeah. Yeah. They got to. This is when you're playing against stars like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal's been really good, by the way, since he's been back on the court. Your stars need to also step up. So I'm right there with you. My first one, Kevin Huerter's got to get hot.
Yeah.
Like, it can't be, hey, he had 26 against Milwaukee and now he's back to going 0 for 6. No, he needs to get and stay hot. What's number 2 for you?
Let Domas feast. This is a team that you should be able to, like, highlight him a lot. And he's been on a tear. He's been absolutely incredible, but the Kings need to make sure that against Nurkic, get Nurkic in foul trouble. He's physical. He wants to push you around. Get him in foul trouble. Get him off the court, and let Sabonis get to the bucket.
Just don't punch him in the face. Number 2, contained book. The Suns are 10-5 when he scores 28 or more, and they are 11-13 when he doesn't.
Oh,
so contain Devin Booker if you're gonna pick one guy to shut the faucet off.
Yeah, and the Kings have done a nice job on Booker this season.
Yeah.
Okay, so
throw a bunch of different bodies at him.
My third one, finish the trip the right way. There's 3 blowouts and an overtime loss in the first 4 games of the trip. The Kings, of course, had 2 blowouts, and then they got blown out, and then the overtime loss. You got an opportunity here to finish a trip that included stops in Philly, Milwaukee, and Phoenix with a winning record, a 3-2 record.
Yeah.
And you got to put it all on the line here. And I like that Mike Brown's going with a shorter bench.
Yeah. I'm totally with you. Treat it like a playoff game. Why not?
Yeah.
All right. Last one for me. Run. The Suns don't like to run. They will kill you in the half court. So I want to get out and see the Kings run tonight. That's it for keys to victory. If the Kings do all those things, they're going to win. Book it. Let's welcome in Kenny Caraway for the handoff. Kenny Caraway, the KC of D-Lo and KC. Kenny, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. Just trying to figure out why Steve Ballmer decided to do this press conference inside or something. Like, you could have done it on the
He's
street
wearing a
outside. Guys wearing a helmet and everything because it's a construction zone. I mean, just do it outside. Just do it at the headquarters. Why? This is going to live forever, Steve. This is going to live forever.
Is Steve Ballmer the weirdest rich guy? Like public rich guy? I'm sure there's some super weird. Is he the weirdest NBA owner? Let me put it that way.
There's some pretty weird NBA owners.
There are some pretty weird NBA owners. I just don't know that Steve Ballmer's ever watched Spaceballs, because that's what it looks like what's happening. Like,
I can't see what's happening.
I'm sorry. I got distracted.
He's wearing
that's fine. Yeah.
He's at a
white
press
helmet
conference for the All-Star. For the All-Star, the announcement of them getting the All-Star game in 2026.
Right.
He's got the construction vest on.
Great.
With the construction helmet on, because they decided to do the press conference in the construction space of the Intuit Dome instead of just going outside where you don't have to wear any of this stuff.
I would also say it's not a standard, like, hard hat.
Yeah. He's got straps underneath.
It looks like a bike helmet. That he's wearing. It looks like he's
like when you wear rock climbing.
It looks like he might go rappelling after this, but no, it's got no ear flaps at all.
And he's just talking to us, just talking like a CEO does. Like, this is just great. All right.
Oh yeah.
I actually like Steve
what an
Ballmer,
interesting guy.
From what I hear,
he is an interesting cat. So yeah.
I think he wants to win.
He definitely wants.
And honestly, that's I respect that more than anything with the team owner. Good weekend for the Niners.
An excellent weekend for the Niners.
How come?
An excellent weekend for the Niners. Now, you got to play the games, right? There goes Steve Ballmer at the press conference. For those watching on YouTube right now, the man is just doing his thing right now. Shout out Steve Ballmer. But look, you gotta play the games, right? You have to play the games. You have to execute. You have to do what you have to do. However, if we were all being like transparent and just said, after week 18, write down the most favorable scenario you could think of for the Niners to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It would be eliminating the Eagles, eliminating the Cowboys, and eliminating the Rams.
Yeah.
It all happened in one weekend.
Man.
So yes, great weekend. Great weekend.
There's a freeway to the Super Bowl.
You guys know me. You know how I roll.
Yep.
Here's my quibble.
Quibble me this. Go ahead.
Green Bay looked really good against Dallas, and I'm fully aware that Dallas stinks, bro. Like Mike McCarthy needs to be jettisoned to Neptune, but I understand that. But Green Bay, especially defensively, I thought looked really, really good against Dallas.
Well, Dallas also doesn't have a run game.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
The Achilles heel, one of the Achilles heel for this Green Bay defense is against the run.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw somewhere they gave up 200 yards on the ground 4 times this year, and that feeds right into what Kyle Shanahan wants to do.
Yeah.
I got respect for the way Green Bay played. I got respect for Matt LaFleur. I think he's a heck of a coach. I think
Matt LaFleur is a very good coach.
I think we need to start giving him the respect that he deserves around the league. Jordan Love looked good. I've always liked Aaron Jones, but hey, if the Niners take care of it, if they don't turn the ball over, I'll put it to you like this: they're covering.
Really, the 10?
Absolutely. If they don't turn the ball over, they're covering rather easily.
Yeah, the Packers, just to your point here, KC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games of 140 rushing yards or more by the opponent.
Oh,
and the Cowboys didn't have the coach, they didn't have the quarterback, and they didn't have the running game to expose that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things wrong with the Cowboys.
Everything for me with the 49ers comes down to game script. Mm-hmm. If they get ahead, I don't know if there's a team that can beat them.
Yeah.
But if they fall behind, I don't know how confident I am that they're going to beat anybody.
The other thing about Saturday that seems like it might play into the hands of the 49ers and the way they play football is the weather conditions may be a little mucky.
Oh, yeah.
So, if you're talking about who's going to do better in that type of game, I think the 49ers with their run game would be in everything favors the 49ers. Every single thing. The conditions, the short week, the talent, everything favors the 49ers. They just got to go out there and execute.
They're gonna have the bye week, extra rest over the Packers, who, like you said, are playing on a quote unquote short week.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're also, if they beat Green Bay and go to the NFC title game, they will have a rest advantage there because the team they'll play is going to be playing Sunday to Sunday instead of Saturday to Sunday. So there'll be an extra day there.
All right.
Not that I think that matters that much, but it's just, it goes to show to me, like, bro, I have never felt in a year like, man, you know what? The Niners are definitely the best team. And this year in the NFC, they certainly are. And I think them and Baltimore are in the same class.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be the one that, like, if they lose this one,
look, I'm telling you, I've been saying it for months. I'll be hurt. I'd be hurt if they did not win the Super Bowl this year. I'll be hurt.
He's already put it on his Super Bowl jacket.
I'm telling you, man, I'd be hurt.
This
man.
is 17.
Well, this one technically doesn't count just yet because those are usually like games, like championship game, Super Bowl. So they haven't gotten there yet. But if I want to take it a step further, I could say another plus for the 49ers is getting the Browns out of here. Because the whole thing with Schwartz and Kennedy.
Yeah, it's a great point.
Getting them out of there, it's another opportunity. I mean, it was a great weekend for the 49ers.
I root so hard for D'Amico Ryans.
I think
love D'Amico.
The best case scenario
Ball
too,
gang for life.
if they can get the Chiefs to fall, then you're going in against teams that like maybe don't have. I would point out to Kyle, since you're not watching, the next two people to take the podium at this Clippers All-Star weekend, they are not wearing helmets. The next two people have shunned the helmet look. They want to look presentable for national television. They are not wearing helmets. Good for them.
When you have
that's so funny.
$40 billion, who cares about being presentable?
I guess.
I barely care about being presentable, and I don't have $40. So I totally, if I was that rich, you couldn't tell me anything. You would not be able to tell me a thing.
I would tell you to stop rubbing my thighs when the Clippers score. I would tell you that.
He does some strange
You ain't
things.
seen Steve Ballmer? Yeah, he does that. Like the guys next to him, I don't even know if he knows these people. Like he gets hyped and starts rubbing their thigh. Bro, get your hands off my leg.
No, that's not okay. That's not okay. You would be able to tell me to stop doing that if I was touching your thigh.
Stop touching me. We don't touch
No, we
other
don't.
people's thighs.
That's, you know what? That's one of that's the core tenet of this
We
show.
don't touch other people's privates.
And on that note, we're going to hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. They're coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Good game, everybody. Good
Thanks,
work.
guys. Oh. Hey, there's D'Lo.
Yep.
Oh, Michigan! I meant to talk about this. The Fab Five getting back together. That's so big time, man. What a week to be a Michigan sports fan. Unreal. Yeah, I gotta go call my HOA. All right. Appreciate y'all. See everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.
I think Adam Silver was wearing a helmet as well. But then for everyone else who steps up to not wear a helmet after he is wearing, like, probably the most ridiculous helmet that I've ever seen.
They're like, we're not doing this mess.
As long as you're not rubbing anyone's leg.
That's what Kenny started saying. Stop touching people.
Small victories, I guess.
How are we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Thanks for letting me skip out on Friday. I was actually
how was that?
able to make it all the way to Healdsburg just in time for the game. Checked into the hotel, got there on time, and so that way we had Friday night free after the game. It's nice. It's a good little getaway.
Good.
One of those expensive weekends where you're like,
Like Kenny always says, you're not going to think about it in a few years, so it's fine.
Spend it. Spend it. As long as you can cover your bills, spend it.
Sweet. Big game tonight.
Yeah.
It's been a little quiet. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
You heard anything?
Nothing.
I
I
also
nothing
heard
all
that
weekend.
The Capella rumor that was out there, like nothing to that from what I can tell. But the
Okay.
Kings are one of the teams interested in Capella.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you that.
Probably a minute and some change.
Now that could always change, but for right now, the Kings are in on that. That's just not what I'm hearing.
I'm not gonna go Thursday. I saw that email go out, so
What do you guys?
yeah.
What days are you there? Because Michael asked.
I'm probably not going.
Yeah,
this
neither
week.
day.
Either day,
Yeah, I don't think so. What's the other one? Thursday and what?
Sunday.
Monday.
Oh, yeah, it's Monday. No, it is. It's Thursday and Monday. Yeah, no.
Neither.
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right.
If I go, I'm going as a fan.
You got it.
Like,
You'll get
trying
it.
to take my mom.
Awesome.
All right, my guy.
See ya.
Thanks, Hammer. See you tomorrow, man. Chatty House, what's going on, baby?
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
We in here, baby. You know what, though? Before we let them air horns fly, shout out to our brother Young Zell for that one. Can I play a second intro for you? I want to salute my brother DJ Charlie Ramos, man. I want y'all to get a glimpse of how creative my brother is, man. I'm going to tell you a little something about him, but we were sitting around one day. He was working on a mixtape talking about, I just want to do something crazy to start this mixtape. It's like, okay, it's a flashback mixtape. I was like, well, like, what are you thinking? It's like, I don't know. Give me something obscure to mix. TV show themes. Okay. And this is what he did.
He's a demon and he's gonna be chasing after someone. He's gaining on you, so you better look alive. He's busy running with the power of my pride. And when the odds are against you and they're dangerous work for you, your life's eraser, see it through. Don't be baser, don't be baser, don't be baser, go! Face to face, fuck a DJ. Expect the unexpected. World's most fierce If you are wise, you'll listen to me.
That boy was bad. Man, I've been dreading this.
And he was a special dude, man. Like I said earlier, I never met him. I didn't know him, but the outpouring of love and the outpouring of respect and the good vibes that I saw all weekend long, from people's social media that knew him, that worked with him, that was a fan of his music. It's just a testament to how he impacted other people's lives, how he touched others, man. And
He touched a generation, man. That's the thing that I just kept getting hung up on so much yesterday when I was finally alone to, process this. And like, he was with KSFM for a decade. Like, we worked together really closely for like 7 years. He's been in this market for decades. And you just think like the amount of people that he's touched through mixes like that. It's funny. I was going through, I don't have a ton of stuff from KSFM, but I have some stuff from that first run. And I was looking, do I have any of his mixes? And I had like a handful of them. And one of them was an Eminem mix on that we played the night going into the anger management tour, or the morning going into the anger management tour. And his ear, he's just so creative, man. We hit a stretch in like the mid 2000s where the Serato, the computers, where you weren't really mixing with turntables anymore. You were mixing with MP3s, and guys like DJ AM got really famous in Las Vegas for mixing like Sweet Home Alabama with some hip hop record or whatever. And, salute to those brothers and everybody who did that. But I watched Charlie do that with records. Like, we would always do the 7:30 traffic jam, and it'd always be this one track at the very, very end where he would do something just completely over the top. And he'd take like Guns N' Roses' Sweet Child of Mine, speed it up, and throw some Kanye lyrics over the top of it. And he was a huge reason my first run here was successful, because he was special. You know what I mean? Like, we had an incredible crop of mixers, and they were all very good, but Charlie was special. And we'd have Charlie every Friday morning. He'd do a flashback mix for 45 minutes. And when we were really fine tuning what my morning show would look like, it was like, what can put this over the top? Because people are used to Davey D. They're used to Marcus Allen. Like, they don't know D-Lo like that yet. I said, I need Charlie. He's like, well, how do we get him? Like, he has a job. Like, you have to pay him. Like, he still, will go do his job that, he lives off and all of that, but you have to make it worth his while to be here a couple hours every day. I said, okay, that's what I'll do. He made Charlie an offer. Charlie saw the vision. He came in here and he mixed with us every day. And he was one of one. And one of the beautiful things about Charlie is he was just a nice dude. Biggest Raider fan I ever met. Not even close. Oakland, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, didn't matter. That man loved his football team. And he could establish a connection with everybody that would be special. He could establish a connection with you today, right now, that you would remember. And that's just the type of personality that he is. He's a good dude, man. Really good dude.
Man. Rest in peace, man. And his legacy will live on in this city and beyond, to be honest with you. It'll live on for sure.
Don't make excuses not to talk to nobody either. You get used to seeing someone every day. It was funny. We were leaving Sunday, and I thought about this. Kenny and I went and did Sports Extra with Matt George and Kevin John And it's funny, Kevin is the ultimate like hype man. And he's talking up D'Lo and KC. And I realize like how linked you and I are together. And we spend so much of every day together. And through all of that, I'm getting texts and calls from people who I haven't talked to in a few years, but that I used to work with and would see every day and would have that same type of relationship with every day. And I just encourage everyone, if you have special people in your life, make sure you tell them. Make sure you reach out. Make sure you text, call, DM, IG, Snap, whatever your bag is, just do it. Yeah. Don't let too many days pass. I agree. I'm not going to transition because it would be awkward. Appreciate you fellas for letting us start the show this way. I hope everybody enjoyed that mix. That was just a 2-minute taste of how special that brother was. We have a lot to talk about today. The 49ers and the Packers. We're going to laugh at the Cowboys. We're going to laugh at the Eagles. And I guess we're going to laugh at ourselves because when you lose games because of missed free throws and your coach gives one of the most epic post-game press conferences in history, sometimes all you could do is laugh. Trysta Krick's going to be with us today. Jason Jones is going to be with us today. So we got a full show that we will officially get started when Dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Watching this back. Sasha hit his first shot when he came in, didn't he? That was Sunday, right? Maybe it was. I think it was Sunday.
I can't remember if it was. I thought on Friday he hit
maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm sad to say I didn't watch a ton of basketball yesterday.
I didn't.
I had both football games. I watched a little bit in the morning. They had a quad screen for a minute, and then they had 3 games on at once. I watched maybe for an hour, a little less than that, and then I felt like I just got locked into football the rest of the day.
I didn't watch much. I watched the quarter and a half, the final quarter and a half of Lakers Thunder when everything was done. But yeah, I wasn't watching anything. I was checking on the score of the Warriors and Grizzlies. I made sure I checked on that score, but I didn't watch any of the game.
People really watch football? Football's stupid.
Wow.
Who watches football? God dang it.
Well, Ramsey, it happened. It happened again. The playoffs are one reason why. And TNT slate was awful. I mean, that was not.
TNT's been kind of weak this year with their NBA games so far.
Yeah, I really think around like after Christmas, that should open up the window to start flexing games in and out. And once again, I guess they do because the Kings got flexed in on Friday. But
Oops.
they did that because it was who was it supposed to be? I think Detroit was supposed to get it. So it was like super egregious. Like nobody wants to see Detroit. Well, understand that nobody really wants to see the Warriors and the Grizzlies.
No.
Like you don't have to be Detroit to get flexed out. Nobody wants to see that mess. They could have put Thunder Laker on yesterday.
Russell, every time I open up Twitter since Saturday, I just get easily irritated and just frustrated. That's how I'm doing right now.
Probably a convo to have regarding. There's a combo to have regarding the Dolphins.
Don, what's up, man? How you doing, bro? We gotta
Dope
get
ones,
up,
Don?
man. Yeah, man, we gotta get up, man. It's been a minute. Been way too long.
if you want to join me in Rob W's football stupid club, just send me a message on Twitter.
Where's Leezy?
Leezy has not been heard from in weeks.
Leezy? We're gonna call out Leezy. Gonna be like, man, I'm editing, bro. Jesse in here taking it on the chin. Rob W. He in here. Where's Leezy? Where all them loud Eagle fans at?
You can't hide after your team's losses. You got to show up.
Leland, get your ass in here, Leland.
Hey, Leezy's probably in the chat right now. Not sending any messages. Kind of watching from the back.
Just mad, clenched fist and everything.
Where's Stanley at?
Oh no,
Stanley, where you at, dog?
Well. By the way, I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Really, we're not going to go down the rabbit hole. 2 seconds. Is it true Seth Rollins got hurt last night?
I just read something that he did. Yeah. I don't know the severity of it. They had him in the ring with freaking Jinder Mahal for some reason, but whatever.
Yeah. Get well soon, and hopefully everything's all right.
Yeah, because that could change some things. If it's bad, man, that could change some things. Man, where do we start? The Sacramento Kings take on the Phoenix Suns tonight. The shot for a 3-2 road trip is still there. Of course, you have back-to-back losses against two Eastern Conference powerhouses. They just cannot beat those top teams in the East. I actually hadn't realized De'Aaron's never beaten the Bucks.
That's crazy.
I really wasn't following, the garbage years. I was just really focusing on last year. They couldn't, they were 0-6 against the top three teams last year. They haven't beat Boston yet. Obviously, they get beat up by Philly on Friday. I had no idea that De'Aaron's never beat Milwaukee.
Yeah, I never knew that either. That's frustrating.
That's a heartbreaker. We can go back to Philly. I don't know what there is to discuss on that one, but it's a heartbreaker on Sunday for multiple reasons. That's going to be one. Remember, you don't want to be on the Hall of Famers highlight reel, and you made it. You made the Hall of Fame tape, and that sucks.
Yeah, and it happens, right? Like it happens both ways. I'm not. Orlando's forever on De'Aaron's Hall of Fame highlight reel.
Yeah. And,
now the Kings are going to be on that Dame Time highlight film. So it happens. Frustrating loss on Sunday. Frustrating loss. They had it right there in their hands. And I'm sure you'll break down exactly why, but they let it slip out.
Well, I mean, and we'll get to Mike Brown's epic press conference. And I love Mike and I appreciate Mike Brown. And I understand why he did what he did. I understand the need to do it. I understand why you do that publicly. But the problem is when you go back to that locker room, you missed 3 free throws in the final seconds. You turned the ball over twice in overtime. That's why you lost. You can absolutely be mad at the reverse foul call, the overturned foul call. You have every right to be. The touch foul on Dame Lillard, you have every right to be upset. Even in the face of all that, your team still had an opportunity to win by doing one of the most fundamental things those guys do every single day before games, every single day at practice. And it simply hit free throws. It was brushed off because you were winning by 20. It was brushed off because you were losing by 20. And it was only a matter of time before it bit you in the ass. And Sunday night, it bit you. And when you open the door for Dame Lillard to just, there's probably a conversation to be had with how did Dame even cross midcourt? But that's a different conversation. You open the door up to be a Hall of Famer's highlight reel. And he does what a Hall of Fame highlight reel guy does. He busts through it. He took the opportunity. You had to deal with Dame time. You had to deal with that push notification going out to the world. You had to deal with being on SportsCenter, all because You didn't hit free throws. Now, if you miss free throws against Milwaukee, hey, it happens. But that's not what you did. I didn't realize it till that evening. KC said we're the worst free throw shooting team in the league. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem right there.
Yeah. And it's unacceptable. It's simply unacceptable. There's no other way around it. You know how I feel, how I've always felt about free throws. It is completely unacceptable. And that game, obviously, you hit your free throws, you win. There's another little component to that last little stretch that is just as frustrating for me. Like Malik misses 2 free throws. Very frustrating. But the last thing you want to give up is a 3-pointer.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Giannis is attacking the basket, let him dunk it. You're up 2. You'll get the ball back. And if you go 1 of 2 again, it's a 3-point game. The thing that can beat you in both instances are the 3.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot give up the 3. And that's just a level of awareness that you'd like to see from them. But the free throw situation, they've got to be better. And I think it starts with De'Aaron and Domas. Ironically enough, yeah, De'Aaron missed one at the end. He was 6 of 7 from the free throw line, which I'll take, right? Like I'll take him going 6 of 7. Yeah. Domas was 2 of 2. So if you get those type of nights traditionally, it shouldn't be as much of an issue. The problem was Malik going 6 of 10 from the line. And to a certain degree, I can't even be mad at that. Malik is a 90% free throw shooter.
Mm-hmm.
That never happens to Malik Monk. When you're 90%, you're given leeway to be human. It was unfortunate. It was that night where he didn't have his cape on and make every free throw. So
yeah. The funny thing was too, and I'm sure every Kings fan thought this, when he missed the first one, it was like, all right, well, I know he's not missing the second one. So, okay, it's fine. Just play it out. And then he misses the second one. And it's like, oh, come on, man. Come on, man. And now you get into this. Kevin Huerter had 26. He snapped out of the funk that he's been in. You got a nice game from Harrison Barnes as well. Mm-hmm. And, there's the Keegan Murray situation we got to monitor here. But he didn't play in the second half, but Trey Lyles was really good in that game. You had to feel good about your bench, probably for the first time in a while, and you walked away with nothing. And that's where people want to find positives in this. Well, okay, well at least this happened. At least this happened. That's fine. You're welcome to feel however you want to about the Sacramento Kings team and the way that they played on Sunday versus Milwaukee. My issue with that is we've seen this before. It's your old, isn't it weird that you're getting this excited over a single line? Because to me, what this is like, yeah, I'll be moved when I see you do it tonight and then maybe Thursday. Like you need more consistent bench play, not a one-off. And that's what I'm afraid Sunday was. That's what I'm afraid going into tonight is that Sunday was a one-off and we're back to Keegan Murray's status is to be determined, but you're back to being a top 4 heavy team.
So I look at it just a little bit different. I came away from Sunday's game a little bit more encouraged, mainly because it's clear as day now. It's clear as day what's going on with this team. The fact that you're getting nothing from Harrison and Kevin on a consistent basis is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's clear as day.
Mm-hmm.
And now this shows you, because Kevin played a great game.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison showed up as well.
Mm-hmm.
You could essentially, with Harrison getting 14, Keegan only getting 4, just say that like cancels it out. Usually that flips it, flips on the other side. So that's whatever. But that next score, that's what the Kings are away from being a top flight team. It's clear as day. Now, there is no, is another guy bringing in another guy? Is that going to help them out? Is that, is that really going to get them where they need to go? Yes, probably so. Probably so. Because when you get a guy, and 26 is extra. It doesn't even have to be 26. I know for this particular game, they needed every point. But I'm speaking just in general. If Kevin Huerter had 16, you know what I mean? And you take like I said, Harrison had 14, but I'm just going to say that's usually Keegan, right? Keegan usually gives you about 17 or so. You cooking.
Mm-hmm.
You're cooking. So it's clear as day now. Now the decision is, are you going to trust Harrison and Kevin Huerter to be what they were on Sunday? Or are you going to say, man, we had a guy that we really trust a lot more, i.e. Zach LaVine, i.e. Kyle Kuzma, i.e. Jeremy Grant. If we get them in there, I can just say we know they're going to give us 15. That's all we're really asking for. To give us 15 a night to go with Keegan's 15 to 17. And now we're cooking. Now we're back to a high scoring team, a dangerous team. It became so much clearer to me where the issues were and what the issue is. And now you can go about fixing it, because before we all thought what the issue was Harrison and Kevin, but we weren't sure. We weren't sure if that's what changed the fortunes of what we see this team look like on a nightly basis. I think it's clear as day now. So I came away with a little bit of a different outlook on this one. Go figure out what you got to do to get that other score in the starting lineup.
Is it fair to ask the production that you were just talking about, or perhaps lack of production from Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes, has created the domino effect into the bench playing the way that it is? Because when you're lagging so much at the starting position, and you did have two guys in Kevin Huerter and Chris Duarte kind of swapping in and out for a variety of reasons, play, injuries, like different reasons, you saw a lot of flexing in that two position. That the fact that you're searching so hard to kind of find that spark from two of your starters, that it's having an effect on the bench, where it's magnifying the fact that they're bench guys, right? They're bench guys who you're almost asking to have starter production. Yeah. It's like you have role players that you're asking all role players to be Malik.
Right.
You can't. Malik is very, very special in that sense. Not everybody can be Malik Monk.
Right.
Which is why you have starters. We're supposed to play 30-something minutes a night. And, Kevin Huerter had his night on Sunday. But I'm with you in the sense I feel like there's a domino effect. Part of me wondered, can you just upgrade does it have to be that third guy that you were talking about, the Zach LaVine, the Jeremy Grant, the Kyle Kuzma? Does it have to be that, or can it be something that just, I know that the trade talk is, Alex Caruso's borderline untouchable by Chicago. Okay. Is it an Alex Caruso type role player? Is it another role player? But I think you're right. I think it's the scorer. And I think the domino effect with that group in the starting lineup trickles down to that group on the bench. And when you have guys who are playing a little more free, because one, they're not playing at a 15-point deficits when they enter the game. But two, they know they could go in there, they can execute, they can succeed or fail, knowing because Kevin Huerter's hot tonight, Mike's going back to Kevin Huerter. Whereas if Kevin Huerter had, 6 mindless minutes, Chris Duarte might come in not knowing, hey, if I get a couple of shots off, I'm going to play 30 minutes tonight. Or if I do, and then it starts just being a lot of Kings basketball this year has felt forced. It hasn't felt like what we saw last year. It hasn't felt like what we've seen at different moments throughout the season. We've had chunks that have just felt forced. That wasn't Sunday. Sunday was a completely different story. What's Friday, though?
Friday.
It was Friday.
Friday was rough.
No good.
Friday was no Kevin Huerter as well. So, and RP,
searching, right? It's guys that are searching.
RP in the chat says, Casey, you're not going to have to wait much longer. Zach on his way tomorrow. I'm not even saying it has to be a trade. I said the missing component is clear as day now. And now you can make a decision, and you got a little time to figure out, do you believe in Kevin Huerter to be that next guy? And I don't want to sound like this. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm thinking specifically Kevin Huerter. I've given up on the idea that Harrison Barnes would be the guy that would pick it up. I think it's Kevin Huerter. That's really what you're breaking this down to.
Okay.
Can Kevin Huerter have more games like he had on Sunday? It doesn't have to be 26, but more games like he had on Sunday. Is that a real thing that he can do moving forward?
You would point out he had 10 rebounds in
10
that game
rebounds
too.
as well.
Yeah, he had a double-double.
Yeah,
It was
just
big time.
Effective all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe he can have more games like this? Or do you think this was an admiration and a one-off? If you think it's an admiration and a one-off, you move on and you say, let's go get that guy that can give us what Kevin gave us on Sunday, because that's a game changer for the Sacramento Kings. And you've got some time to figure that out. I don't know. I would take my time. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people thinking something's going to happen now or whatever. Kevin Huerter might have earned himself a week, of evaluation of his game and what he could be with the way he played on Sunday. Is this something that, has him snapping out of a slump, or is it a one-off? But it's clear that's the difference maker. That is what's going to make the Kings a top team in the Western Conference.
I got you. I guess I agree. I do agree. But how do you deal with what happens? Like you have a season-long issue in free throw shooting, and you are the worst in the league at it. The worst. You've got to address that as quickly as you address roster changes.
Well, this is why
I don't think a trade helps what happened the other night.
This is why I don't overreact to it's a difficult situation because as a whole, you're 100% right. I mean, the numbers bear it out. They're the worst free throw shooting team in the game. So as you're 100% right. The reason why you lost on Sunday wasn't because the guys who are traditionally the worst the free throw shooters.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the guy who's the best free throw shooter had just a weird night. And you look at that so this is what you do. You look at that and you be like, all right, I need the Sabonis and Fox to be better free throw shooters. They got to work on that. The reason why we lost on Sunday was because of Malik's 4 free throws missed. It's not going to happen again. He's not missing 4 free. He's not part of that problem.
Mm-hmm.
So if I get those guys to be closer to what they were on Sunday and I get normal Malik, we won't be 30th anymore. And we won't have these type of issues again. And that's just the kind of way you look, because it's hard to say.
But don't the numbers bear out? If it wasn't Malik, it would have been somebody else.
Yeah, but it was though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why.
It was.
On Sunday.
It was Sunday.
Yeah,
that's right. Tonight, it could be. What was De'Aaron 7 of 8?
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron could
6
be
of 7.
6 of 7. De'Aaron could be 3 of 7 tonight.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is it was Malik's night.
Right.
It never happens, but it was, and that's again. It's the tough part. You had the one-off positive, and right now it's a one-off positive of Huerter and Barnes playing really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
Negatively, you had the one-off of Malik being a 60% free throw shooter.
Mm-hmm.
But the Sacramento Kings numbers bear out the fact that it's not going to be Malik tonight,
mm-hmm.
but the numbers say it's going to be somebody else.
Yeah, but I think it's hard to say like it will change because Fox and Sabonis take so many of the free throws.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just say,
and we've seen Domas miss a ton of free throws in the game.
Yeah, it's just argument's sake. You get Levine, right? I'm just throwing one of the guys out there. He's gonna get to the line a lot more than Kevin Huerter. He's gonna be a better free throw shooter than Kevin Huerter. So in essence, a trade does help your free throw shooting in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless if you, and to your point, regardless if you trade or not, like Sabonis and Fox have to be better free throw shooters. So that's, if you don't trade, if you're like, well, that's not the biggest, not saying that's what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, if you're like, that's not the biggest problem. We need to take care of the free throw shooting. Well, yeah, absolutely. You need to take care of the free throw shooting.
Yeah, I don't think free throw shooting is the biggest problem, but I think it's a problem.
It's up there as one of the biggest problems. It's up there. It might be 1A or 1B, one of the two. They got to shoot the ball better from the free throw line for sure. But I looked at that looked at Sunday specifically, just Sunday, and I said the biggest issue or the biggest takeaway from me, not issue, the biggest takeaway was get that consistent fourth starting scorer. Get that consistent guy, and everything will play out the right way.
We mentioned it on Friday, but I think we got sidetracked discussing aliens.
Well, it happens here.
Did you happen to read Zach Lowe's little write-up? That sounded diminishing. Did you happen to read Zach Lowe's write-up on Friday? It was Friday. I think it was Friday morning, Thursday night.
I didn't. I saw some tweets about it or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't read it.
So he threw in, he wrote about Keegan Murray and Keegan Murray's importance to Sacramento, and there was quite a bit in it, but it was like a 5-paragraph write-up or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I read it, and my first takeaway was, I know how much those NBA guys love Zach Lowe, and we do too. But I thought, man, this little 4 or 5 paragraph write-up may actually put an end to the Kings. If they want to acquire something, they got to trade Keegan Murray, because he laid out why you don't trade Keegan Murray, which we all know because we're actually here watching it, living it.
Right.
But he also made an interesting point where again, this is his opinion, and those here living it may not feel the same way. Keegan Murray is the number one reason why, if you're just here this season and you do what you did last year, it's not the end of the world. You have you clearly have a developing third big time player on your team, and no rush to get. Zach LaVine walks in, he's going to get shots. We can Jeremy Grant, he's going to have a really specific role that's going to allow him to get a lot of shots. The offense in probably one way or another is going to be taken away a little bit from Keegan Murray. It's not going to be taken away from De'Aaron. Surely isn't going to be taken away from Domantas Sabonis. But I thought the point of, if they do nothing, they could wind up exactly where they were last year. And that's not necessarily the end of the world for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. That's great. I don't have any problem with them making the playoffs next year, and having a first round exit. Like, obviously, I'd want them to win. Yeah. Obviously, I want them to win. I'd be upset that they didn't, but I mean, it would still be business as usual. You're right on course for what you're trying to do. If that were to happen, I'd have no problem with it. The only thing I would disagree with Zach Lowe a little bit, and anybody who feels the same way, I'm not of the belief you don't do, and I'm not saying you said this. I don't even know if he said this, but I'm not of the belief you don't go get somebody because you're worried about what it would do to Keegan Murray.
No, that's absolutely not what he said. He set it up more as, if they don't, here's why that's okay.
Gotcha.
It wasn't a don't do this because you'll ruin him. It was, they're tied to a lot of names. You've heard a lot of different rumors. If they can't pull off a trade, here's why that might not be the end of the world for Sacramento.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I agree with that for sure. And I also feel like we talked about a lot of times, you got to, for the Kings, you got to make your next move your best move. That's going to be the move that you live with for at least a couple seasons, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So make sure it's your best move.
I like that line of thinking because it might be your last one. And I understand that line of thinking. It makes complete sense. Because you only have Herter and you only have Barnes. And if you're moving them together, you better be right. If you're moving one or the other, it becomes harder to, if you're moving one in a separate deal, you lose salary by the ability to package them. So there's a lot of different things at play.
Unless you can somehow get one of your preferred targets with just moving one of them. Like, for instance, if you can get Kyle Kuzma with just moving Kevin Herter, yeah, go ahead and do it. Like, that's fine. You can worry about Harrison Barnes later if you need to move him. He may move to a different role and fit perfectly here in Sacramento, and you don't have to move him at all. But if you can get one of those top guys that you're looking for while only moving one, absolutely. But I don't know how that's going to work out. I don't know how you can make a deal for somebody that significant with just one of them.
Here is exactly what Zach Lowe wrote after laying out the different names that the Sacramento Kings have been tied to and why the Sacramento Kings have shown no interest in trading Keegan Murray. Given all those constraints, I wonder if the best move might be standing mostly pat and keeping their powder dry. I don't know.
Powder dry. What's going on here?
I don't know what that term means at all, but
I got to look that up now. Go ahead.
Even if it means a slight step backward this season, part of that is the possibility of the third major cog already being in-house, thus Keegan Murray. The versatility sings loudest on defense. The Kings have Murray defend everyone from point guards to power forwards. If Coach Mike Brown wants to play three guards, Fox, Herter, Malik, Murray slides up a position. He can play as a true wing in bigger lineups with both Trey Lyles and Sabonis. And, you know, he lays out a few other things. But he was one of the first national writers to write, yeah, guys, here's why they're not interested in trading Keegan Murray, nor should they be. He's very likely the third in-house star. At the same time, while I understand and respect everything Zach Lowe said there, I wonder more if you get someone in here this year who can help, take you not just this year, but years to come. And that person, while Jeremy Grant may be at the forefront this year, Keegan Murray's increased role on the defensive end, or pick your favorite Kings trade target, I think it'll be different next year. Like Keegan is year 2, and I expect year 3 to be different and better, and I expect year 4. Like Keegan's going to grow into this role. I think it can go both ways. I won't be devastated if the Kings don't make a move, but I'll also approach the rest of the season with slightly different expectations.
Because at some point, it feels like, and this is something Jesse talked about a while back, at some point, a move's going to have to be made. I think if you're trying to go to another level.
Right. Yeah.
At some point. Yep. So I don't want to say it doesn't matter when it happens, but it's not, all isn't lost if it doesn't happen now. It could happen in the summer. It could happen next trade deadline, whatever the case may be. But they're going to have to improve on that whole 4th and 5th starter area at some point.
Yeah, we knew Mike was going to lose some money today. He actually didn't lose as much as I thought.
Okay, well, good for him.
Mike Brown has been fined $50,000 for aggressively pursuing a game official during live play and for publicly criticizing the officiating. That's the press release. That's from NBA Communications. The story out of this is Mike Brown has not been suspended.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
That's the story in this press release from NBA Communications and from Joe Dumars. Of course, Joe Dumars, big Kings fan, obviously. Suspended Draymond Green in the playoffs because he's such a big Kings fan, if you listen to Warriors World. But Mike not being suspended is a big deal because you and I, as we were watching it back on Sunday night, like,
yeah,
Mike may miss this one.
Didn't know if Mike was going to be on the sidelines of Phoenix, but he'll be there. And good. I mean, 50,000, that's a lot of money. You don't ever want to lose 50,000, but at least you'll be there for a game.
Malik showing him off the court was my favorite moment. Not only did he have to aggressively drag him off the floor, but when he gets to the tunnel area and he just kind of pushes him in his back and points to the locker room. That was my favorite. And as Paul,
it only got better from there.
Well, that was an expensive laptop presentation. Yes, indeed, Paul. It most definitely was. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Lots of football to talk about as well. as the opponent is set for the San Francisco 49ers.
Ah,
And we got to show some love for Domantas Sabonis, who just continues to play out of this world. CeeLo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Ramsey in the chat getting his in living color jokes off.
Hmm.
I did, Michigan. I did, man. Epic day in Ann Arbor. Epic day. Was the football team there yesterday? I didn't watch the game yesterday. I think that was the first home game since they won a national championship. Appreciate you, Buddha. Appreciate you, dog. I don't know. I mean, I don't think this is necessarily a pocket watch situation, but I'd say what, 3 million, 4 million?
Yeah, not all coaches' salaries are public. So I don't know.
Katrina, that was Chris Rock on In Living Color. Don't do that. Don't do that, Katrina. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, the 6 episodes he did before it was canceled. That show was a juggernaut, just like for a heartbeat.
Yeah. It was like that and Arsenio at the same time.
Yeah. Did you see Pharrell's latest collab?
Mm-mm.
Louis Vuitton partnered with Timberland.
Oh, those boots that he had
Mhm.
at the game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that everything he was wearing was part of the line that they just did the fashion show for today. The whole denim setup.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, that's a wild collab. It's not wild, but that's special. I saw that stuff in person for the first time over the weekend. Man, them colors are gorgeous. Like he did an amazing job.
Yeah.
He did. They let him kind of like step out from the traditional like black or gray or those brown. Like he really he's got an orange and brown one. It's fire. Like he did a hell of a job. Like I didn't know how you'd be able to fill Virgil's shoes, but he's done an incredible job.
Congrats to him, man. Making that transition.
Yeah, this might be his legacy.
Wow.
Like this creative director is Louis Vuitton might be his legacy.
I definitely can't give you the numbers, but like Damien said, like
In Living Color?
yeah.
Oh, just go to the last season.
Yeah, it was like the last season.
Yeah, just go to the very end. Oh, that's a good one from Scout Recycler. It was because I think what really threw me off was the Steelers and Bills getting moved and wound up just having like 3 days of football. I didn't watch Book of Clarence yet.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it yet either.
I didn't
see it yet. I don't know when I'm gonna get to it too.
Yeah, I don't either.
I got
Could be a while.
Busy weekend next weekend, and then, well, I don't know, maybe the following weekend. I don't know, but yeah, I didn't get a chance to check that out, man. Shout out to all my people that were at the MLK March yesterday. Mayor Steinberg.
Saw you running for office out
Well,
there.
I'm not running for office at all. But shout out to Mayor
Governor
Steinberg.
Caraway.
He was out there with the people like he typically is. That's
Yeah,
why I
he'd be out
like Mayor
there.
Steinberg,
Yeah,
man.
he'd be out there.
He's always out there with the people, man. So big ups to him. Shout out to our guy Will. Saw him out there. Saw Gus Armstead out there, man. A lot of people were out there on Saturday for sure. Or excuse me, on Monday morning.
Yeah.
For sure, man. So that was cool to see. Oh, another thing, real quick. I don't usually get a chance to actually watch these things because for whatever reason, I don't know why. I'm gonna write a petition. I don't know what the issue is. They don't have a lot of West Coast games that they do this, but I went back and was able yesterday because we didn't have anything going on to watch the NBA game on the Oculus. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
I wish I could watch every game like that.
Really?
Fantastic. You're at the scores table the entire time.
Wow.
Or you're right. You know that one camera you talk about where the Kings have now where it's under the basket and it's like super clear.
Yeah.
You're either there for free throws
Mhm.
or you're there on the scores table like
Mhm.
the whole time. And like sometimes like the people will come up if they're checking in, like they'll come up and sit in front of you sometimes, right?
Mhm.
So like, oh man, I can't even see dude's right here in front of me about to check in, and they'll move you to the one under the basket. But it's phenomenal. One of the times it was Pacers Jazz yesterday. One of the times Miles Turner had committed a foul and what's his name? Kennedy was the ref
Kennedy?
last night. Bill Kennedy was the ref. And at first he was like, that's on the ground. Laurie Markkinen was about to shoot. He's like, that's on the ground, no shot. You could see from where you're sitting, you see the bench, like, no, what are you talking about, Bill? That's crazy. Like they're getting on him. He's like, calm down. I got it. It's going up, shooting two, whatever. They get to the lane line. Miles Turner, you see him. Bill, what'd I do? Was I not there on time? You were there, Miles, but it was a little bit late. You got to make sure. I'm like, this is crazy.
Wow.
This is fire. Miles is like, all right, I got you, big dog.
So where do you like? Is it a separate app? Like how do
It's
you
in the
how do you do that?
metaverse. It's in the
Okay.
metaverse, and it's
That weird little world that you just walk around.
yeah, where you watch concerts and all this other stuff. Metaverse is actually pretty fire. Jack Harlow had a concert in the metaverse last night. I poked my head into there real quick. Yeah, I was like, man, I'll never get a chance to watch these games. They're always like East Coast. Maybe the latest is like 5 p.m. or something like that. And I don't get a chance to watch it. That thing, NBA, I'm surprised they had next season. They need to hop on that a little bit.
So what do you
more.
think it is? So or maybe someone knows. Is it a camera? Is it like a special camera? That's why like it was
Yeah,
being
it's-
blocked. Like someone goes to check in. Like
Right.
that's where the
Yeah.
camera
And
is.
somebody, they have a control center that obviously controls. They probably got 3 cameras, right? Because there's one
Yeah.
on each hoop and then on the sideline.
Okay.
And just somebody's just controlling the camera every time.
And do you feel like you're there? I guess.
And as close as you can without being there, right?
Yeah.
Because you see the whole arena. Like if the game is straight ahead of me and I look up and to my left, I can see the whole Delta Center. Like I see the people in the Delta Center or whatever.
This is a lot, bro.
It's
I don't know.
fire.
I feel like he's drawing you in.
I don't know, man.
It is fire.
Well, I'm gonna look like walking back into Best Buy and buying that thing again.
They just bring out the same one you
Sorta
return
ass
to.
am I
Yeah,
gonna
we
look
didn't
like
put this
by
one
then?
away.
And the crazy part about it, I was thinking about it too, is like it was cool by myself. What if like the 3 of us all had Oculus? Yo, let's go watch the game. Let's go watch. And we sitting there and we talking to each other through the Oculus, like, yo, look at that. Like,
That does sound fire. That does sound fire.
yeah.
Oh,
it's-
really?
Yeah, it's fire. It's fire.
So like,
Are
are you like
we going to Best Buy tomorrow or
Are you a
what?
little like character? Like I don't.
You
get
are
it.
Abby.
So if
You're
I look over, I see like a little Abby of Jesse, a little Abby of KC.
Yeah.
Where this is our chance to be courtside Kenny.
We could be just cool, just like Kenny.
I'm just there like everybody else.
Wow.
So the funny thing about that is, so me and Jazz, we have separate profiles on the Oculus,
Mhm.
and she's usually the one that we're already logged in.
You go to all the Serge Ibaka's games.
If I see Eurobasket on on this damn VR,
Why are you
we're gonna
watching
have a problem.
Fernabachi?
Yeah.
But so you get your Abby, and it's like any other Abby, right? Like it's dressed up, it's whatever, and so like I could get in mine, but I think I forgot like my Facebook, and it would just always take too long, so I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't done what I had to do to get mine.
Mhm.
So when I go into these games, I'm watching the game as Jasmine, and like a couple of times, the little guy Abby will be like, "Hey, what's up? What you doing up in here?" I'm like, watching the game. They're like, what the hell?
Casey, hurry up.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Get away from me.
But I'm Jasmine, like as a girl, and I'm like, I'm watching the game, bruh. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Dr. David brings up a good point. Like maybe Kenny's at a Knicks or Magic game and Paulo walks up to him or something like that. Some immersive VR. Maybe Steph Curry throws his mouthpiece and it hits you or something.
That'd be crazy. Yeah.
But yeah, that was fire.
You could probably sell a whole league pass.
I would buy it. I would buy it.
I think Apple's drops this week. I think the pre-orders started, I think it comes out sometimes this week.
I saw the commercial for during one of the.
But I think that's like a $3,000.
The only thing that scares me about the Oculus is like I'm gonna sit there for like 3 hours with this little screen in my eyes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think I can do that.
Like you're completely just out of reality at that point. I told you that's why I didn't like it.
You're at the game. You're out of reality when you're at the game.
Well, no, I'm very much in reality when I'm at the game.
If they can figure out a way for us to tweet and text while we're watching the game, that'll be fire. And it's also a situation where like you're for 3 hours, but all you got to do is just lift the thing up and you're back in reality.
I think you just described
the
apples. Yeah, because Apple has the little icons that you can just.
They got to merge because I don't think Apple has a metaverse situation.
I don't know.
They've got to figure it out.
It comes out February 2nd.
My mind is kind of racing with this VR stuff. So, like, can you see like the fans that are there sitting courtside? So like if I was there like the day the Puke Guy game, I'd see Puke Guy courtside. Absolutely. That's insane.
It is real time.
You could see Kenny screaming at officials in real life.
Good.
On your Oculus.
Well, you imagine you're doing the VR or whatever at a Timberwolves game last year and those protesters run on the court and you're just sitting there for VR.
You see it all. The one thing I meant to text you guys is I'll say it on the air. It's okay. It's okay. I'll say it on the air. But it was Jazz Pacers. And I'm sitting there looking around. I said, there's not a black person in attendance in this game. It's 100% white people in this game.
You could tell that just by looking at the stands.
100%.
KC
I'm
down
looking
there.
around.
KC's Abby down there next to Mitt Romney. Hey, Mitt, where the black people at in Utah?
They had playing
and
clothes.
He's Jasmine. That's the great part. It's a black woman sitting courtside.
They had plain clothes security guards for like, at the Golden One, they have the Blazers and all this. This guy was like in an Abercrombie pullover and everything. I said, why is this guy who sits courtside standing up all the time? Now look, that's a badge. He works for the arena. What the hell is this all about? It's phenomenal. Buddy threw a turnover into the stands. He complained, got pulled out. I saw his whole interaction, him walking to the bench. It was phenomenal.
As everyone in the chat brings up, he can feel in the Oculus Draymond trying to punch him and stuff. What if you were there for like, what was it, game 2 or game 1 when he stepped on Domantas? And that's all going down right in front of you, like with the Oculus.
Yo, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Yo, they one of the commercials has got this woman wearing one of them Apple joints on an airplane. Oh, wait, that's crazy.
What is she doing on it? Oh,
she's
able
sitting
to wear
on an airplane and she's got those goggles on.
It's fire. That thing looks fire.
I'm just trying to see how much this costs. Like it says the pre-sale starts this week and it starts to ship.
Well, that's how you know it's expensive.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you.
Yeah. That's how you know. They
I swear it's like $3,000 or something like that.
Yeah, if the NBA kind of like half stepping on that, in my opinion. They need more of that. They need to figure it out. If there's a league pass situation, man.
Apple Vision Pro.
That thing is fire.
All right. Well,
That's my
Good
TED
luck
Talk.
with that. I'm not doing it. I'm not getting another one.
If they expand because I think there's like a game every, I think it's probably a little less than a game a week. Like I think the next one might be on Saturday, but let's just for argument's sake say a game a week. Like if they gave you a game a night, oh yeah, you'd get it. I would make you get it. I'd buy it for you.
I don't remember who it was, but someone in the chat said they got a game for Sacramento on April 7th.
Oh yeah, I'm
really?
watching that. I'm watching that.
Really?
Oh, you know what? You freaking know what? I think that is the Brooklyn Nets. I wanted to go to that game, so I don't know. That's crazy.
Well, now you can.
You were going to go to the game in Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to.
It is in Brooklyn, April 7th.
Now I might not have to. Now I wanted to go with Ace. Now maybe Ace, because Ace got an Oculus too.
You guys can
maybe,
go together.
Yeah, we could just watch
so
that
how
way.
much? Like how long do you think it's before someone, like we're talking who was De'Aaron Fox, right? De'Aaron Fox you could do like a raffle or a giveaway or something where you spend the day or you spend an hour with De'Aaron Fox in the metaverse. Like it's De'Aaron, but he's in the locker room with his goggles on, and you're at your house with your goggles on, but you're with De'Aaron Fox.
Dude, the movies were so right. We are so cashed.
Between virtual reality, aliens, and robots, boy, we
are cooked.
That's a wrap.
Like you brought up the person wearing the VR on the plane. Like they're gonna come up with apps where you can do VR, but like sit for first class on the virtual reality and stuff like that.
And really being coached.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My knees are still crammed into my stomach. No matter what these $4,000 pair of goggles are telling me, my knees are still stuck into my chest right now.
Now, to be fair to this whole conversation,
for $200 more though, you can get a 1/4 inch more leg space.
Well, that's how they get you. That's how they get you.
Now,
to be fair to the conversation, I haven't read like different reviews on it. I loved it. I thought that was amazing last night watching that game. My mom was there and Reese was there. I was like, yo, you guys got to see this.
In
man.
the metaverse.
I was like, you got to see this. So I gave them the Oculus to see it. They're like, yeah, this is cool. They weren't as impressed as me. So maybe it's just me, but
well, it's because they're used to sitting courtside at real games, so it's not a big deal.
They are, maybe not me.
We should have, what would be cool is like if you had a view of like Drew, the local guy's seat. You know how Drew always sits at the very top of the Golden One Center for his picture. Make that a VR where you get to watch the game with the local guy from the last seat at the Golden One Center.
The second they figure out, I think one of the things is they got to figure out how to bring everybody into this. Are they playing this damn game again?
Oh,
they just finished playing it.
Okay, well, don't get all worked up. I'll change the channel.
Damn shame. Anyway, they got to figure out a way to get, because obviously not everybody has an Oculus, so it's not the whole idea of watching with your friends isn't that easy. Once they figure that out, once they make it like Twitter, like if there was a King's Twitter meetup on Oculus for a game, yeah, be fire.
You imagine the content on this show if me and you, Dame, show up to Courtside VR, whatever. We look to our left and it's real life Kenny there. Courtside.
That'd be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. Oh, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Mike Brown fined $50,000. More importantly, Mike Brown not suspended
that's good news.
For tonight's game in Phoenix. It looked like the way he rather aggressively stormed the court that he could be missing tonight's game in Phoenix, but the NBA and Joe Dumars decided otherwise. But he was, in fact, fined $50,000 for his 2 technical fouls, for aggressively approaching an official, and then, of course, his laptop presentation. And
that was crazy.
You cannot present evidence as to why the officials are bad. Kings now 23-16. There's a story in that we'll touch on here in just a few minutes. You know, there's obviously a lot of frustrating components to Sunday's game. You just got to point out 21, 13, and 15. like Domas is doing this on a very, very regular basis. He is putting up monster stat lines. And I don't know why. We talked about this last week with James. I think we talked about it with Matt also. There's something about that 20-point barometer that I think people look at differently. And the fact that he's averaging 20-plus points, I think it's the same 12 rebounds versus 10. I don't know why, but I think the number 12 is looked at differently. And I think you start to get into like an upper echelon. You start to get into rarefied air when you start talking about 12 rebounds and some change. He's doing that. Jokic is him, no doubt about it. But Domantas Sabonis is putting up some phenomenal numbers on a very, very regular basis this year.
Yeah, man. I thought Sunday he was a little quiet. Now, granted, I was watching the game and watching the football game at the same time, so maybe I wasn't locked into every single play. But I was like, man, Domas is kind of quiet. Brook Lopez, big center, maybe giving him some problems. Then I look up, it was in the third quarter still. I think when he got the triple-double, or he was close to it. And I saw those numbers. I was like, man, like I guess he's not having a problem at all. 15 assists on the night. And this goes back to what we've talked about a lot with him. That shooting guard, whether or whoever it is coming off the dribble handoffs, and the guys that are ready to catch and shoot, that's where he gets cooking as a playmaker. And it's not like we talk about this in the playoffs. His game didn't change. I mean, he didn't have the best playoffs, but the way he played and his effectiveness, that didn't change as much as people try to make it out to. It was the fact that it didn't make shots. Kevin Huerter out there making shots the other night. Malik Monk making shots on a regular. That's where you see the 15 assists come from. And he is just special. He just keeps it going. I keep waiting for him to slow down a little bit or do something different. Doesn't seem to be happening.
From the Sacramento Kings, Sabonis has had 3 triple-doubles with at least 15 assists with Sacramento. He's the second player in franchise history with multiple triple-doubles with at least 20 points and 15 assists. The only other one is Oscar Robertson.
He's got to be coming up on breaking his own record or passing his own streak up, right? I think it was 23.
The double-double streak?
Yeah. I think it was
I can't remember what it
was his number last year or for over 2 years or whatever. What was the game I watched this week where he had 20? I feel like it was the Hornets game where they said he had 20. That game wasn't even finished. So 21, got it on Friday. Sunday, he might be up to tying it right here because it's just him and Oscar at that point. Like Oscar got the top 3, and then it's Sabonis, and he's about to pass his own streak up.
Domas on the season, 20.1 points, 12.7 assists.
Wow.
And 12.7 rebounds. I'm sorry. 12.7 rebounds, 7.8 assists is where Domas is right now. And I think I want to double check this. I'm going to assume that he is because he was late last week. I think, and there he is. Again, the leading rebounder in the NBA.
He's putting
impressive, man.
He's putting up an all-star season any way you put. I don't really know what the fans are thinking or what they're doing. That should not even matter. I thought there at one point it was kind of on the fence on whether or not he was going to make the all-star team. I mean, I think that's gone.
It can't be. Like
he's got to be an all-star this year.
I mean,
that
Jokic,
would be criminal.
I agree. Jokic is 25, 11.8, and 9.3. Anthony Davis is 25, 12.2, and 3.6. Then you have Rudy Gobert, who's 13, 12, and 1. The only 3 guys averaging 12 or more rebounds are AD, Rudy Gobert, and Domantas Sabonis.
And with all due respect to the young fella, because I think he's having a heck of a season. This whole Sengun has to be on,
Mm-mm.
not above Sabonis.
Mm-mm.
No. Like let's get that narrative right now. And like I said, it's nothing about him. He's having a really good season for the Houston Rockets. There ain't no way in hell he should make the All-Star team above Domantas Sabonis.
Sengun is averaging 9 rebounds a game. Along with 5, again, very good. He's having a very good season. He's not doing what Domantas Sabonis is doing. He's not doing anything remotely close to what Domantas Sabonis is doing. He's averaging 1 more point than Domas and a fraction of the rebounds and a fraction of the assists.
Yeah, it's not even close for a lesser team.
Right.
So
right.
It's not even close in my opinion. You know, one of the things I thought about, I went back and forth with actually, with the All-Star teams and all this other stuff, and we get so upset about Fox or even Domas not being on there. I was like, well, man, Fox has told you a number of different times he don't even care.
Mm-hmm.
How are we gonna care more than De'Aaron? If he don't care, then why do we care? And then I went back on that. I was like, but no, it's about it. He may not see the forest through the trees. It's about his legacy. His legacy needs to have multi-time All-Star, 3, 4, 5-time All-Star. Same with Domas. Like, because these guys are so low-key, because they're just about winning and about the game and the team, you know, they may not think it's a big deal, but it is a big deal for Domas to make the All-Star team. It is a big deal for Fox to make the All-Star team. So, yeah, I'll care more than them. I don't care.
It's recognition. It doesn't have to be validation, right? It doesn't have to be personal validation. But they deserve the recognition for what they've done. Both of them have played incredible. And you're right, like Domas, this is a no-brainer. De'Aaron is always going to be difficult because of the position and legacy, you know, selections and all of that stuff. It's always going to be difficult for De'Aaron. But Domas, this is easy. This is very easy.
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis is an all-star. Domantas Sabonis is an all-pro as of right now. Domantas Sabonis is an all-pro.
Do you think? Do you believe them when they say they don't care?
I do. De'Aaron, I actually do believe De'Aaron.
With De'Aaron, I think De'Aaron. I think he cares about the recognition and the accolade. I think if he could get that and not go to All-Star Weekend, that would be the best case scenario.
Sure.
I don't think he wants to.
Sure. He doesn't want to go.
Yeah, he don't want to go for another 3 days when he'd rather be at home or something like that.
Yeah.
So I and that's just my guess. I don't have any knowledge of it, but that's just, I think that's his thing. Like, he wants to be respected. He wants to be acknowledged. Acknowledge him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he could get that without having to go to the festivities, I think he'd prefer that.
Yeah, he's a hard guy to get a gauge on. But when he said last year, I'm glad I did it. Like, I don't care if it happens again. I actually believe him. I don't know what it's. I don't know what he wants out of all of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you
like.
mean.
Does he just want to play? Does he just want to play and win? Some guys chase those accolades, and I don't have an issue with that. Harden chased them. There's a million guys in the league who chase those accolades. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't. Well, good thing he's back and everything's better. But God, you called that to perfection. I can't believe they marched that man back out there.
No pun intended, or pun intended.
Dr. the King's birthday. Just incredible. I don't know, like, what De'Aaron plays for. I don't have to.
Right.
It's just like he's just kind of such a different personality. He's not a guy who you look at and you go, you know, they love the NBA life. That's what they play for. They play. Some people will say that about Kyle Kuzma, whether that's fair or not. That's what they'll say.
Yeah.
He loves the NBA. I don't know I don't think that's De'Aaron either.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
I'm with you. I've thought about this before as well. Obviously, there's something that drives him because he gets better. That's the way I gauge it, right? Like, he's in the gym with Luke Louts and bringing him on the honeymoon. There's something there, whether it's just winning.
And maybe that's it.
Yeah.
It's just being better. It's a challenge. It's almost like a marathon runner, or a runner or a distance runner of any time. Most people who run those races, you're not competing against the people who are running 2 hours. You're competing with yourself. You're competing with your training. You're competing with what you did last time. You don't hear that often in the NBA and in the NFL, Major League Baseball, but maybe that is in fact what De'Aaron is doing. He's competing with himself.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be better than I was last year.
Right. Which is, it's just different. Like,
Mhm.
I don't, like I said, I don't even know. I'm sure he does. I don't want to come off disrespectful, but does De'Aaron even care about his place in the history of the game when it's all said and does he want to be a Hall of Famer? Does he want, or does he just want to be the best De'Aaron Fox he could possibly be in this career? And whatever comes of that, cool. But I just want to, walk away from this game when I'm done saying I was the absolute best version of myself and got everything I could out of my talent. Sometimes that's what it is for people.
We'll come back. Much more Kings talk ahead. Trista Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Our man Jason Jones of The Athletic will join us in the 3 o'clock hour. We've got a lot of football to talk about as well. As the 49ers divisional opponent for Saturday evening is set.
We know who it's not and who it will never be this year.
We'll discuss. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Did y'all have a good weekend? What y'all get into this weekend? Yeah, Ryan. Playing against Monk every day. Can't hurt. Plus, I'm sure he be talking. When he leave, he be talking some more. I got to be honest, guys. I tried Threads. I just don't know how this thing works.
Threads is garbage.
Every time I see, like, why do you make me click the follow? Why it just shows me stuff that it's like, what is this?
Yeah, I'm not putting out a thread.
Yeah, not my favorite. Not my favorite.
This game is randomly on. I didn't know Don did a coach the game in the Eagles jersey.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she does that every year.
Well, sorry, Don. Sorry, Don.
Hate to see it. Or do you? Man, when you said the 49ers broke the Eagles, boy, you meant it. Shit.
We changed them. This Suge Knight once said. Don't make me change you.
Benjamin, I don't know if Threads is better, man. I think there's some things they need to clean up a little bit.
Benjamin, as long as you like it, that's all that matters.
Twitter cleaned up that For You tab too. I've been on there a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot better than how it used to be.
Here's what I will give credit to Twitter for is they have done a thing where they like fact check stories and videos.
Mm-hmm.
So if something's not true, they'll be like, this is a staged.
Mm-hmm.
The community notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, community notes has been hilarious sometimes.
One of my favorite commercials out right now. Vivica looks fantastic.
Vivica and Ice T ripping the mic before the way I do.
Oh,
Well,
real quick, I got some information. I don't know if it's I got some information. I asked and the person responded, but shout out to KMB. HBCU night, February 22nd. Mark your calendars. HBCU night at the Golden One Center, February 22nd. Wemby will be in attendance as it is the Spurs and Kings HBCU night, February 22nd.
And just for fun, it is a Thursday night.
Yeah.
We could call out Sick Friday.
There might have to be an after party for that one.
HBCU.
That's what we need to do. We need to have an after party after that game.
Nice little. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't need that. Come on, man. Shout out KMB. We'll be Kendra, if you're listening. I don't know if you are. Let us know what you need.
I texted her. She's like, "What y'all want to do?" I said, "Whatever y'all, whatever you need us to do, we got you."
I be hearing rumors, man. They wanted us to host something, and somebody stepped in and said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa!"
Like they was gonna do something.
HBCU night with your friends at KNCI. HBCU night with now 100.1, the station that once used the tagline, all the hits without the rap.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Say, hey, big dog, you might want to change that.
Wow.
Like right now.
That's big. No Jordans at the club energy right there.
Oh, man.
Oh, bruh.
Button up and hard bottoms.
Yo, only changed it because they got called on it. Y'all might want to fix that. But yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I got you. HBCU night with Whitey Gleason. Come on, man. I love Whitey. Whitey's a great dude, but we got it. That's funny. He is a great dude.
He is a great dude.
But HBCU night with Whitey is funny. Come on, man.
February 22nd, man. Be at the Golden One Center, man. We'll be there.
Yeah, we will be there. In fact, James, go ahead and tell Michael we'll be there. We will be there. Let's shift gears a little bit. We'll obviously we'll talk a lot more Sacramento Kings. TK gonna join us. We'll talk a lot of hoop with her. But the 49ers divisional round opponent is set. And it's the Green Bay Packers. The Packers absolutely humiliated the Dallas Cowboys on their home floor, on their home field, and have set up a matchup at Levi Stadium Saturday night to take on the 49ers.
I don't know, man. I don't know where I want to start here. Do I want to start with we got a lot of time to talk about the Packers. Let's talk about the Cowboys. How embarrassing was that? That was ridiculous. And I'll go back and say, I'm not going to sit up here and say, I told you, because I said a number of different times. I'm not going to, I don't have the Coco Jones to pick the Cowboys to lose. I'm picking the Cowboys to win this game. But I did say, I said, I'm going to know whether the Packers have a chance probably in the first 5 minutes of this game, 5 to 10 minutes of this game. And they absolutely had a chance. After 5 minutes, I said, oh, boy. Okay. They can't stop Aaron Jones. They can't stop the run. They're moving the ball. These guys are wide open that Jordan Love is passing to. We might have some action. And then, Dak just does what Dak does, man. That's Dak. That's him. That's him. I didn't tweet this out or nothing, but at the half, I said, I bet you, more than this. I said, I bet you when it's all said and done, Dak gonna have like 375 with 3 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. And it's gonna make it look like, well, Dak, he did what he could do. No, Dak was awful. He was awful. He did not play championship quarterback at all in that game.
49ers knew that game was a wrap into the second quarter. You see what Shanahan said?
No.
Said they started preparing for Green Bay halfway through the second.
It's the right call.
He's like, yeah, we're watching the game. We started preparing for Green Bay about halfway through the second quarter.
Yeah,
Right
when
call.
it went to 20, well, it should have been 21. The guy missed the extra point.
Yeah.
But when it went to 21-0, I said, this thing is over. This thing is over. And then
And
the
it
pick
still
six.
got to 27-0.
Oh my gosh.
It's
The
still
pick
got to
six right
27.
after that.
The Cowboys scored is 27. The Cowboys are fighting back. Sorry, what? It's 27-7.
I think playing for that team is too much pressure for those guys.
You know, I thought about that. I thought about if there's just too much pressure right now to play for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, or maybe, you know, there are people who can handle it, but this group, coaching staff, quarterback, Micah Parsons, I don't know if they can handle playing for the star.
I think that's what it is. Honestly, it's a mental thing. I think because they're talented. Like we talk about Dallas. They're talented. Dak he's a good quarterback and all that. He has his issues and all that, but they have a talented roster. But they just fold in the playoffs. Like I didn't expect this. I thought they would do it against the Niners or something later on.
Yeah.
But to do it against the Packers like that at home, like when you've been dominating the last 2 years,
And this
That's
is
an issue.
This is the Dallas Cowboys story. Is you couldn't talk about their regular season record because everyone knew their regular season record didn't matter. Their season started when the playoffs started and ended just as quickly. That is incredible. Debo didn't even walk out with a bump box this time. They just got run off the field by the Green Bay Packers.
It got to 20. They got the touchdown at the half. They knew they were getting the ball coming out of the half. It got to 27. I
10.
think it was 27-10, which was another fail
Yep.
on Mike McCarthy's
Yep.
part. It's like 4th and 3 or something
Yep.
like that. You're not going to get back in this game by
Gotta
kicking
go
field
for
goals.
it. Yep.
Kick or go for it on 4th down.
Mhm.
If you don't get it, whatever. But they got it to 27-10, and you're thinking, all right, get a stop here, and maybe you can score a touchdown, get it to 10. I mean, the Packers were almost scoring too fast.
Mhm.
They were almost scoring too fast. 3 different times, I think it was. Nobody within 40 feet of the Packers receiver, wide open. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. And the question now is, what do you do if you're Jerry Jones?
It's Tuesday at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. I can't believe Mike McCarthy is still employed. Like how? How? We'll talk about this. I get Jeffrey Lurie. I get you rationalizing Nick Sirianni. But how do you rationalize Mike McCarthy? When Kyle Mattson comes on this show and says Cowboys enter in a meaningful game, it's Mike McCarthy versus Matt LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, Pete Carroll. Take your pick. Always go with the other coach every single time. You think Kyle Mattson's the only person to do that? You think Kenny Caraway and D'Lo and KC and Sacramento are the only people to do that? Everybody knows Mike McCarthy is a struggle in these moments. And if you're Jerry Jones tearing up, talking about, I want to win a Super Bowl, you got the wrong coach for that, buddy. This ain't the one.
So I just asked the question. I know where I stand. Is it the coach or the quarterback? I think it's the quarterback.
It's the coach.
Mike McCarthy's won playoff games. He's won a Super Bowl. Dak has never done anything. Ever. Every time, regular season, playoffs, the things get tight, he can't come through.
Mm-hmm.
He can't. He never has. And the way he looks, I don't think he ever will. Now, maybe you could say it's not the right pairing. Like he needs Harbaugh to shield him from himself or whatever the case may be to help him out. And that's the way he'll win. But if you leave him to his own devices, which it feels like McCarthy was let him do because he just passes all the time, no matter what, forget the run game, just let Dak pass. He's going to fail.
Mm-hmm.
It's the quarterback.
That's fine. I think it's McCarthy. Like if I'm starting a fix, I'm starting with Mike McCarthy and not Dak Prescott.
That's an easier fix for sure.
No, it's 100%. It's 100% easier fix, but I'm starting there. And I'm giving a different. He needs to. And the truth is, the problem's Jerry. Jerry's the true issue. because he wants guys like Mike McCarthy to be the coach, guys who don't challenge him. Him meaning Jerry. He doesn't want to be challenged. It's why we did have fun with the Bill Belichick thing. Would Dallas fire Mike McCarthy and hire Bill Belichick? Absolutely, Dallas would. Would Bill Belichick go to coach for the Dallas Cowboys? Probably not. And truthfully, Jerry probably doesn't want to coach like Bill Belichick. But that's the type of coach you're going to need for Dak Prescott, because you can give that a year, and you'll know pretty quick whether it's the Harbaugh Alex Smith effect, or we've got to come up with a solution at the quarterback position, because the quarterback position is a longer term build. Like, if it's not Dak, what do you do? Because you could argue whether Dak is a championship quarterback or not, and all evidence says he's not. But he's a starting quarterback in the NFL. So how do you make the distinction? How do you distinguish? Well, I need a championship quarterback without taking a step back and getting a guy who, whether it's what direction do you go? You can't just go find a championship quarterback. So your best bet is to try to fix the coaching position while working on whatever your long-term solution is at the quarterback position, if you don't believe that that's going to work.
What's Dak's situation? Does he have one more guaranteed year, I think?
I think there was also a lot of talk about an extension this year. But it's probably because of what you just said, the one more guaranteed year.
Yeah, I don't know what you do with that. I mean, if I didn't believe in Dak, my first thought would be draft a quarterback. Like, that would be draft a quarterback. Now you got Trey Lance there. Maybe you give him a serious look this offseason, this OTAs and training camp and things of that nature. But you last year, I thought 2 years ago, you should have been building for your next plan with a different quarterback, because Dak, he seems like a really nice guy. Like, he doesn't get on my nerves or nothing like that. He's fine. He's a competitor. He just doesn't have it.
He's owed $34 million next year. He's got a $5 million roster bonus coming his way.
They can cut him the year after that and get out of his money.
Yeah.
So, because I don't know what you do. I don't know. Well, I take that back. There are things that you can do to get better. That defense was pretty fraudulent for the majority of the year. I thought the game plan for them and Philadelphia, who we'll talk to, is if you can stand up and you can protect, they are weak in the middle, and they're weak in the secondary.
Am I reading this right? His dead cap money, if they cut him after next season, is $35 million. Wow. $36 million.
Yeah.
Man.
I think Dallas still. I think they could still win something with Dak, like playoff games. I don't think they've hit their ceiling yet with this squad. I don't think you look for a quarterback unless like we've gone as far as we can go.
What more you got to do as far as hitting your ceiling?
Maybe hopefully hire someone better than Mike McCarthy.
Well,
what was the stat?
What
was the stat they showed at the game? They've won the most games in the last 3 years in the NFL, like 36 games.
I honestly, I think it's a mental thing for Dallas. Like, come playoff time and all that, they're talented and all that. I think you need like a coach or someone to snap them out of it.
I agree that you got to start with the coach, but I also I agree with Jesse in that you've got to fix the coach position. But I agree with you. You got to do that because it's easier. You can't change the quarterback until you can change the quarterback.
Yeah,
that's just not a position you just can go around changing.
They also have some holes on that team. They've got, like I said, the defense, the linebackers, and the secondary. I just don't think it's very good. We've got 3 years of seeing that at this point. They don't have a running game. They haven't had a run game since Zeke.
Before Zeke got paid, yeah.
And they don't have another receiver next to CeeDee Lamb. And they've got a lot of holes they've got to fix on that roster, all while paying Dak Prescott top dollar. And what's the deal with CD now? Are you paying him yet? Is this the year, or like you got to pay him? Mike is going to get paid this year, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is Micah's contract negotiation.
So the guys that you have on that team, like you have
And
to hit on the
CD
draft.
is due. Yep, CD also.
You've got to hit on the draft. And one of the things about it, like when you compare the Niners and the Cowboys situations, the Niners did their work in the draft leading up to Bosa.
Mhm.
So Ayuk is already there. Warner's already there. Debo, for lack of a better term, is already there. All this other, those guys are already there. They didn't have to once they pay them, oh, let's go find the money to go get some guys. They were already there. The Cowboys, although all the shortcomings I just talked about on their roster, you've got to find that in the draft. You're not going to have the money to go get a better middle linebacker, or secondary guy. The offensive line, how longer do they hold up?
Yeah.
Things of that nature. So they got some issues.
Yeah, they got a lot of them, which is maybe more reason why you've just got to ride this out with your roster, because you've got to use your draft picks to improve some of those positions that you were talking about right there. You got to use whatever dollars you have to spend on improving those positions right there, and you'll just have to ride out your quarterback until you can't ride it out anymore.
So let me ask you this question. You've got intel that tells you Bill Belichick, Jim Harbaugh, Mike Vrabel, they're not coming.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, get that out your head. They're not coming to Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
You still fire Mike McCarthy?
So I'm guessing part of what's happened since Sunday is communication with agents around the league about the interest in a Dallas Cowboys job. The fact that we're this far into it and it's no breaking news announcement on Mark McCarthy's firing leads me to believe maybe people don't find that job desirable. At least those names that you just mentioned find them as desirable.
Vrabel would be perfect for this squad. That's what they need. Someone like that.
Yeah, and I think I'd still do it. I'd fire Mike McCarthy because, look, talent can win you regular season games. And it doesn't matter if you're 14-3 and lose in the first round, or you do what Philly just did and you lose 6 of your last 7 of your last 8, whatever it was. Doesn't matter. You're both home and you both underachieved. So what you do in the regular season to get to that point, it doesn't matter. So I don't know who the next head coach is. You know what I mean? Meaning like in the league, like for years, Matt LaFleur was next. Eric Bieniemy was next. I don't know who that is. Jason Garrett for years, he was next. I don't know who that guy is.
I wouldn't fire McCarthy without a plan. Like I said, and if those three guys say no, I'm not going to fire McCarthy just to fire him. Because you can always fire him in the middle of the season and move forward after that. Like if you don't have a guy now, you can hold on to him and still search for that guy, whether it's Eric Bieniemy, Steve Wilkes, or Raheem Morris, whatever you want to do. Like you can still kind of look for these guys that'll be out there and available. I wouldn't move on from them because at the end of the day, it's still football. It's still one game in the playoffs. And if you find yourself 12-5 again next year, you just got to win 3-4 games. You know what I mean? Like I thought last year they went up against a good 49ers team. That game they played against the Niners in the divisional round, aside from Dak, I thought everybody did their job. The defense stifled the 49. That was a tough game. They needed their quarterback to come through, and he wasn't able to come through. But look, you find a way to win that game, you're in the NFC Championship if you're Mike McCarthy.
There's also, I wonder how there's a certain level of deflation when you're a Dallas Cowboy. You talk about everybody playing well and your quarterback coming up short. We'll go back to Houston and Cleveland. Joe Flacco told a nice story to almost certainly round up his career. The guy you saw Saturday morning, that's Joe Flacco. It wasn't the other guy. That was him. And that's why there's always been this, is he elite or is he even good? That was Joe Flacco right there. And there's you get you don't know if you're the Cleveland Browns defense. You don't know if you're good, if you can measure up against CJ Stroud, if you can measure up against Houston, because your offense is giving up points for the other team. That's tough. Your offense is giving the defense other possession. That's what happened with Dak, and that's what happened with the Cowboys. And I get the idea of not firing Mike McCarthy without a plan. Your plan, though, I think has to be a coach specific for Dak, because you've got one last chance to make this work, and if not, you're just going to splinter apart, and it's all over, and God knows where you'll be after that. You'll be playing whoever under center, and you'll be irrelevant in the NFC East for the foreseeable future until you can get that fixed.
Yeah. Well, not our problem.
That's right. It's not. The Packers are.
I hope.
Man,
No, I will say, Jerry, give Mike McCarthy another shot. Let's give him another chance.
Mike McCarthy, 3 seasons in Dallas, all 12 wins, 1-3 in the playoffs.
I'd give him another chance. He's due. Don't fire him.
don't do that.
Don't fire
I know what you're doing. We all know
just
what
don't
you're
fire
doing.
him.
We all know what you're doing. You want to continue to face Mike McCarthy in the playoffs. But you won't be facing Mike McCarthy in the playoffs. You'll be facing Matt LaFleur. Probably the second best thing to facing Sean McVay in the playoffs. Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan, I guess, are they still friends?
I think they're cool. Yeah,
Okay.
they got a little dicey during that
Little-
draft.
Yeah,
that year.
little beef. But boy, there was a lot of steamrolling the 49ers onto the Super Bowl on Sunday night over on Sports Extra. But you got a Packers team. I don't think the Packers measure up against the San Francisco 49ers. But you just said it. It's one game. They don't need to be better than the San Francisco 49ers. They need to be better than the San Francisco 49ers on Saturday night.
Absolutely.
And there's a big, big difference between those two things.
Absolutely. I just don't think they will be. John Cena just needed the 1, 2, 3 against Roman.
That's all
He got his
needed.
ass beat.
He did.
So that look, the Packers, I think they're the youngest team in the league statistically. They've done a really good job kind of transitioning from the Aaron Rodgers era into, I'm gonna call it, I mean, it's Jordan Love. I don't want to disrespect him, but Matt LaFleur is like the CEO boss of everything. I think he's a heck of a coach. He's doing a really good job. Jordan Love looked great on Sunday. I mentioned earlier, I've always liked Aaron Jones and had a healthy fear of him. They've got some good young ball players, but much like Joe Flacco, they are who they are. I mean, they're awful against the run. That wasn't able to be exposed against the Cowboys because the Cowboys are awful running the football. The Niners are not. And all those wide open trickeration type things, I don't think you'll see that against the 49ers defense with their all pro. Like it is night and day, the linebacker play for the Cowboys and the 49ers. It's going to be hard to exploit that. The other thing about that is with them being so young, Kyle Shanahan typically feasts on guys that haven't seen his offense a number of different times. The players, like the eye candy and things of that nature. And he's going to have those guys' heads spinning, trying to keep up. If the Niners, it's like everything else. The Niners take care of the football. If they're able to stay healthy, I don't see a scenario where the Packers can keep up with them offensively and stop them on the defensive end.
Yeah, I think that's an important component, the keeping up with what the 49ers can do offensively. Because even if the defense has a down night, even if the 49ers defense has a down night, it's probably not going to be that down because this 49ers offense obviously is incredibly special. But the Packers do have components on their team that's very good. I'm a little higher on Jordan Love than you are. I really like what he was able to do this year. I thought I really did think it was incredible. I didn't think he statistically was amazing or did anything like that, shot the lights out or anything. But under the circumstances, the Aaron Rodgers circumstances, you got those, those clouds kind of being removed, and you've got like that. Like when they went from Favre to Rodgers, it was already established Rodgers is that guy. It wasn't that with Jordan Love. It was a curious draft pick when they did it. Aaron Rodgers went on to win MVPs, and he just kind of sat there and you weren't really sure what was happening. Packers made the decision, let's get rid of this guy, let's go with that guy. And under all of that, I was like, hey, the kid's not bad. I'm not going to make a proclamation on what his career is going to be a year in, but I think he's off to a really good start. I think they do a lot of good things. I think the Packers could beat the Detroit Lions. I think the Packers could beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't think the Packers can beat the San Francisco 49ers. To be fair, I don't know who in the league right now in the NFC can beat the San Francisco 49ers, which is, I think, why so many people have them, kind of penciled in the Super Bowl. I think that's the wrong call because that is not how this game works. This is not a 7-game series. But the 49ers are clearly better than every team left in the NFC.
There's a formula.
And that includes Detroit to me.
There's a formula to beat the 49ers. The Packers don't have the components.
We'll keep that formula to yourself, I guess, for another week. Or maybe you could share that with us. We'll talk more football. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk NBA basketball. We'll talk with TK, Trysta Krick. She joins us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour here on Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
You see the Packers have as many wins at Dallas's new stadium since it opened than the Cowboys.
And they're like 3-2 or something like that.
I think it's 3-3 right now.
Playoff wins?
I think they got 2.
Home wins at Dallas.
I think they got more. I think it's 3-2.
I'd double check that though. Yeah.
The Cowboys beat the Eagles and they beat the Seahawks. And I think that's it at AT&T Stadium. Damn.
They got Philly, Detroit, and the Seahawks, Dallas.
Detroit.
I remember the Detroit game. That was Stafford.
Matt Stafford was not happy after his
nor
game.
should he be. Nor should he be.
Not going nowhere.
Let me go grab my juice.
Miles, I still haven't listened to. I probably listened to it on the way home, man.
My man's press photo look like that.
I'm hearing nothing but great things, man. Nothing but great things about that album. So I definitely want to check it out.
I know Stroud's been doing his thing, but Puka should have been Rookie of the Year this year.
Well, it should be Stroud, but Puka's been phenomenal.
No, it shouldn't be Stroud because that's the whole QB thing. Puka broke 2 rookie records.
Yeah, Stroud got to the playoffs.
Yeah, he's a quarterback. See, I'm trying to do it for the skill players, and you're still trying to drive home the quarterbacks.
Well, when there's a random, just an average player at quarterback getting the love, yeah, we'll get that out of there. But with Stroud doing what he's doing, man, he's cooking. He's cooking. Puka
it's a regular season award, Roddy, but I get it.
Puka was cool. He was great this year. He was great. He's somebody the Niners are gonna have to deal with for a long time moving forward. He was great.
Not saying Stroud shouldn't get it or whatever, but I'd give it to Puka if I had a choice.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'll get them right out of the gate.
Lauren Puka was holding it down when Cup was out, and he was still holding it down after that, too. I mean, he was a big part this year.
Yeah, Puka's a real deal, man. He's the real deal. The other thing that they got to figure out, I don't know how you do it, but if they could figure out the Oculus situation in football, that'd be crazy too. And baseball, all the sports, that's the wave. That's the future. She said, can't get enough. Can't get enough. Need a...
Mike Tomlin walking off the podium was funny. Who's that on the line again? Zay and Mitch. Yeah, okay. Wait, me. Okay. Let's get to these phone lines before TK joins us. 916-909.
Hall of Famer. Nice, cute.
1320.
Basketball.
Indeed. Yeah.
Basketball Hall of Fame, right?
Absolutely. Zay, what's going on, baby? Zay, what's up, bro?
Zaybo.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Baker Bros. Baker
Bros, huh?
Baker Bros, you know we had to take care of them. Baker Bros. I know D-Lo been on the train the whole time. Casey, you a little late, but that's fine.
My boy Baker Mayfield.
I'm not late because I'm not on it.
Come on, man. There's plenty of room.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Hey, that was
on it when we come into Levi's. That's fine.
No, the Lions are coming into Levi's. But now you guys did God's work yesterday, eliminating the Eagles. Very successful season. Maybe you feel like you found a quarterback for the future for you guys. It's a great stepping stone season for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I didn't think they'd be here.
Yeah, I think this is great for Tampa Bay. I think it's awesome for Baker Mayfield. I think Baker Mayfield has solidified himself as a franchise quarterback, either with Tampa Bay or somewhere.
I think he's going to stick around because the way he went out in Cleveland, it doesn't get talked about enough, but he was hurt that whole year. And there was no one that would have played well through those injuries at all. Carolina's just a mess, obviously.
He had a shoulder injury.
Yeah, his shoulder was messed up.
Nah, he might have found a home he should have found a home in Tampa Bay. Good for him.
Yeah, I hope so. Great coach, great setup, great job by the Bucs getting rid of the Philadelphia Eagles, which was fun. I mean, it was perfect where I was happy for the team that was winning and I was happy for the team that was losing.
Eagles just missed another tackle while you were talking right now.
Oh, that's a damn shame. Yeah, man, you talk about a team just splintering apart.
Oh, man.
Those boys quit yesterday. That's what it was. They quit.
Them boys quit weeks ago.
I try not to say about pro athletes and stuff like that, but that was embarrassing yesterday. They quit.
They were done after the Seahawks game. Niners broke them. Niners was like, they started to question everything about their team, their coach, their ownership, the roster. They started, man, we really that bad? But then they played Seattle. And once they choked that game away, they were done playing with each other. They were like, we're done. Like, I don't want to, A.J. Brown, I don't want to be here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, they don't like Jalen Hurts. Goddard, calm. I'm not here to be the Eagles defender here, but calm your ass down talking to Jalen Hurts that way. Mm-hmm. Who the hell are you?
Yeah.
But that's the second time somebody did that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jalen kind of just sulking on the bench too, though.
You know.
Yeah, he's probably sitting there like these dudes are sorry. These dudes quit. We went to the Super Bowl last year, and these dudes quit.
Now they're going to lose Travis Kelce.
Or Jason.
Jason Kelce. What did I say?
They already lost him. He quit. He was like, I'm done. Hey, I just want to let y'all know, y'all are ass. I'm retiring.
That might be Nick Sirianni's saving grace right now, too, as to why he hasn't been fired if he's going to be.
Oh, no, keep him.
No, his saving grace is people are probably turning down the job. That's probably what's happening.
Keep him there.
Like you've got a roster that appears to hate each other.
Mm.
And I'm guessing Jason Kelce wasn't one of them dudes. So him retaring isn't going to fix nothing.
He said, "Yeah, I'm done with this.
Like, I'm not dealing with these guys anymore."
And what's my man's name? Jason Dumas, in the Bay Area, had a tweet earlier. He didn't report it. He was like, "Look, I'm not reporting this. This is just me. I'm from Philadelphia. I watch this team or whatever. I'm just tweeting something out. It's not a report." But he said on like Saturday, it's like, yeah, when it's official that he was going to be out. So yeah, AJ Brown's probably played his last game as an Eagle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like, he's probably done. And then he
that
ruled
feels like
out.
easy work. Yeah,
he's ruled out. Then he's seen at a boxing match in Atlantic City that night.
They've had issues all year with him. I think it was beginning of the season too. He was yelling for more targets and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think that was an accident either.
Mm-mm.
He was going to go somewhere where he was going to be seen.
Yeah, he's front row.
He was making a point.
He's AJ Brown, no hoodie, nothing. Like, yeah, well, you're gonna let it be known that I'm here and
that's
not with
right.
these guys.
Eagles had no one to reel them in. I think that's one of their biggest issues. You have egos and stuff like that. You're a talented team, but the issue is that your coach also has an ego, and Sirianni didn't reel himself in. Like there was no I don't know what the right word is, but just no like just bringing it together. You know, like take a step back or whatever and stuff. They had no one to bring him back.
What's the well, they'll probably trade him, so it doesn't matter. But AJ's still under contract. I was listening to WIP last night.
Oh,
you know,
boy.
I was tapped in.
I'm sure you
Well,
were.
I was giving them Nelson ratings. I was tapped in last night.
Not
Got to
Nelson,
hear that.
Nielsen.
Oh. Nelson. They get whatever rating.
Doesn't matter. They both suck, but whatever.
But they were talking about Bradbury, and they're like, "Yeah, Bradbury can't be here." So he's like a $17 million cap hit.
Damn. I'm looking at AJ Brown's. Jesse, can you decipher this?
He's got money still.
He's got a
because they cut him.
But this would be the year to get out of it, right? Because you can't go to because this year it's 1.1 with a restructure bonus of 19 million. The following year he's due 15. The following year he's due 30. He's never going to see that.
Yeah, right.
So it looks like this was built to cut him this year or restructure.
To be honest with you,
which they're obviously
that would kind of speak towards his behavior. Like, man, y'all ain't gonna keep me around. Y'all ain't even gonna pay me. What you want me to go out there? If I got a little twinge in my knee, what you want me to play for? I gotta get ready for my next team. That'd probably be his mindset.
Yeah, his salary, his 2024 salary, that's the next season, right? It becomes guaranteed on March 17th. No, that's right. I think there's a typo in here.
Do they need to trade him?
I think you definitely try that first. Get a third or fourth round.
I can't figure out if this is a typo because it says the 2024, his 16.7 for the 2024 season becomes guaranteed on March 17th, 2023, which means that would mean either that's a typo or it was guaranteed last March.
I think that is a typo because that's usually like the new league year right there.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's what I thought. So that means they're gonna cut him or do whatever in the next 2 months, and I'm guessing they're not going to take that long.
Right. And I mean, I guess you would trade for him because you want to make sure you have him. But if you're another team and you know the Eagles are going to cut him, not going to be giving up that much to go get him.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then like Jesse was talking about, I mean, the Sirianni situation. Sirianni, in theory, shouldn't be fired. Made the playoffs all 3 years. He's 1 year removed from winning the NFC Championship. But it's clear he's not the guy.
I disagree. I think he should be fired. James Ham kind of says it, like talking about NBA coach. He says once you lose the locker room, he thinks you should be fired. I think Sirianni lost the Eagles.
I agree.
I think that's enough to get him out of there.
He lost the Eagles. I don't think he's good enough. I mean, a lot like it's got my ears to the street. They talk about a lot of the stuff that happened last year was the guy who left the offensive coordinator and is a head coach somewhere now. I don't know where. Is he in Indianapolis or something like
Frank Wright?
You want Shane Steichen?
Oh, Shane
He's Colts head coach.
Coach head coach. They're like, a lot of that is him covering up for Sirianni's terrible schemes. Like it's and the data points it out. Like even when they were winning, they didn't look good. It didn't look like they were clicking. They didn't look like they did last year. So I don't think he's any good.
Eagles this year, they run quarterback draw with Hurts. They roll him out to the right, have him throw deep. The offensive line doesn't block, or they run the tush push. Every time I watch the Eagles, it's the same 4 plays every time.
But here's the thing though, Sirianni or whatever, this was a 10-1 team.
Mhm.
This was a team that went to the Super Bowl last year. This was a team that was 10-1, got caught up in all of the noise about San Francisco and Brock Purdy and what would have happened, and then got their teeth kicked in and never recovered from it.
Yeah.
It's hindsight now. We were talking about it earlier in the season, but were they actually the Pittsburgh Steelers from a few years ago? That team who started off hot or whatever, but just no one bought it.
Yeah, but the difference is the Steelers weren't in the Super Bowl the year before.
It's true.
No, and the difference to me as well is, from what I can remember, I don't remember it like the back of my hand, but it didn't seem like the Steelers were in a bunch of 4 points or less games and were 13-0. Like they were winning games. Maybe the opponents weren't that great, but they were winning games. I mean, you can make the argument, everybody, myself included, everybody get caught up on the 10-1. You can make the argument that the record played out about how it should have. Because just because you were 10-1 doesn't mean, well, I was saying it at the time. I was like, they don't look right. Like, they don't look good. They're 10-1, but they're winning these close games. They're getting these good breaks, and things balance out at times. They're probably like a 10 or 11 win team, but just in general.
But
because they lost some close games too, right?
But that's not. That's fair in hindsight, but that's not reality. Like you're 10-1. You're right. Your record is 10-1, regardless of whether you wind up at 10 wins in week 18 or not. How you got there is part of the story.
But my point is, if they finished 11 they finished 11-6, TK in the house. They finished 11-6, and they started 8-4. Like, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But
that's what I'm saying.
They got the breaks the first half. They didn't get any breaks the second. They shouldn't have lost the Seahawks game or the Cardinals game, or probably even the Giants. They shouldn't have lost those games. But those were the games they were winning in the first half. And if you look at the play, you're like, this team ain't that good. Like, they're not that good. They're just like, they shouldn't have won the Chiefs game. They shouldn't have won the first
Bills game.
The Bills game, the first Commanders game. They gave up 34 to the Commanders in the OT, and because Ron Rivera didn't go for 2 when the Eagles couldn't stop them in regulation and went into overtime, that's part of it. So they had, to me, these signs were there all year long. I didn't think it would be this drastic, but we had this conversation. I was like, yeah, they know how to win games until they don't. And then they just a team that plays in close games, and they either win or lose.
I don't think I disagree with. I don't think I agree with anything that you just said. I get your point. I don't agree with any of it. Trysta, you want to weigh in on the Eagles at all?
Well, I think you guys listening to you guys on YouTube before I came on, I think absolutely Shane Steichen was the guy, right? You lose both coordinators. I think you're in a bad spot as a team. No matter if all of the disciples of the coordinator stay, there's a level of aggressiveness to the play calling. It's the way that they signal to the quarterback, that relationship, that hand in glove. It's like catcher and pitcher, right? And so Shane Steichen, not only innovatively and the way that he was calling the game in terms of like what we do on which down, but I think his relationship with Jalen was really good. And you're right. Like, I don't think Sirianni's a particularly likable guy, but Shane Steichen seems to be. And that offense was rolling. And then you lose Jonathan Gannon, and that was one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the NFL last year. And so then he goes to Arizona, and you look a mess on both sides of the ball. Everybody's mad at one another. The vibes are bad because you know that you should at least build on what you did last year, which was a surprise. Nick Sirianni, his first year, what was it? Not last year, but the year before that, he looked like ass, and everybody was saying it. So you overperform expectations. You think that you can go back. You think that you're the smartest team in the room, right? Like kind of Golden State Warriors vibes because they're killing every single draft. They feel like they're just going to be there for the next 10 years. Jalen Hurts in the MVP conversation. But let's be honest, a lot of that excellence was scheme. The scheme goes away. The players are older. Jason Kelce being one of them. Bradbury, Slay. The things start to break down. You see the cracks. They start turning on one another. There's high expectations. And then it's full-fledged chaos.
And the other thing about that, we definitely talk about the scheme, the coaching, the offense, and other stuff. They've got personnel issues on the defensive end. Remember going into that 49ers game, I said they could just keep Brock upright. They will light them up because if you can hold the pass rush, the middle of the field is nasty for them. Secondary is even worse. And I don't know how that changes for them overnight. So they've got personnel issues the same way I feel with the Cowboys.
They had a graphic up last night, and it was just, I said to my fill-in co-host, PJ, I said, these are just names. These are names that would have been awesome back in like 2016. And there's like 4 or 5 guys, specifically like safeties, linebackers, and corners that are just like guys that were elite 8 years ago.
It's all bad in Philly.
I hate to see it.
Yeah, well,
hate to see
Me
it.
too. You know how I feel about Philly.
Any reason that the 49ers should?
I was just going to say, think about this 9 months for Philly. Game 6 against Boston at home. Up 3-2 against the Diamondbacks. And then the Eagles since week 13 or whatever. It's just awesome.
Well, and the Super Bowl, too. It goes all the way back to the Super Bowl as well.
12 months. You're right.
Any reason 49ers fans should be concerned about the Green Bay Packers?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that in the postseason, these NFL teams trend-wise, right? Like, I think I said this on the show last week, but I've definitely said it all last week on different places. I was afraid of the Green Bay Packers, not because of what they have on the team, but I know that they've beaten us in the postseason multiple times before. So there's just something in the water there. And the Niners have Green Bay's number. It doesn't matter if it's MVP Aaron Rodgers, Niners come out and they do the damn thing. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo, how many passes did he throw that year? 8 in that game or something? A bunch of defensive scores, special team muffs, issues there. You had the Colin Kaepernick year where it was so cold at Lambeau and Colin Kaepernick comes out with no shirt on to let everybody know I'm about it. So no, I don't think that the Niners have anything to worry about. I think there's probably a little bit of rust, but I like the Niners in this one quite a bit.
Yeah, they take care of the football. They'll cover for sure, in my opinion.
I agree. I think do we know
what's the spread?
10.
I think the one question mark that I have, not really a question mark, I'm more excited to see it than anything, and I hope it's a great game. I think the Lions-Niners game will be really fun. Super, super fun NFC title game.
I mean 49ers Bucks?
No, she got it right.
Oh.
He got it right.
End of the row for my boy Baker. It was a fun run.
You didn't go to Buffalo, did you?
No, I'm going this weekend.
That's gonna be fire.
Yeah, Chiefs, Bills. Let's go, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Don't jump off it. Don't jump off anything. Don't jump through anything, and don't let anyone light you on fire.
Man, I had just bought a flame retardant jumpsuit.
Yeah, let's not.
I'll have to leave that at home.
It's probably a Kith flame.
I know it's definitely designer.
Yeah,
some type of design.
All right, that'll be fun. That'll be fun to follow on social media for sure. You want to talk about the Kings for a minute? Did you get a chance to see Mike Brown's press conference on Sunday night?
Yes, I love him so much, and I love him twofold because on one hand, I think he's just a national treasure. He's breaking down film for the media. I'm going to get fined. But honestly, let's just show you how De'Aaron's barely even touching these men on the hip. Let's show you how he's getting hooked and he's almost falling down. Let me tell you, they don't even know what a foul call is. They don't even know what verticality means nowadays. And I was right there with them. If I was him, I'd be extremely frustrated. And we know what it is. The Bucks get calls. The Lakers get calls. The Kings do not get calls ever. Doesn't matter if you have a superstar player. like De'Aaron Fox, who, by the way, I have a fox now that has just been roaming around my backyard. I posted it on
Oh,
Twitter.
well, that's what happens.
I knew that was
And I've
coming.
named him De'Aaron.
That's what happens when you have acreage.
We need a picture next time.
Yeah.
We need a picture.
I posted it. Look it on Twitter right now.
Oh,
I made it into a GIF. Yeah.
That's how you know you got. That's how you know you got land. Is you have wild animals roaming around. I
It's
just
like
looked
looks in the
There
window.
he is. There he is, De'Aaron the Fox. My gosh. Is that?
Oh
my goodness. A lot of
Yep.
snow.
Yeah, look at there's a lot of. Look at this house.
Yeah, you see
Yeah,
it.
I see it.
You see it.
A little
See what?
is that your little 3 Seasons porch that you're filming through there?
No, that's just the
Or
window.
That's just the window.
Just the window. I'm not
He
going
is
outside.
very
and all that.
active on the snow day. I love it. This is tremendous. De'Aaron the Fox.
I love
He
it,
just
but I gotta
walks
tell you, I
down
don't
the
like that.
street.
I don't like that.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you can't let the dog outside to go to the. Might not make it back.
I've been watching her relentlessly. You got to make sure when she goes outside, I put a little neon glow stick thing around her so you can see where she is in the yard at all times. And it's way too big for her because she's small. I got too big of a size. So I have to hula hoop it through her abdomen because it's supposed to go around her neck, but it's like bigger than her body. Yeah, no, I am a little afraid of what would happen if there's a tussle between a fox.
Yeah.
I even right before.
Well,
here's
it won't
something.
be a tussle, unfortunately. This would not. This would be a Packers Cowboys affair. This would be a one-sided fight.
You haven't seen Emma fight. I did Google because the fox has been smelling around where she's peed outside because of the snow you can see. And I had to Google. One of the things I Googled right before I came on was, do foxes try to mate with dogs?
Oh my.
Apparently they don't. Because I'm wondering why the fox has been coming around. Like, is he trying to get his rocks off and he smells Emma in the middle of the winter because they don't hibernate? Pause. Apparently, that's a very frequent question. But apparently that's not, you can't mate them.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't like
Anyway.
that. Look, I love that tweet. I love you naming him De'Aaron. I love all that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I think I told this story
It's
before.
the Foxes. It's De'Aaron's house now.
Yeah, I don't like
it
that.
is now De'Aaron's house.
I think I told the story before. I used to work at a middle school, and it was in Tustin, California, and we were like not in the hills, but it was a well-off area, right? And part of my job there was I was campus supervisor, but it was like be a secretary, be a substitute teacher. Like I was supposed to only do one thing. I did like 7 things, right? One of the things was they get on the walkie-talkie. Hey, Mr. Caraway, we see that there's a coyote on the soccer field. Just kind of go out there and monitor and make sure the kids stay out there. No, let's say it over the PA. Don't go to the soccer field. I'm not going to be out there. What you want me to do? No, I'm not messing with no coyote. I'm not messing with wildlife. Not my job.
A dozen kids were mauled by a coyote because campus
Mr.
supervisor
Caraway.
Kenny Caraway wouldn't.
I told him not to go out there.
Kenny went, hey, come back. No, oh, he's getting eaten. Oh,
Yeah,
well, no, I did
Told
my
him not to
part.
go out there.
Back to
Mr.
Mike Brown. Because I
Mr.
know we got
Caraway, there's a coyote. What you calling me for?
And his name was not De'Aaron.
no.
Anyways, back to Mike Brown.
Back to Mike Brown because I know we got off track. No, I loved it. I think the refs have become clearly a storyline of this season. We have specific refs. I said this on the podcast. There's a ref where the Indiana Pacers are like 51-2 whenever he refs that game.
Oh man.
And there's no scenario that the Indiana Pacers, under any trend that you drop down box to, there's no way they should ever be 51-2 unless it's the Reggie Miller Indiana Pacers. So there's clearly shenanigans going on.
So the frustrating thing for me, and I would always say this like when I coach or when I'm watching the game, like the game was tight. It was tight for most of the game, right? It's a physical game. Things are going on. You can't tell me that it's 20-5 in free throws. I'm not saying we're not fouling, but it can't, as physical as the game is, it can't be we're the only ones fouling. And I think that was a lot of what Mike Brown was talking about, where the same calls weren't being called for the Kings in that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think clearly there's some sort of Bucks love. I think the NBA does want the teams that are supposedly contenders to remain having hope, because Giannis is almost fed up with this team. And Dame, that's the happiest we've seen Dame since the trade. And I wanted to say, hey, baby, this is a regular season game against the Kings. So, maybe don't get so excited and start tapping on your wrist. But hey, whatever gets you.
That's salty. Trysta, that's salty.
She's still salty.
Dame brought you years of happiness. Stop it.
So
we went to the Western Conference Finals one time, and we got beat down to the Warriors. We got swept against the Nuggets right before he started wanting to be out. We never were a top defensive team because he won't play defense. I've already shifted the narrative. I loved my time with it. My Dame era. The Dame era is up.
Hey, one of the I don't know if you talked about this on the Heat Check. One of the funnier subplots that just seems to be taking off like in the last week and a half is he's always been funny, but the Nasus, I mean, he's at the forefront. I'm seeing mixtapes now. I'm seeing whatever. And did you see they did a team picture and they were all doing the Dame time, and the Nasus was like this, and Dame posted the picture and cut the Nasus out.
No, he didn't.
He cut him out of the picture because he wasn't doing Dame time right.
That's funny.
But no, this guy's
Dame a hater for that.
I don't know if you guys ever seen
did.
this mixtape. It is comedy. I gotta go find that thing.
Did you see when Dame hit the shot that he was doing the Dame?
He was shooting.
He had the guide hand up too.
The Nasus was shooting. Yo, he's the man.
If he wasn't Giannis's brother, this man would not be in the league.
I don't know if he'd be playing like Euro basketball. He's not good at all.
I didn't even see the shot till early this morning because I had told Kenny, because Kenny and I had a TV appearance on Sunday night, and because the game went to overtime, it was a 30-minute drive to the studio. I had to drive, so I'm listening to the television broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
So it's on my phone, but I'm also driving. And so the shot the ball comes in, and all I'm is just listen for the crowd. That's all you're listening for. Just listen for the crowd. And then I heard it. Okay. All right. And then we went straight in and started working, and I didn't think about it again. And then I turned it on this morning. I was like, oh, I haven't actually seen the final play yet. That could have a look.
Got a good look. That was a deep shot, though.
Yeah, it was. You almost can't let Dame cross half court.
No, you can't. You got to foul him right away.
They were down 2, so
I don't think you have to foul him. But
Sabonis, I don't know what Sabonis was doing on that one, because he's guarding Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez is at half court. There's got to be a clock. You just count down in your head. Like, once it gets to 2, what are we standing at the 3-point line for? Like, go rush and at least make it difficult. He still might make the shot, but there's no need for you to drop back when Brook Lopez is at half court at that point.
Good Dame time. Real quick anecdote. I was driving when I was living in LA. I just moved to LA, and I was watching some Dame Lillard highlights on my phone while I was driving through LA traffic. Not smart. And rear-ended someone.
Oh, no.
And they asked me what I was doing, what happened. Because it was no light, I just like sped up right into him, thinking that the light had turned, thinking that it had turned green, but it was another light. And I just zoom right into him.
Oh, no.
And you told them you were watching the game.
They're like, what were you doing? The light didn't turn green. And I was like,
I was watching Dame Lillard. No wonder you're so salty at Dame Lillard. I'd be salty too.
I don't get on my phone obviously anymore. I was only 25, 26, whatever it was, but
that's good.
That's what made me think. That's the first thing I thought of when you said you were couldn't watch the game because you were driving. I was like, well, old Trysta would have had that game up right up on the dashboard.
Those were better days between Trysta and Dame. Now it's just it's gone all bad.
Now it's stop celebrating regular season victories, Dame. Sheesh. Class it up, pal.
When we were together, we never turn our back on each other.
Now that
we're separated, yeah, we can't stand.
We can't stand one another. I think I just can't stand him. That's really it.
I don't want to watch you play basketball. Put that on everything I own.
Okay.
Yeah, man, he can't play defense anyway.
Goodness.
Wow.
I know. It's pulled out.
Are the Kings good?
I don't know. I don't know if the Kings are good. I don't know if the Pelicans are good. I don't know.
Pelicans are great against the Kings.
Pelicans
Greatest
are great
team that's
against
ever
y'all.
played.
They played the Mavs though on twice in a row with the same exact team and beat the hell out of them once and lost the other time. So I can't really tell what that team is. The West is strange. You know, OKC loses to the Lakers last night. Why? I didn't get to see it. I fell asleep as soon as I got home. Not good. You should not be losing to the Lakers. There's not that many consistent teams right now in terms of, it's January 16th. We're getting kind of to the middle of the season. Motivation's hard to find and come by and know when it's going to happen on a night-to-night basis. I think the Kings need to clearly make a move at the deadline. I think that's where I don't know if that's what you guys are at, but that's where I am at on the East Coast. Something's got to happen.
Well, you got connects. You got your ear to the Portland streets. Is there any truth to them being willing to move Jeremy Grant from anything that you've heard?
From everything I've ever heard from anyone that's inside the organization or covers it on a day-to-day basis, they want to keep him. If you could get him, I would get him. But because I think he would be an awesome addition to that team. I think he fills a lot of holes. I was talking to Kyle Madsen about a great point of attack defender, great three-point shooter. He can do a lot and fill a lot of holes on a team that's clearly needing some holes filled. Pause.
Ma'am, we let you get away with it like twice. Then you just got just happy with it and started
5-yard penalty, illegal formation.
Mm-hmm.
Legal formation, 5 yards, first down.
They keep telling me that they like Jeremy Grant, though. They say that they want to keep him because he's the only guy that makes any money, right? Everybody else, besides the dudes that they clearly don't want on the roster long term, he's the only one. Shaden doesn't make any money. Scoot doesn't make any money. It's just Ayton and him.
Yeah.
The other thing about trading Jeremy Grant is if you're the Blazers right now, what would you even be looking for in return?
Young players.
But to go where? I think you gotta take the rest of this year and maybe the offseason and figure out what you want to do. You have a point guard. You have a shooting guard. That's where they put Shaden, I guess. Maybe you need a 3. I guess you need a 4 now that Jeremy's gone. But there's still some things you're trying to figure out.
Not gone yet.
Well, I'm saying if you traded, you would need a 4.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. If I was Portland, I wouldn't be in a rush to trade him.
No, I think too the thing that's I'm curious about, and he would have been a great fit in Toronto for OG, but Anthony Simons, and I like Anthony Simons in a bubble, in a vacuum. I don't think him and Scoot can really operate together. And I know you need a scorer. You need another guy in the backcourt. I think that's got to be Shaden at some point. So they've got to be the 1-2 punch. And then you need a 3 that can do a little bit of everything. Obviously has to get their own shot, has to be able to shoot from deep because Scoot Henderson can have some moments and Shaden can have some moments where they brick like crazy, right? We're seeing the field goal percentage way, way low for the Blazers, especially from the perimeter. And it's up and down there. But Anthony Simons, as much of a bucket as he is, does he work with Scoot? I just don't think so.
Yeah.
They won't tell me either. Every time I ask Portland about Anthony Simons, they never answer. That tells me everything I need to know, right? Like
probably, yeah, it probably does. That's probably your answer.
Yeah.
Portland's an interesting. They're an interesting team to watch over the course of the next month. We're still weeks away from the trade deadline, but it feels like we're hours away from it because there's so many teams, as TK just laid out. The West is just kind of like a little messy right now, and everyone's waiting to see. Like the Golden State Warriors are going to do something. Like I don't even think that's a question anymore. The Golden State Warriors are going to do something. It's just a question of what is it? Is it drastic? Is it subtle? Or is it game? Is it potentially game changing? And then you have the teams like Sacramento, who Sacramento's been able to, again, two losses, two completely different losses, Philadelphia and Milwaukee, and yet you look at the standings and there they are. They have not moved. They haven't moved up. They haven't moved down. That likely changes today if they don't beat Phoenix, but they've been able to get away with a couple of tough losses because as TK said, Dallas and New Orleans played each other a couple of times, and you got the Lakers. Suddenly Utah's won 6 in a row. Like
cooking.
You got weird things going on in the West.
Also, do you guys think that I was talking to somebody about this today? Do you think DeJounte Murray drastically changes the Warriors team if he was the starting point guard?
No. And I like DeJounte Murray. I think he's a good ball player. I don't think he drastically changes them. Maybe it like guarantees them a play-in spot or something like that, but I don't think he drastically changes anything.
What do you think, Damon?
No, that like as a single trade,
they have to make two. My thought is if you could finagle your way into DeJounte and Pascal, then maybe you're a team that's outside the play-in. Maybe you're the 6th seed or the 5th seed, something.
But if you do that, you're trading, like especially Siakam, you're probably trading like Kuminga and like
Moody or something.
Yeah,
you have to trade Chris Paul on one of those for the salary match.
For sure. And I'm so positive that's happening. I'm so positive another Chris Paul trade is happening.
And then
his next Allstate commercial will be even funnier because they'll have more jerseys to throw around.
And then is Steve Kerr ready to play Murray or anybody over Klay Thompson?
That's what I said, because I don't think that you can have. I don't think it works. DeJounte Murray 1, Steph Curry 2, Klay Thompson 3. I don't think you can do that. Klay Thompson can't guard threes. He's too slow right now. So then do you then say, okay, we're going to start Wiggs, Looney, Draymond, or depending on if Kuminga's in the mix, like bring him in and out of the starting lineup, and then bring Klay first man off the bench? How moody do you think he's going to be? No pun intended. Very.
Yeah. And then the other killer too that I don't think they talk about too much, because everybody likes the guy. I like the guy. I mean, his story is great. He's a good ball player. Looney is not a starting center.
No.
And they keep kind of trotting him out until they got tired of it and benched him. But like they keep trotting it out there like, yeah, Looney at the 5. You don't have a center. Like you don't have one at all. Draymond is your rim protector or the biggest guy in your front court. Like that's a real problem that I don't think they're ready to address either. They keep worrying about Klay and Wiggins and all this other stuff. You don't have a center.
They have issues at every part of every position, not just backups, but starters. Wiggins is done. We've talked about this. He's done. He needs to change.
Done or done in the Bay Area?
I think he's done in the Bay. I could see him going back to Canada, having a nice little life.
And playing basketball or playing for the Raptors?
Just
that phrasing was really odd. You just sent him back to Canada. Like, is his career over?
That's up to you. I mean, I could see him going to the Raptors and playing basketball.
I think there's bad vibe. I
think it's a Golden State thing.
Yeah, despite what your boy tried to sell us at the beginning of the year, I don't think all that happened last year has been fixed. And I think part of it is because he's still there. And I think Steve Kerr has put himself in a really difficult spot with the young guys on this team. And you just need a cleansing. of this roster.
We didn't talk about that last week, but did you guys think that his podcast episode was BS?
Yes. Everything he says.
The whole
is
thing.
BS,
Yeah.
ever.
We aired like the greatest hits of lies on this show. Like, absolutely, it was garbage. He was in the man cave and his daughter came and dragged him out. Him and Steve Kerr crying in a driveway. Bro, I swear, if you don't stop.
Do you think that him and
overly dramatic, long ass pauses?
Do you think that him and LeBron get together and concoct their lies as a group?
I think Draymond goes rogue.
Yeah,
they both got their own separate lies. Draymond goes rogue.
I think Draymond literally sits down and just starts talking, and whatever pops in his head, he says, whether it's true or not.
So you don't think he's ever wanted to go to therapy and told the team he was afraid to attack his Saginaw demons?
No.
No, bro. I don't think that happened. I don't think that happened.
We need a
Stop
Draymond
using
fact
therapy as a
checker.
crutch.
We need a Draymond fact checker. Do you think
He had his
that
kids? His kids were like, "Dad, we ain't come to the gym last night. What you talking about? Show lying ass. Get out of here."
That was a
Do you think that Golden State, the culture of Golden State, made him this way? Because you got a bunch of you got the kids of former players, both have a specific way of playing, like not tough physical players, more in that, free motion, like, just getting open J's, like, and then they needed a guy that was tough to protect Clay and Steph. And so he just decided that he was going to go full heel because that was his role? Or do you think he's always been a little off?
He's always been a little off, but I think the fame changed him. I think once he got famous, he started thinking he was Teflon. And then the Warriors aided that and everything else like that. But once he got famous, he thinks he's LeBron because he hangs out with LeBron. He thinks he's LeBron.
I think Steph made him feel like he was Teflon.
That too. Absolutely.
Like, I can pretty much do or say anything I want to because this dude will bail me out. Literally the greatest to do what he's done. Yeah, I'm good. Got the greatest backcourt in league history right here.
Yeah.
But his daughter came and got him out of the man cave. Daddy. Bro.
Daddy, look, your team's on TV right now. Why are you
Daddy,
not there?
If I was his daughter, I'd be pissed. I was like, how you pay? Where were you in all of this? Had you explained that to your kids? You say you kid, no one knew you were home. Yeah. Did you explain to your kids like Daddy's gonna be gone?
Said the daughter just found him in the man cave.
You lied to your kid, like
you disappeared for 3 straight days and no one knew. It was like you were on the Oregon Trail.
Somebody got in our DMs and said, or somebody got in the chatty house last week and said Draymond got suspended and became a deadbeat dad. What? Come on, Draymond. March him back out there on MLK
all the cap
Day.
Is not necessary. Just say what you got to say. You don't have to lie. You ain't got to lie to kick it, Craig.
I think it was also funny because he said he wanted to retire and he was really ready to retire. And then he said he had been working on a deal with the Volume for 1.5 years. By the way, I've thought about that a lot. And you know about deals, Damian. How complex does a deal need to be if you're a podcaster for the deal to take literally 18 months to achieve? What are these deal points?
Also, just a question. What the hell are you paying Rich Paul for? You aren't working on anything. Rich is working on it on your behalf.
Still just be lying, bro.
And I find it so hard to believe that I can't take this anymore. I'm not allowed to punch people in the face. I'm just gonna retire. And Adam goes, "Oh no, don't do that. We
need you, Draymond. The game needs you."
Why does this guy just be lying like this?
The game needs you. Okay.
I was ready to believe.
Fine while he was gone. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, it kept going. Warriors won like 4 straight the second you got suspended. The closer you came to coming back, the worse they got. We did pose a question, though, that I'd be curious to get your thoughts on, Kings fan. Trysta Krick, would you do a deal if there's no reason the Warriors would do this, but would you do a deal if you're the Sacramento Kings to acquire Jonathan Kuminga if it meant you had to take Draymond Green?
Oof, I'd think about it though.
Does it mean we get rid of HB and they have to ship him back to Golden State?
And sending Harrison back to Golden State.
Wouldn't that just be brutal?
That does not seem realistic for
Harrison.
anyone involved.
But at least he doesn't have to be around Draymond.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
there's
true.
that. There's that.
Damn.
So yes.
I think the answer is yes. But I don't know about Kuminga, right? I don't know about his mindset as a player. I've told this story on this show, I think probably 4 or 5 times. But what was it? Right after they won the title when I was at Summer League, one of the people who are extremely high up in the Warriors organization, they told me Jonathan Kuminga was supposed to be with the Warriors in Golden State, but he decided on a whim to fly to Africa with the trophy. With the Larry O'Brien trophy. And they didn't know that he was going to be gone. He just missed practices and meetings because he wanted to take the Larry O around the continent of Africa. And then I just like, okay, I get that, but maybe you want to send an email, you know? Maybe you want to, I'm going to Jim Gaffigan next Friday. I sent a follow-up email to my boss today. Hey, just following back up that you still see that I'm gone next Friday and you're going to put it on the schedule. Do that at least. Hey, just want to let you know I'm going to be gone with the Larry O to Kenya and then Zanzibar. Will not be at the facility on June 30th.
Just an email.
Just an email.
Did he charter or did like Larry O get the middle seat like in first class?
Did he have to check Larry O? Because I feel that'd be very
You can't check Larry O. Like he had to have flown. Like Larry O had to have had his own seat if he flew commercial.
Yeah.
But like to think, like I mean, I don't know that Kuminga's at the status of flying charter to Africa.
No, he is not. Even though he probably believes that he is because he's trying to leak things to the media. He's not only, the funniest thing is, not only did he lose confidence in Steve Kerr and his ability to develop Kuminga into a legit basketball player, then he regained faith in Steve Kerr and then lost it again. And all of that, every stage of that is available for consumption on The Athletic.
Well, that's accurate. It is out there. Bro, do you have to work?
Yeah, I'm working remote today.
Oh, okay.
So I'm on with my side piece, John Martin from Memphis. He's filling in on BetMGM tonight.
Wow.
That is just side work over there.
Wow.
Memphis,
Now you're
Buffalo.
now you're doing a national show with your side piece.
Man,
Yeah, it could be you if you guys didn't have a show that went right in the middle of my show.
that's true too.
And Damian doesn't bet, so that would actually be kind of fun. Damian, do you like Memphis to win the AAC this year? They're plus 150 on a collision course with Florida Atlantic. And you'd be like,
Florida Atlantic.
playing
Isn't
pretty
Houston
good.
there? Houston ain't there no more?
No.
Where's Houston
don't
at now?
Houston.
They
are the AAC. Yeah, they are the AAC.
Oh yeah.
It was just an
Boy,
accident.
Ralph Sampson's still there?
Yes.
You say Ralph Sampson?
Or Kelvin Sampson. Former Sacramento Kings legend.
That would be you. That would be what you were doing. Yeah, that would be. Is Ralph Sampson still coaching the Houston team? Go Cougars.
Yeah, I rooted for Houston.
Wednesdays with Damian. Make it happen.
No, we don't.
I love it. Have
Yeah,
you come on the show? All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. What's the sweatshirt?
It's honor the gift.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel that. I like that.
Honor
I
the
need to
gift.
get some more. They never put out enough women's wear unless it's like a tiny tube top or honor the
Yeah,
gift
they-
doesn't like giving us anything that's not thoughty unless I want to wear men's.
No, they're not. No, they
got some t-shirts.
Yeah, they
and-
got some like sweats. The sweats do like sit really like the sweat shirts. They're a little different. Maybe not the hoodies you're accustomed to. They're
show
cut a little bit
midriff
different.
and bottom boob.
So they don't show bottom boob.
Yeah, not that. There's not baby fat here.
Yeah, like you could rock a little like a little tank or something underneath it. So sort of
Something. Yeah.
a
Well,
little more
yeah, I like
cover.
the sweater. I like the sweater.
Yes.
All right. Well, this has been a delight and
Conversation. It is. Yeah,
and slightly awkward, and I'm not really sure why the
It's
flow's been.
awkward.
we're
Well, it's
trying-
because we were supposed to go to commercial 10 minutes ago, and I'm just trying to figure out what exactly we're like. Did you want to keep going? Do you got to go to work? Like, what do you want to do? So, yeah, we were just kind of stuck in no man's land right now.
I know. I feel that way too. I'm gonna make dinner. I think I'm gonna eat dinner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Technically, I think we have 5 minutes, don't we?
Well, now we do. Yeah, now because we don't go to commercial like.
Does
a
the
minute
chatty
or
house
two
have any
before.
pressing questions? Because I'm happy to answer them.
Oh Lord, we're opening it up for a Q&A. We're opening it up for a Q&A with the
Trista.
chatty house. This
Ask
could be.
Trista. We probably need to Ask Trista segment. Just hashtagging on Twitter. Ask Trista, and you answer a question every time.
Oh, that'd be a good one.
I would be down for that. Most ridiculous question.
See, but
I will answer.
but here's what happens. Like Rob Dub gets in here. What's for dinner, Trista? Where did you learn to chop wood,
Come on,
Trista?
man. Come on.
Yo,
How was
mama.
the wood chopping going, Trista? Like this is what happens.
These are
Like,
not real questions.
Oh, this is a real question.
is it
Wizards
under
stick-
boob or bottom boob? Like
There's that.
I think it's under boob. I think it's under boob.
Here's
Bottom-
a real question.
bottom boob
Wizards
is-
to Virginia?
Oh yeah, I think the reason that it's happening, and oh by the way, I have to say this. This will fill the time. So there is nothing wider. There is nothing wider than an email chain in suburbia. I don't know anything about what is happening, but I am privy to it since I live in the neighborhood now, and it's a listserv. So they complain about this move to Virginia because of tax rates, obviously, and now they've started on the automotive tax. But the best thing, the whitest thing, and I put this on Twitter, why do white people love Eagles so much? And I really would like to know. I think it's because like we've been trained, we white people have been trained that it's commensurate with America and patriotism, but it's not at all. They have nothing to do with each other really, other than somebody deciding that they do. So there's a snag, a tree that's been cut down in the country club as you drive into the neighborhood, and there are these two bald eagles that have been perched upon the snag for a while now. The snag came down in a storm that just happened recently, and I promise you guys, it was like someone of massive importance died. They said it was the best part of my day and my drive home was seeing these bald eagles on the snag. We regret to inform you the place that our lovely bald eagles would perch, that we all looked forward to, it is now gone. We wish the Eagles a new home very, very soon. I swear, there's like 45 emails in that thread. All from 10% of the neighborhood are commenting. And I'm looking back like, is it just me or is this an extremely white conversation?
the best part, but
I wouldn't want no Eagles around.
Well, you
Actually,
hate birds.
Well, I don't hate birds. I don't hate birds. And I don't even hate eagles, but they could just maul you.
Oh, yeah. No, eagle. Yeah.
Like,
well, especially for you, Kenny, because you walk around with no cap on and they think
They
you're,
might think it's something
they
else.
think that's prey. They're going to go right to you.
Yeah, I don't want no eagles around me. I be tripping when I see hawks hovering around my neighborhood. Now, they do go after the rodents, so I let them do what they got to do. But, yeah, that eagle could go.
I think Kenny deserves a show on TLC or one of these National Geographic shows because I would love
Animal
you.
Planet?
Yeah, commenting on nature.
Yeah, I'd comment. I'd comment from like how the Osbournes, they would like watch stuff in the theater. That's how I'd watch the animals. I ain't going to see them in real life.
That's right. You will let the coyote eat the children. We established that earlier.
I told
in the
them
conversation.
to get off the soccer field.
From where?
The office.
on the loudspeaker.
Oh yeah. Hey, come back. Trysta, go eat dinner and go do
All
a
right.
show.
I'll
Thank
see
you
y'all.
so much for joining us. We'll see you next
All right,
week.
bye.
TK.
That is the great Trysta Krick at MGM tonight. Yep, and that got awkward for a good solid 8 minutes. That got weird.
We'll talk to you guys again when Jason Jones comes on at 3:20. That's what. Nothing but commercials until then.
We'll come back very briefly. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
You're right, Jazz. I would not make it. That's probably what would make it a good TV show. I'd be just see a weasel, and I'd be like, "Get that thing away from me!"
The weasel. Gotta be honest, Tyler. I forgot. I just straight up forgot.
Told Mitch to call back. We'll see.
This is our Dave. This is our 12:28 break right here. Oopsie. That was Danny's great piece of advice. If you're gonna be late, be really late. Just roll into another commercial. Never. It's probably helped. Yeah, those long segments matter. I see you, Manny. I'll try to figure that out. The CD he actually sold it on. Isn't available on his website. I knew he had sent it to me, a digital version. It took me hours to find it, but when I smartened up, I found it. Well, there's one way of putting it. That's one way of putting it. It really is wild. Kings just sitting there at 23-16. Still won 6 of their last 10. Could be 7 out of 10 if they get Phoenix tonight. I don't feel good about this game against Phoenix, though. I feel like we're going to see a game. I'm fearful we're going to see a game closer to Philly than Milwaukee. I really, really hope that I'm wrong. But for some reason, I am not feeling this game tonight at all. And maybe it's just a product of the fact Kings have beat them twice. And I feel like they can't consistently play well. And despite missed free throws, they still did play pretty good. So now I feel like I'm conditioned to them to not play well. But Ramsey, you're 100% right. They do match up well with Phoenix. So I think everyone's playing tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
Everyone on both teams.
Mm-hmm. Let's see where we're at. 5:30 p.m. This is a 6 o'clock game too, right? Keegan is questionable. Yeah, and all the Bol is out, but all the big boys are in for Phoenix, and I think that's the first time, right? Kings haven't played Brad yet. We were just looking at the injury report for tonight's game against Phoenix, and Keegan Murray still listed as questionable with right hip irritation, but the Phoenix Suns are out there in full, at least in terms of their big boys, and I think it'll be the first time that the Kings play Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal this season.
They've won 7 of the last 10, I think, kind of quietly.
The Suns have.
The Suns have.
Yeah, I was saying during the commercial break where you were out, I don't feel good about this game at all for Sacramento.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, it felt like because there was situation where you wanted them to. They started off 2-0, and you said, "Hey, all you need is one of these final 3 games
Mhm.
to have a 3-2 road trip."
Mhm.
Maybe it's just something you felt because the game was playing out a certain way, but during the game on Sunday, I feel like this was the game.
Yeah.
This was the one that would secure your 3-2,
Yeah.
and they lost that. And I don't know what's gonna come up today.
Yeah, I think there's also part of that roller coaster where the Kings did, all things considered, that you turn the ball over late, you miss free throws late, but that was Kings basketball, right? That was Kings basketball against a good team, and I think it looks different, or we view it different when it's not versus Charlotte or it's not versus Detroit. They won both of those games, and played well for all but one of those quarters. Played good basketball.
Yeah.
It looks a lot different though when you're doing it against the Bucks, and it feels different when Giannis is on the other side of the court and Dame is on the other side of the court. You feel a little bit more accomplished than when it's a 4-win basketball team or a 3-win, or they're a 4-win basketball team now that they beat Washington. I just have this, like, the up and downs. Well, we had the up, so what's this look like?
They can. I know you talked about like what you want to see from this team is going to take time for you to feel comfortable about. They can show me a little something tonight, though.
Sure.
After a tough loss on Sunday, bouncing back against a team that's playing really well in Phoenix on the road and getting that win, they can show me a little something.
Yeah, I'm with you in that sense, because for them to beat Phoenix, they'll have to play well. And as gutting as Sunday evening was, they did in fact play well. So the more of a sample size, and this is where I think the bulk of the frustration lies, because you changed one game through these 4 games. You changed the Philly one. You have a competitive game against Philadelphia. You could lose, it's fine, but you have a different type of game versus Philadelphia. Now the sample size of good basketball starting to add up, right? But true to this season, there's that one right in the middle that they look like crap.
Yeah.
And now you're just left with that same roller coaster feeling. Matt George screaming at the beginning of his podcast, "Let me off this ride."
Yeah. I have the same feelings as you. It's just uneasiness about this game tonight. So we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do, in a situation that has a little adversity to it. And they step up.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot more Kings basketball coming up here.
I was going to tell you, I thought about you over the weekend because I was watching. Remember, I told you I watched those GQ YouTube videos with they get the athlete with the 10 essentials. They got one from Malik Monk.
Oh, wow.
One of Malik's 10 essentials is his canned Gatorade. He drinks it all the time. And I thought about you because you're like, Gatorade without being in an athletic situation is ridiculous.
You said it's a can?
Canned Gatorade. He specific was like the canned Gatorade. And he said, ironically,
I don't even think I knew that existed.
Oh yeah, well, it existed because he said, you look back, and he's right. Jordan in the commercials, the early Jordan Gatorade
glass bottle.
He drinks glass, but he drinks can too. So it's been around since then. But
Man,
he was talking
remember
about
that at all.
The first time he had it was when he came to play Sacramento. So like early years, Malik Monk came to play Sacramento. They had the canned Gatorade, and he's like, "Oh, I need more of this." So Sacramento or whoever here at the Golden One Center would send him cases of canned Gatorade, and that's how he got hooked on it.
I swear to you, I don't think I've ever had this nor seen this before.
Yeah, I might have had it maybe once. I've seen it though.
Is Malik a king still if we're not sending him canned Gatorade before?
that was the X factor, the canned Gatorade.
It's amazing how many different versions of Gatorade there are now.
It only feels like there's only one. All the extra stuff is not good to me.
What at least call the G2 stuff or whatever that was like less calories or something something like that.
Less sugar. Yeah. Then there was like the natural organic one.
Yeah, just give me my regular fruit punch. Lemon lime's cool, and then the blue one.
Give me the lemon lime joint.
Orange is fire too.
The glass bottle did hit different though, right?
It did. It did.
Did
Probably
you
hit
ever
people upside
experience the
head
glass
different,
bottle?
too.
Never.
Well,
You never had the glass bottle wasn't around then, huh?
I just see
Yeah,
that in
glass
commercials
bottle.
and stuff.
Yeah, that was a classic. That was a classic.
yeah, the glass bottle is. I used to save the ones because you'd get the special ones that actually had Jordan on it.
Mm.
I'd save those.
Yeah.
I had those for like years.
Sometimes I dream.
Well,
Do you even know that song when we say that? We make that reference?
I know it's from like Michael Jordan stuff or whatever, but like I've never like I don't even know if that's a real song or if it was just part of the documentary or something. I don't know.
Oh man. So if
I just
so,
thought
do you
about
know
that
the
now.
next
It's
line?
like,
If you said, "Sometimes I dream."
That he is me.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys say that
Because
though.
we
Like,
say
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we say it. That's how you know.
yeah.
It's like me in Office references.
It was essentially the jingle
Like Mike.
for the Gatorade
Like
commercials
it
that
be
Jordan
like
was
Mike.
in.
So I didn't even know that. You guys need to give me like an essentials of stuff I need to catch up on.
Well, I don't know that that's an essential.
Like we've already caught up on Eddie Murphy. So like, what's next?
What how did you watch Beverly Hills Cop? Is that what you did?
Yeah, I watched that, and I'm Coming to America.
Okay.
First one.
And Beverly Hills Cop, you determined is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's the best one, but it's
Still
better than
gotta
Coming
see
to
it,
America.
man. I still gotta see it.
It's a phenomenal film.
But you've seen 3. You've seen Beverly Hills Cop 3.
No, I haven't seen any of them.
Oh, I thought you saw 3 with Uncle Wally or Uncle. Yeah, 3 you could skip. You know, there's a 4.
Yeah, I seen on Netflix.
There's a 4, and for reasons known to no one, Axel Foley is still wearing the Detroit Lions jacket.
That jacket is fire.
From 1984.
Do I need to watch 2 and 3 to watch 4?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking.
No.
That jacket is fire though.
4 looks like a callback though, because they got they show enough to where it's like everyone's in it.
Are they doing it like Coming to
That
America?
is my fear. By the way, did you see the video I tagged you in? I know you did. I just need you to say yes.
That was going crazy. Absolutely.
70,000 people rapping "Lose Yourself"
Yeah.
or doing the best they could to rap "Lose Yourself."
I think 70,000
Detroit.
people in Philadelphia would rap "Dreams and Nightmares."
Yeah, but you didn't. You specifically said you don't think they love him like that in Detroit.
What the hell's wrong with this guy?
Am I lying? Dude, am I
No,
lying?
I never said that. What I said is in Brooklyn, they were in like hanging from the projects.
Yeah.
Rapping Juicy. I
Uh-huh.
don't know if they're doing that in Detroit. That is not the same as whether or not they love him.
But do you believe it now?
Believe what?
That Detroit reps
If
reps
somebody,
Eminem.
if somebody went through also New Yorkers are a little different. But if somebody was driving through a neighborhood in Detroit playing "Lose Yourself," they'd be hanging out the windows.
I don't
That's
know
all
what
I
the-
said.
I don't.
That's all I was talking
But that's
about.
that's a city thing, not a rapper thing.
But that's all I was talking about. I said in Brooklyn, that's what they like. That video came out like 2 years ago, where the kids were hanging out of the 24th story of their project.
So to be
screaming, doing hypnotizer. One more
to be clear to the story, yes, I believe that would happen. I don't know what the neighborhood is because I don't know Detroit like that.
So
but
cold in the deep.
I'm confident it would.
Absolutely, they love Eminem in Detroit. Like yes, absolutely.
Right.
It's never been.
Eminem's got one of the more awkward walkouts of all time with Terrence Crawford.
He's got one of the more awkward TV appearances as well with
Oh, that's true. Yeah, when he was in the booth.
Yeah, where his
Musburger.
eyes were all big and he was.
Eminem's hilarious. I like that dude.
He was into that game last
He
night.
was,
He
man.
had
He
the
did a
hype
hype
video.
video,
He did the hype video and everything. I said last night he was into the game on Sunday. But he did the hype video and everything. That was cool. I thought some of the stuff on Twitter was lame. Like I don't know. Well, they're making comparisons to the NFL showing Eminem to Taylor Swift and how everyone gets upset when they show Taylor Swift, but no one gets upset when they show Eminem. It's like just
if it bothers you that bad, close your eyes.
Stop. Why are you guys so obsessed
None of it
with
is
this?
that big of a deal to me.
Not
Seriously,
that
if you're
serious.
scrolling through the game or whatever, and Taylor Swift's there, oh my gosh, just close your eyes, pal. It'll be okay.
Now, when Taylor started swag surfing.
That's not
That's
what that
when
was.
I was a little like, wait just a damn minute.
Let her have fun. Like maybe she it's a little unseasoned. Like let her have fun. Like who cares? cares? She was next to Travis Kelce's mom. Like, what did you expect it to look like?
People watch that game?
Well, sorry, Jesse. I do want to talk a little bit about Buffalo and that team that they're playing, who just got a bye. Actually, the Chiefs got a first-round bye.
Sure felt like it.
Well, that wasn't necessary. Wow.
You said it too. Like, I'm
No,
you're just punching me in the face right now.
No, what I was doing was trying to avoid the conversation about your Miami Dolphins. That's what I was trying
I was
to
being
do.
fine. Now I'm I'm mad now.
All right, we'll come back. Jesse will continue to be angry. We'll talk some more football. We'll dive back into the Kings. Plus, Jason Jones joins us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Why are the Warriors getting the happy trails?
Because they stink.
They just showed a bunch of missed dunks from them.
Why does it say Wizards and they're showing?
Because of the I don't know. They were started off talking about the trade the Wizards made.
Peacock was getting a little too happy with the icicles from Andy Reid's on his mustache. Bro, wipe your boogers.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Wipe your boogers, dude.
That was disgusting. Come on, man. That was nasty.
I was just starting to get over it, David.
Andrew Sterling, what's up, man? I'll talk about it more tomorrow, but it needs to fight Bivol. They need to fight each other, I should say. That'd be a great fight. And I think I might take better BF.
People keep talking, like, not Bryce specifically, like Twitter and stuff like that. Like, Tua's going to get this big money deal. He's going to get a golf bag. That's it. He's not getting a top quarterback deal.
Yeah, just give him the mini bag, Give him the mini bag.
I was talking to Kyle Madsen before, the insiders or whatever. He said 5 years, 150. That seems fair.
That is not fair at all.
That's 30. That's what Derek Carr, Tannehill, and those guys are making.
I mean, I guess it depends. Like, it's not a real contract, so it depends on what the guaranteed years, all this other stuff.
Well, yeah, look, I love Tua, and I think they pay him, but you obviously do need to put some stuff in there at the end of the deal, or some how do you say, just some stipulations or whatever where you can get out of it if he doesn't figure it out in December and all that.
If it was,
but you do pay him.
If it was me, I could get out of that after 2 years.
That's fine. Yeah, 2-3 years or whatever. But you do absolutely pay him. You don't give him a Burrow bag, but like I said, Goff right there, around the $30 million per.
All 4 of these guys getting paid though, so get your bag. Get your bag. She said, I can't get enough. Can't get enough. I need that. I can't get enough of what you got. We got another one at 13. Wow.
So we'll kill 13 minutes again. Bryce, he kind of hurt himself though, I love Tua, but call it what it is. They folded. The whole team folded in December. Like, he kind of doesn't have much to negotiate against.
No. And I don't hate Tua. I just don't believe in him. He's fine as a football player. It seems like a great young man. I want him to get paid.
I'm giving him more time to develop. His first 2 years in the league were just hot garbage with how he was coached and all that. So I don't put that against him. Since McDaniel got here, that's what I hold against him.
You got any questions about McDaniel?
Yeah. He needs to work on plan B. There's too much where the offense is either hit or miss. And they need to fix the offensive line, because another thing with the offense too is if they're not getting the ball out with them within 2 seconds, then they're just screwed.
This play calling was awful on Saturday.
It was a horrible game plan. Russell, that's why you got to pay him, I think, because I think he is. Like, I'm not taking Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson or anyone else, really. Unless there's someone else I'm not thinking of.
And the Dolphins wet the bed in the end of the season, not necessarily on Saturday. They had about two opportunities for sure. You win the Titans game, you win the.
They win the
last
Titans
game.
game. Literally, everything that happens after just don't matter because they're the 2 seed, I think. Bryce, I would vomit.
Jason Jones of The Athletic set to join us coming up about 15 minutes or so. These Mondays off always like confuse me a little bit. He's working on today's show late out. Oh, Jason Jones is on the show.
Yeah, man.
Were you working on the show at like 1:30 in the morning?
Yeah, I was up late.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I was working on the show and I started seeing things pop up. I was like, hey, that's all caps. That's Kenny. Kenny's up.
Yeah, I was up late. Handling some business. Stayed up out my business.
Yeah, that's not what I was doing. I just couldn't sleep.
Oh, man.
Bill Belichick interviewed with the Falcons today. Mike Tomlin walked off the podium when asked about his future with the Steelers, told his players he'll be back in 2024. And Antonio Pierce is interviewed for a couple of jobs outside of the one in Las Vegas.
Yes, he should.
So there's
go out there and date.
There's absolutely. And then I think I saw something that said the Raiders have just started the interviewing process with other candidates. Jim Harbaugh wasn't one of them yet. I don't know what what your boy's doing.
Cliff Kingsbury's been tied to that offensive coordinator job if Antonio Pierce is back in Vegas. They've been connecting his name to the OC job at Pierce.
From, where is he? The Philippines?
I believe it was Thailand.
I wonder if he ran into.
I guess that's just where you go when things get rough. You just
he's gone for months. One-way ticket.
Well, Cliff can come back as long as the other guy stays there.
Yeah, there's that.
I don't hate that, by the way.
Just get away?
Cliff, no.
Oh.
No.
Taking a trip to Thailand?
No. I meant Cliff Kingsbury as an offensive coordinator.
Oh.
I don't hate that. Like, I think there are certain guys maybe who aren't head coaches, but I'm not of the belief that Cliff Kingsbury doesn't know football. Like, I'm fine if he's an offensive coordinator for Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, there's no problem with that at all. I would caution, I don't know if he's an NFL guy. Like all the little stuff he was doing was like college, spread the field, all this other stuff where you can out athlete people, kind of like Urban Meyer. And I don't know if that works in the NFL, but I also don't know if he hasn't learned from that situation.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry. Nick Sirianni looks like he's in a perpetual state of confusion. Like he just sits there with that. Look at him. He looks confused. Why does that man always look confused? I'm sorry. Look. Tell me he doesn't look confused. Every freaking time they show him, he looks confused.
Not knowing what's going on.
He looks like he has no idea
Does he
what's
not
going
stop
on.
walking? That's all he's doing.
He looks like he has no idea what's going on.
Last night, I felt kind of bad because I'm always talking crazy about Sirianni. He could be the nicest guy in the world. I don't know him as a man.
Well, his public perception is awful.
Yeah, he's just a little trash talker. A little trash talker. So now it's coming back on him. But he could be the nicest guy in the world.
He could be.
I don't know anything about
or he could suck. I don't know.
Well, he does. He can still suck and be the nicest guy in the world.
He just looks confused. That's all I know. Of all the teams that had bad weekends, like I know we talked about the Dolphins a little bit. I don't think there's anyone that has more things to figure out than this Philadelphia Eagles team. The Dolphins, I know that this isn't popular in this room. I don't think the Dolphins have to do anything.
Who I agree with you. Well,
I think
I don't think they have to do anything. I think they got to fix some things.
Sure,
I don't think they have to make any changes.
Meaning, yeah, that's it.
Who do you think is in a better situation today, the Eagles or the Cowboys?
The Cowboys.
How you figure?
Because I don't think the Cowboys hate each other. I think the Eagles. There's some. I don't know what happened, but that Eagles team is.
They didn't hide it
splintered
either.
apart.
They didn't hide it.
And it wasn't just AJ Brown and social media stuff. Like the stuff you talked about with Dallas. Like you, bro, get your ass out of my face. I'm a franchise quarterback. Get away from me.
Right.
Talk down to me.
Yeah.
Punk ass tight end. I could get Kenny Caraway to do what you do. He can run to a spot and turn around and I could throw him the ball. Get out of my face. Like, that's not when you see a lot of finger pointing. Like, I didn't see finger pointing in Dallas. As bad as that was, I didn't. And it would have been real easy to point the finger. I don't feel like they did. I don't think there was finger pointing in Miami either.
No, not at all.
I feel like there's been nothing but finger pointing with this group.
Yeah, they talk about this play right here. Jalen didn't do nothing on the coming back around. Like I agree with you. I think Philly is way worse. I think Philly
terrible tackling.
Philly is in danger of next year not making the playoffs.
I completely agree.
Because I'm not sure how you get better.
No, I completely agree.
And I don't know about Jalen. Jalen's had one outlier year where he was phenomenal. Other than that,
he was good to start this year. He was we did the numbers. He was in the mix with everybody else. The problem is, it just fell off. Like, and his numbers are going to end way worse than everybody else.
He turned the ball over a lot. And a lot of his, not saying it's like wrong or anything like that, but a lot of his touchdowns, not a lot, a good amount of his touchdowns were running touchdowns, which were tush pushes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think Jalen Hurts was very good. He was good on the deep ball, and he would use his legs. But as far as like surgically getting down the, I didn't think Jalen Hurts is an okay quarterback. I'm not sure if he's franchised yet.
Yeah, I'm not as down on Jalen as you are, though. I don't have an issue with anything that you just said, and I won't fight against it.
I think coaching killed that team this year.
The Eagles?
The Eagles. Whether it be Sirianni or him going from switching from Sean Desai to the defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia. Like,
that was crazy.
Yeah.
And the offense didn't look good at pretty much most of the year. So I think coaching let this team down, besides like the internal problems they had.
Shout out to the special ones who can fail up, boy, because Matt Patricia, you got a lot of work to do to convince me he's the coordinator you need in this league.
Well, Dan Quinn is about to get a job. It's about time for him, though. He's paid his dues, but that wasn't a ringing endorsement on Saturday.
Dan Quinn doesn't have 28-3 on his resume, which is fascinating.
It's clean resume for Dan Quinn.
Shanahan caught that more than Dan Quinn ever has.
That's what I mean. It's fascinating.
Just a clean resume for Dan Quinn. Nothing. He never blew it. I heard somebody say that over the weekend. They're like, yeah, he blew a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl, but you also got to put some of that on the offense. Like, they got to keep the pressure on. They're up. They got 28 points in the fourth quarter. What do you mean? Put that on the offense. It's 28-3. They should not have to score another point and win the game.
No.
That is like people, they have questions every now and then on Twitter and all this other stuff. Like, what's the thing in sports that irritates you the most? That probably irritates me the most. The fact that Kyle Shanahan gets blamed for 28-3 because he didn't keep his foot on the gas. They had 28 points against the Patriots in the fourth quarter. That should be enough.
More of things that agitate Kenny Caraway coming up tomorrow at 3:00 here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What do you think of the Bills?
That was a good performance. That was a good performance by the Bills. I was actually more surprised that the Steelers were able to hang around. It was a one-score game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were much of formidable foe for the Bills at all. So
I didn't think they'd be able to come back because the Bills came out really, really, really strong, and it's like I didn't think the Steelers they're not going to be able to score a bunch of points and get back in this, and in fact they did.
I think Sunday is must see TV though. I mean that's some good stuff. As the Bills, Chiefs, Mahomes' first road game in Buffalo, they're going to be all the way turned up.
Yeah. That
is must see TV on Sunday. I can't wait for that game.
What do we think of the Bills if they don't get past the divisional round again?
How
They had a lot of injuries this year. Like they lost a lot of starters. I'd say like 3 or 4 starters on the defensive end this year.
I mean, they're the hottest team in the league right now, right?
Yeah, I think they've overcome that, but I think they like season-ending injuries. They've
Mhm.
lost starters. So, I don't know. I mean, it's just a year that they didn't reach the goal. That's all it is. I don't look at it as McDermott has to go or Josh Allen isn't that guy or whatever. It's just another year where they didn't get it done.
I think D'Amico and CJ's run's coming to an end.
Mm.
Hell of a job by them on Saturday. Beat a really good Cleveland Browns team who, I in my opinion, should be applauded for where they were. I think they have a quarterback issue moving forward. Where that team's going, I'm not sure. But I do. They have issues at the quarterback position they have to figure out, or they have to pray Deshaun Watson becomes Deshaun Watson again. But the Texans have had a hell of a run. But that feels like a 49ers Packers matchup to me, where I think the Ravens are that much better than the Texans. Like I think the 49ers are that much better than the Packers. Doesn't mean weird things can't happen. It just those 2 1 seeds are by far 1 seeds, in my opinion, in those 2 matchups. Got Detroit and the Bucks, and then as you mentioned, that Sunday evening, the Bills and the Chiefs. Sunday afternoon, the Bills and the Chiefs. So that's the divisional round coming up.
Yeah,
and I have no beef with any of these teams, man. I think this will be an exciting weekend of football for sure.
We'll see what Jason Jones has to say about it.
We'll talk to Jason Jones of The Athletic when dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Joe Brady is 7-1 as Bills offensive coordinator. Who was it that got fired? It was Ken Dorsey, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Ken Dorsey got what?
He got fired mid-season as offensive coordinator. Yeah, this dude, man.
Throw that on the chat.
This dude, TC, boy, I tell you.
Just let me leave that there real quick.
Oh, man.
TC Wild.
Be a decent backup, Russell, but I don't like that's not. They got Mike White. They're fine with the backups and stuff. Tua played a full season this year, so.
Do you watch any of those Chicago shows? Like Chicago PD, Chicago Fire?
Mm-mm.
My mom lives by those shows.
Yeah, I've heard they're really good. I think my mom watches them too.
I think Chicago Fire comes on USA, like the reruns, and Law and Order goes off. I wake up and all of a sudden Chicago Fire. So I've seen that quite a few times because of that. But
Jay Gruden and RG3 on Twitter was fun. Oh man, I could have worn my Aaliyah joint today that I have from the Dope Ones. I didn't even think about it.
Hey.
Aldrin, the fan base is kind of like the Kings fan base leading into their first playoff season last year. They're just kind of torn and just want to win a playoff game. Like everyone is just fighting with each other.
Creeping through the fog. Who that, y'all?
There is a photo on Instagram of me in black shoes, by the way. That is the sole reason I posted that picture. So if y'all want to see a very, 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 very rare photo, very rare appearance, me in black shoes.
Man was looking cleaner than a bill of health.
Yeah, I thought it came out well. And thank you. I was very happy with how that looked. It was funny. Kenny and I were now you won't know. Life advice from D'Lo and Casey. Every man should own a good pair of dress shoes. Casey said, Kenny and I were legitimately having a conversation like 2 months ago about, purchasing a pair of dress shoes. And it's like, I don't really need them right now. You're always going to need a pair of dress shoes. And could have gotten them for a certain price, waited, then needed them like that day and had to go buy them. Every man needs a good pair of dress shoes. Go get you a good pair of dress shoes.
You get the right dress shoes, you probably won't have to buy dress shoes again in like years.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's how I rationalized it in my head too.
I got some snow gear over the weekend. I'm supposed to go to the snow on Sunday.
Well, have fun.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any snow gear. I got the little suit. I got the boots, the snow boots. I ain't have no snow boots.
I gotta say
Cheapest
this.
ones I could find.
What exactly are you're gonna go like ski?
I don't know what we're gonna do. My mom wants to go to the snow. It's her birthday on Sunday.
Okay.
So she wants to go to the snow. Whatever.
Okay.
I'll have my phone as long as I have reception.
The snow is cool as long as
It might
I'm not the
not.
one driving in it. And like I don't have to shovel anything.
Yeah, I don't want to. And that's the other thing. I've been trying to be like, yo, that's what you want to do. It's supposed to rain on Sunday.
Oh
Which-
man, I
it's
hate
gonna
when
snow,
that happens.
Which means it's supposed to snow. I'm like, once
Not
again,
taking
it's-
your car.
No, I think we're renting a car.
What you want to get with Charlie tomorrow and get the co-host position?
Oh yeah, you taking like an inner tube? Are you gonna go down the hills or what?
Get that ready to post.
I'll be just on flat ground throwing snowballs. I'm not. Ain't nobody doing no tricks or dips or anything around here.
I tried to snowboard.
Me and Ryan.
You bought snow gear?
Yeah, I don't have none. You got to have something. I don't have nothing.
Bought it for everybody? Did anyone already have some?
We all had to get some. So it's not like, I mean, I'm sure you could go to certain places and be like overly expensive. It wasn't that expensive to get this stuff. You just need like some pants.
Did you
and
get the
some
big
snow
goggles
boots.
that they was wearing out at in Kansas City? The big snow goggles?
No, I didn't get the snow goggles. I'm gonna just have the little glasses. That's it. I ain't getting no goggles. I ain't doing too much. What I need goggles for?
Well, I think it's just because it's cold. I think that's what they had them on out there for, right? Because it was cold.
Well,
Now I feel like the goggles are like a fashion thing now too.
yeah,
though.
yeah. The goggles definitely for the fashion.
Yeah, them dudes in Kansas City was not wearing them for fashion. It was wearing them because it was cold, I thought.
Well, but they have them, right? They have them. Like I
right.
wouldn't go out and get some.
Okay. Well, I hope you make it back.
I'll be back. I
In
ain't
one
doing nothing.
piece.
I ain't doing nothing. I'm just
Oh,
there.
that's what you were saying now. But when, Cheryl in Elk Grove was like, come on, honey, let's go down this slope or whatever.
You think she gonna say that?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
your
not.
mom's wild.
Jasmine, on the other hand,
well,
yeah, she might.
she'll say, let's take a motorcycle up here to the top of the ramp and slide down head first and just see how it goes.
We
Tried
don't go-
snowboarding once. The single most frustrating thing I've ever done in my life.
Really?
Won't ever do it again. Won't even try it.
Yeah, I told that story. I ain't snowboarding nowhere. I mean, I ain't gonna say that. I'm not gonna go straight to the place. Like I might start on a little bunny.
And you're
stuff
just
first.
going for the day? You're going Sunday? You're just going for the day?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, good for you, man. Have fun.
Yeah, throw a couple
That's fine.
snowballs, little photo ops. Ryan and her, she got her little snowsuit. She's so adorable. She got her little snowsuit. She'll be ready to go. Reese, we'll be there. Come right back. Whatever she wants to do for her birthday.
Yeah, you got to celebrate.
Whatever.
I'm with it. Maybe she'll want to make like some lemon cake or something for her birthday or whatever that stuff she made that
like a
one
good
time was.
idea.
That was fire.
Sounds like a good idea.
You know what I want for your birthday, Cheryl in Elk Grove? I want you to make something for me. So it's the Texans and the Ravens, the Packers at the 49ers, Bucks at Lions, Chiefs at Bills coming up this weekend in the divisional round.
Did
coming up.
Oh, my bad. Did
Oh, you're
you
good.
get a chance to? No, well, we were in the same place. Did you go back and watch the Lions game? at all?
I did. But I watched I had no feel for it. I watched the condensed version of it. I didn't see a single second of that game.
I saw the first half. Second half, we were on our way out. But
Mm-hmm.
First half, a lot of energy in the building, obviously, like I expected it to be.
Yeah, you called it. It was exactly what you said. It was loud. Everything was magnified by 10. Yeah. The Golden One Center was a great comp.
And the Rams were ready to play in that environment. I thought the Rams were ready. They were right there, giving themselves a chance to win. Just didn't make a play or two. But
I did want to watch the fourth quarter in its entire. I saw it, the breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to watch it in its entirety to kind of feel how the quarter went, but I didn't get a chance to.
It feels like it just came down to red zone situations. I think the Lions were 3 for 3 touchdowns in the red zone, and I think the Rams went 0 for 3 touchdowns.
Can't do that.
That's
Can't do
where
that.
The game was won or lost in that one. So the
On
Lions.
the road.
Shout out to Coach Chris. Shout out to my man Will. I think the Lions are going to the NFC Championship.
Yeah, I think so. The Lions are well, they're what everyone hoped they would be. You know, they were talked about all year. They are everything. They're far more likable than the Philadelphia Eagles. They're probably in some ways, just because of how polarizing the Dallas Cowboys are, they're more likable than the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm sure a lot of NFL people are happy with. And salute Dan Campbell. I didn't like that hire. I didn't understand that hire at first. He obviously gave that very bizarre press conference about biting kneecaps and coming back to life and all of that stuff. He's a hell of a coach. And he, over the last, year or two, however long it's been, watching him and even the stuff they did on, I think it was Hard Knocks or one of those two shows. Oh, I play for Dan Campbell. Yeah, I'd play for Dan Campbell for sure.
They're kind of like, to a certain degree, like the Kings. The Lions, much like how we talk about the Kings, they didn't have to be a Super Bowl contender this year. Like, their step was get to the playoffs, establish yourself as a playoff team, and you're building something. You're building something that maybe 2-3 years down the road, you're really talking about a Super Bowl. So, I mean, this is all gravy at this point. They were able to get that playoff win, get another home game, and they're building something. Like you said, Dan Campbell's doing a really, really good job there in Detroit.
And Jared Goff has done a good job too.
Yes.
I was happy for him in the sense of it's not the same, but it's tough to be on a team that's really good and for everyone to say, well, they're a quarterback away. Like Jared Goff can't get you what you need. And then they trade you and prove that, in fact, they were a quarterback away and go and win the Super Bowl. Like that's no matter what that's demoralizing. And the fact that he was able to get them this weekend, now he has a real shot at getting his own.
Yeah.
I was happy for Jared Goff.
Yeah,
big time.
Yeah. And the frustrating thing is, like, you see, if you're Jared Goff and you see how they got that one, it's like, I could have done that. Like, Stafford wasn't amazing. I think he did cool in the Super Bowl. He was average at best in the NFC Championship game. Tart drops the ball. But
sometimes it's just getting you there.
Yeah,
that's it. Sometimes it's just getting you there. Like we've seen that with Peyton Manning in the past with the Denver Broncos. That second run with the Denver Broncos, it's just getting them there. And I think that's what Stafford did for the Rams. As we welcome in our man Jason Jones of The Athletic. What'd you think of Super Wild Card Weekend, Jay?
First, I don't like Kenny killing his quarterback like that.
I mean, it's not my quarterback.
Stafford got him a ring.
I wish you would stop lying on me in these internet and Beyonce.
Well, I'm just, okay. You're like the second biggest LA person I know, besides myself. But
there's a lot of photographs. There's a lot of evidence to support it.
This is just not true.
I've never seen Jason Jones in front of a Lakers mural.
What? I'm sure he has it somewhere.
Well, not as readily available as we do.
Yeah, but back to Wild. I enjoyed most of the games. I mean, I think the Cowboys game was more enjoyable from the fact that it meant I got to troll all my Cowboy friends.
Yeah.
including my girlfriend who like wanted to hang up the phone on me.
Yeah, be
Well,
careful.
that's-
I definitely didn't troll in my house.
I
I
did.
didn't think about
Yeah,
that.
I just kind of left that alone.
That's
I
a good
did.
call.
But I lived dangerously sometime, and I did. I was like, oh wow, look at this. You know, I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah.
2 LA guys are
Two- what do
their
you mean
significant
2
others are
LA
cowboy.
guys?
Well,
What are
Yeah,
you talking about?
the similarities just
That's
keep
a lot.
on
You guys,
coming.
no
I
wonder
mean,
you guys
Born
are
in
so
South
close.
Sac Kaiser. What you talking about? Ain't no LA guy. He
mm,
came
Yeah,
from high school.
Where's your son from?
From LA? Where's my daughter from? She's from Sacramento.
where's the firstborn from? The you know, in the Bible days, who would get the birthright? And the young
We're
man
all
who gets the birthright
Sacramentans,
back to LA.
I'm talking to the mayor here. I never talked to the mayor in LA.
Well, that's true. You were talking to the
Sacramento,
mayor.
man.
Mayor of LA is a little harder to get to, probably, but you know, hey.
Bigger failure, the Eagles or the Cowboys?
Cowboys. I mean, the Eagles were stumbling the last month plus. You know, they looked terrible and they got worse and worse every week. And the way they got beat by the Arizona Cardinals, I said, oh yeah, they're one and done no matter who they play.
Yeah.
I had very low expectations for them. Cowboys, on the other hand, home game, you know, 2 seed, but really they lost the way they lost all their games this year. A team just beat them up. And they're a team that, because their defense isn't very big up front, if you get a lead and can run, as we've seen more than once, you can make Micah Parsons almost disappear. I mean, you know, Lawrence, their linebacker, they're not a big group. Yeah. And so when you can just lean on them, punch them in the mouth, is exactly what the Niners did to them, exactly what Buffalo did to them. I mean, you just punch them in the mouth. They got punched in that first drive and like they never recovered.
Yeah, thanks. Which team is in a quote unquote better situation or worse? We'll go back. Who's in a worse situation moving forward? The Eagles or the Cowboys?
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, you said who's in a worse situation?
Yeah. Like if you were Bill Belichick and both jobs were available, which one would you want to take?
I'm taking the Cowboys.
Like Jerry and all that. Just
I'm
looking
taking
at
the Cowboys. I mean, I think to me the difference is that I think right now you've got a better chance to fix the Cowboys defense. I don't know what's wrong with Philly right now. I mean,
They hate each other.
That looks like a team that doesn't like it, that like something happened and they just don't like each other. I mean, you know, I don't know what AJ Brown's social media. I mean, I wouldn't want to walk into that. If I had a choice, I would take the Cowboys.
I feel like in a month we're gonna find out like a player slept with a player's wife or something, or girlfriend, or
something happened because to fall apart the way they did, not just lose, but I mean they just getting just beat down week after week, and there's got to be, and you know, I've heard a lot of players say, and a lot of people say there's got to be more to this because this team was in the Super Bowl last. They were 10-1 this year, you know, and they had, you know. They had their issues getting to 10-1, but they had just beat Buffalo. They had beaten Kansas City. So I mean, this wasn't and the team I saw last night, I mean, my God, that was just embarrassing. I mean, if the Buccaneers don't drop a bunch of passes, they might win by 35 last night.
Yeah, that could have been a 50 burger.
I mean, that was just out. I mean, and just the missed tackles. I mean, terrible angles. I mean, then play calling wise, you're down 7. Why are you going 5? Why don't you 5 wide against a team that you ran for 200 yards on before? Like they weren't even trying to run at times. It just weird.
Yeah. As we shift gears here, Jason, did you get a chance? The Sacramento Kings play the Phoenix Suns tonight, just a couple of hours away. Did you get a chance to see Mike Brown's epic press conference following the Bucks game?
Yeah, that was a top 5, top 10 press conference rant / meltdown, whatever you want to call it. I mean, the fact that he sat in there and cut up film. I mean,
that's hilarious.
He said, you know, the fact that you had the time, like, okay, you know what? I mean, part of it clearly
he was sitting back there for a long time.
Yeah, midway through the third.
Yeah. And then they went to overtime. He was probably sitting back there a solid Hour?
At least an hour. Yeah, because that was one of the three.
Film.
That was one of the 2 or 3 things I was kind of monitoring that day. Monitoring the Kings game, juggling like we do, and yeah, he was back there a while. But even with that, and to me, for the Kings, this is where you have to take the leap. If you want to be a contender, you still should have won that game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can cry about the refs, and you make the free throws, you win the game. Yep. It was a game you would argue had no business even being able to get the overtime in. You make your free throws, you still win. And then the officiating is still a part of the story, but we're not, and I also think, this is me being, cynical. That press conference takes some attention off the fact they missed those free throws in the OT.
Yep.
People were talking about Mike Brown, not about Malik Monk and Fox missing free throws. You make your free throws, Dame can't beat you. And then when Dame gets the ball, I mean, Kenny, tell me if I'm wrong. Did they teach you early on, turn a guy?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's only 5 seconds left. There's only so much you can do in 5 seconds. So,
I'm thinking, and my thinking would be anybody but Dame catches that ball. I'm like, anybody but Dame. I mean, he just dribbled into that 3. So as bad as some of those calls were, they had a few things where they can look back and say, you know what, we do this, we do that. They still should have won that game.
I don't know if this was Milwaukee's strategy or whatever. I thought they did a good job of having Dame take the ball out because De'Aaron, if you see, he's trying to deny Giannis. He's guarding Dame, but he's like, all right, I'm not going to guard the ball that they're taking out. I'm going to guard the closest guy. He's trying to deny Giannis. They get the ball to him, and that essentially frees up the ball to go to Dame because there's too much time or too much space in between where De'Aaron can't go back and deny Dame after that. So they did a good job of that. But, I mean, it's Damian Lillard. They're down. I know De'Aaron was probably worried about getting too close, not to foul because, worried about that with Dame with the ball. But once it got to like 2 seconds left and I saw Brook Lopez at half court and Sabonis was inside the 3-point line, I was like, well, that can't do that. Like, you're not guarding anybody. Go up and double hard on Dame. Maybe he still gets a shot off, but he's got another 7-footer now that he's got to try and get a shot over. I just thought there was a little bit of lack of awareness in that moment.
Yeah, and if Dame doesn't want to give the ball up.
Right, he's not passing that.
And if he has to give the ball up, he's killing time.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? If he has to give the ball up and someone beats you from half court, you live with that. But I mean, that was just too good of a look, in my opinion, in that situation, especially with that guy. But hey, you live and you learn, you move on to the next one. But I think that game should serve as a lesson that the details are what separate the good from the great. The great from we talk about being a championship team. It's the details. And I mean, how long have we heard, whether it be Mike Brown or the players, talk about the details?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it feels like Mike talked about that very point about going from good to great and how hard that is. And it's little things like that, because I think Mike had an idea of what he was going to do at that press conference, win or lose. And we talked about this earlier, where like I'm fine with everything Mike did with the computer and laying out the discrepancies. That's fine. That's not what you're telling your team, though. Because what you just like you said, Jay, you got to go, God, despite all of this, we still had the game. We were still in firm control of whether we won or lost this game, and we put ourselves in a position to lose it.
Yeah, like I said, for a while, it takes the attention off of some of those late game miscues. But at the end of the day, you got to win that game. All you did to force OT, then get the leads you had in OT. You make free throws, you're going home with a W.
Yep.
Are you? Do you think the Kings are a good team right now? Like, how do you see the Kings? Is it just to be determined, or like, they're a solid team, they got some things they got to work on, or they're not a good team? Like, how do you see the Kings?
I think they're a good team. I don't think they're a championship team. I think they're a good team. I mean, they're not a bad team. I mean, if you're
top six, good.
Right now, they're a top 6 team. Yeah. But I don't think you get to the postseason at what's today, January 16th. I don't look at them in the postseason and say, they're going to win a round or two right now. but I don't think they're a bad team. I mean, I think saying they're a bad team. I mean, there's some bad teams. There's some teams that have underperformed and underwhelmed. But I don't think I think what probably makes it seem worse is that some of their losses are just so, just like we said before, when they lose, they lose. There is no, like it's almost like the Milwaukee loss was the rarity because it feels like when they lose, they lose.
Yeah, I think that's only they're at 16 losses. Maybe that's the 5th single digit loss.
So I think Kev Flippin had the numbers. Games where they under 4 points, they're 6-3 this year. They've played 9 games like that. 6-3. One of them was a buzzer beater. These close. That's what's that? 3 of your. What are that? Like 17 losses? 18
16.
losses?
16
losses. So when the game, his whole point was when the game is close, they usually play pretty well. They got to get to that point.
The game's not close.
Like that's the problem. Like they can't consistently get to the point where the game's in the balance or it's close or anything like that. And they got to figure out a way to play more like the Milwaukee games and give yourself an opportunity. That's really what you're asking. Give yourself a chance in a game a game late, as opposed to middle of the third quarter. This one's over.
Yeah.
And it feels like Tony, they had a couple of big rallies this season, but it feels like last season too. They had a lot of rallies where they were down and they came back and won some close games. They're not it doesn't feel like they're rallying the same way when they get down. Like it's like they get down, they're down. So you've got to tighten that up. You can't dig those holes, and then because kind of the way the basketball gods work, you're only going to be able to get away with falling down by 20 and coming back to win so many times. And that's why it gets back to the details, how you start. What breakdowns are happening to lead to you being down 20, and it just can't be that team got hot. Well, why are teams consistently getting hot? You can't just chalk it. I mean, at this stage for the Kings, we're beyond. That team just got hot. At least we have a good record. You're beyond that. It's time to tighten those things up if you want to be the team you say you want to be.
Yeah, that's what happened to Golden State last night. Warriors world is falling apart because they gave up like 23s or something like that to that Memphis Grizzlies team. And how many did the Kings give up to Detroit again?
I know in the first quarter they gave
like
up
7 or 8. Yeah, like that. And then like the thing that was a punch in the gut, it was like, man, Kings got the same tendencies as the Warriors, and the Warriors aren't a good basketball team right now.
Yeah, the Kings just have more wins right now. And to me, I still take the totality of it. I still think the Kings are a better team than the Warriors. So, I mean, I do think if you're the measuring stick for the Kings is no longer just, hey, we have a better record than the Warriors, or we have a better record than the Lakers or the Suns. The measuring stick is, are you taking steps to build on what you did last year? Are you going to show that last year just wasn't about us playing above our heads and other teams having issues? You got to, and they haven't shown they've taken that step to me yet, but it's January. And the reality is we won't know if they've taken that step until April.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. The whole conference is kind of messy.
Yeah.
I think you could probably look at that as more of a positive than a negative for Sacramento, in that, the Lakers have kind of been up and right now they're down. Phoenix is playing Utah's like the hottest team in the league somehow right now. They've won 6 straight. The Clippers got in such like a deficit to begin with. Their big run just kind of pulled them back in the same mix with Denver, Sacramento, and now you've got this Sacramento, Dallas, New Orleans thing that the Suns have a chance to play their way into. It's just kind of a messy conference right now.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I like that, guys aren't sitting out a bunch of games right now. We're not seeing a bunch, rest games from, I think you see teams are really taking this thing seriously. And like I said, it is. And one of the things I thought about going into this season, I said, you can't expect the injuries around the league to be the same. you kind of have to go in assuming everyone's going to be at full strength, and then what happens? And for the most part, I mean, Jamal Murray's missed time, but you look around, Kawhi's missed a little bit of time. But for the most part, you haven't had that long. I mean, really, Phoenix is the one team that's been hit by the injuries, probably of the top upper echelon teams the most. But I think you also see that pretty much everyone has their issues. Like the Lakers can't figure out a lineup that makes sense. Darvin Ham realized, hey, going with skilled guys around LeBron and AD makes sense the other day. You got Phoenix, which doesn't have a point guard. But if they've got those 3 stars playing, they're tough to defend. But you get into a tight game, do you want Devin Booker or Bradley Beal running the point? I mean, you've got so many different things to look at right now. And the trade deadline's 3 weeks away?
Mm-hmm. February.
So you expect between now and then, there's gonna, somebody's gonna do something to try to make a move because there's no clear cut, to me, dominant team in the West right now.
Do you think
Lakers found out Darvin was safe and went out there and beat Oklahoma City?
Yeah, they said we're here.
Yeah.
We're here. He ain't going nowhere.
Darvin's like, Darvin's not getting fired. Well, let's just go win this basketball game.
I guess we better go ahead and try now. God, we tried, but hey,
Lot foiled.
Do you think the Warriors are going to make the postseason?
No.
That'd be crazy.
I remember I said before the year, I did not understand all this talk about them being a contender. I told everyone I didn't get it. I said they got older and they got smaller.
I didn't think they were this bad.
I didn't either.
I mean, I thought they would be in that 7 to 10 range. I just didn't see. I didn't see when I looked at the move. I mean, if you're dependent on Chris Paul, and whatever you want to call it, bad luck, Chris Paul gets hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you were banking on Chris Paul to be that guy to push your team to the next level off the bench, you were asking a lot. And, they still don't really have a lot of size. Clay, hasn't been the same Clay for the last couple of years. Draymond can't act right. I mean, so I mean, right now it's not a playoff team. And then what makes it so crazy is they had all those lottery picks. In that one stretch, they had a chance to, grab some all-star talent, when they didn't do it. Or, well, we don't know, we don't know what Kuminga and those guys, because they don't play. Or they hadn't been playing enough. And what is Kuminga, year 4?
Yeah.
That's inexcusable that he's at year 4. And if he's as a lottery pick and you're just now really getting him serious run, it's just I just don't think that's Steph is doing all he can, but it's not a good team. I mean,
it feels like they miscalculated. It feels like they miscalculated how much that core had left together.
Yeah, and you see that a lot with championship teams. Some of them will go that extra year or 2, and then because they're only 2 years removed from a championship. But man, when you watch them play, it seems like they're 10 years removed from a championship sometime.
Yeah.
Well, it's the luckiest championship, like I think in recent memory. Like they earned it. There's no question they earned it. But like I think that championship set their mentality in a place that it wasn't realistic.
Yeah, folks.
It's not fair to say their championship was lucky.
Probably folks in Phoenix who say if it's not for COVID, what would have happened in that Game 7 against Dallas?
No.
Yeah, I mean, but like you said, hey, lucky still counts. But yeah, I think getting that championship probably in the minds of the Warriors gave them a much bigger window instead of saying, the window's closed.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's the better way of phrasing it. It set them in the wrong path.
Like they didn't say 2022. Here's the cap on the dynasty. Let's start getting these young guys ready. They said, okay, let's go sign some more veterans and extend this a couple more.
Let's go get 5. Yeah. So we, so Steph has more than LeBron.
That was the thing.
And now you're not going to get 5 the way this thing is looking. And like I said, to me in the offseason, they didn't address some of their needs, especially in the front court in terms of getting some more bigs in there. And I mean, I think really the moment Draymond clocked Jordan Poole, that dynasty was over.
That's it. Yeah, it was it.
That ended it all.
Because not only did it happen, the fact that someone from the organization leaked it out, so you knew somebody in there don't like Draymond. To me, if we're going to be blunt, that was the beginning of the end. Now you got, and now it's like Draymond saying he's taking accountability, but that's good for him in the big picture. But yeah, in terms of this team, I was telling a friend of mine the other day, to me, this past offseason was the time to move away from Draymond. Now that was the time to move on. If you were going to try to trade Clay, that was the time to trade Clay. So I mean,
you're living in nostalgia.
Yeah, but now you're gonna
putting the belt on Hogan in 2006 because of nostalgia. That's what it is.
Yeah, and everyone's talking about
Hogan. That's what it is.
Everyone's saying, well, Clay will be a great fit here or here, but it's like with that salary, and if you are Philly, are you gonna give up, say, 2 or 3 rotation players for Clay?
No.
So I mean, yeah, I think.
And Clay's off the contract this year. Isn't this Clay's last year?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's why I said if you're going to move Clay, you move him in the summer when whoever's getting him gets him for a full year.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know what – I mean, to me, the Warriors kind of are who they are. I mean, Steph was going through that slump. I'm like, Steph's tired. I mean, people are like, what's wrong with Steph? He's tired.
It's only December.
Steph is not 25. I mean, I know we get fooled by watching him play. He's not a young dude anymore in league terms.
And I tagged both of you guys in this on Twitter. Did you see any of like the video because they had the press conference for the 2026 All-Star game at the Intuit Dome today? You see any of these videos? There's one that I tagged you guys. That scoreboard.
My goodness. Is that round?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Crazy.
That looks insane.
That
looks absolutely insane.
Did you expect anything different from Ballmer?
No.
I mean, I think this is going to be the best arena in basketball. This is going to be amazing. There will be no penny pinching here. There will be the best of everything state of the art. I don't know if it's going to matter to a lot of people because it's the Clippers, but this thing is going to be amazing.
Man, I mean, yeah, you knew Ballmer wasn't going to be cheap.
Am I bugging? Are those benches?
Where
and not seats? Or are the seats just not in yet?
The seats aren't in yet.
Oh,
the seats aren't in yet. But part of that whole thing if you're watching this video all the way at the end, they got that section that's going to be called the wall, and there's supposed to be nothing but Clippers fans there. I don't know how he's going to do that, regulate that, but it's supposed to be all Clipper fans.
You're gonna kick them out?
I don't know how that's going to work.
What if somebody comes in with a Clipper shirt and then they get on the wall and it's like Mike Tyson back in the day with DX? He rips his shirt off and reveals he's there to root for the Mavs. I'm like, what happens? Does the wall turn on this fan?
Does the wall turn
on? Do you get a situation like at SoFi at some point where all the people who have seats in the wall sell their tickets to the out of towners? Like the wall gets overrun by Laker fans or something.
That's incredible.
It's gonna be that's gonna be
Boston comes down, the wall turns green. I mean, it's got to be hard for these teams to try to think we're going to keep this side of our building just for the home team. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I have no idea how he's supposed to do that. I have no clue.
It sounds cool. I mean, I'm all for the idea.
Have they announced what they're opening with, or are they opening? They're not. They can't possibly be opening with basketball, are they?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
I also wouldn't be surprised if, like, Elton John is there.
Right.
Like they figure out some way to, like what was Paul McCartney? I think that was Sacramento.
Paul McCartney,
and then I think the WWE pay-per-view was like second.
Yeah.
There's 2 Paul McCartney shows, and I can't remember the name of the show, but I think Dolph Ziggler and The Miz were the headliner.
I wouldn't be surprised if
John Cena and AJ Styles. I caught AJ's elbow pad.
Oh, snap.
Shoot, I did. I had a good seat for that show, and he threw it out. And
I saw AJ on Friday on SmackDown.
SmackDown. Looks a little different, doesn't he?
Come on, man. What are we doing?
Wellness.
What are we doing?
Wellness program is in full effect.
What are we doing?
Him and Randy Orton came back looking like the Ultimate Warrior in Texas Tornado.
Guys have debilitating injuries and come back looking like they've been working out the whole like
Them dudes combined age is like 98, and they returned from like 2 years worth of injuries looking like that.
Ripped.
Like, bro, you like had back surgery. Why do you look like this?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ballmer starts with basketball though.
I mean,
this Clippers.
Yeah,
this is a Clippers home place.
Sure,
and
he's
not going to feel the money from it sitting for a couple months. So
because the thing too is Inglewood now all the concerts are at the Forum.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe you say we're going to come out with basketball first.
No.
But hey, I mean, it's not. I mean, if they got to wait for basketball, it's not like Ballmer's going to be hurting for money.
I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, I think he'll figure it out. I mean, I don't think we'll see him. I don't think Ballmer's sitting around going, "I'm waiting for that W-2 so I can get paid." I don't think he was looking at. I think he's a married man, but if he wasn't, I don't think he's looking at his girl like, "Hey, baby, you want that? W-2's here, okay."
So we'll call H&R Block. Let's get our taxes done here.
I don't think he's doing TurboTax.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think
Jake,
he loaded his W-2 like that.
we appreciate you as always, my man. Thanks for joining us each
All
week
right,
here.
see you guys next time.
All right, that's our man Jason Jones right there. Second biggest LA guy next to Kenny Carolina.
This narrative needs to stop. Rumors, lies. That's what they are. Hey, tonight is an official Drake Bars game.
Oh,
Yeah, we're trying to go 3-2 on the road trip.
Oh.
Official Drake Bars game tonight. Kings versus Suns.
All right, I'm with it. I hope I'm wrong about this game. I really do. I hope they come out and play well again.
How you feel?
I'm going to take a quick peek at this. I'm just looking at ESPN standings. It seems far-fetched to me. It just doesn't seem right. But the fact is, yeah, they win this one. Yeah, they won like 7 of their last 10.
The Suns?
7 of their last 11. The Kings would have.
Oh, the King. Oh,
7 of their,
that's
like 7 of
a
their last
trip.
11.
That's a trip.
Yeah, because they have the Hornets loss in here, the Pelicans, and then those 2 back-to-back losses they get tonight. That's like 7 of 11 that they've won.
It's actually pretty good.
It's not the worst, right? But I
It's
guess
actually good.
I guess that's what their record is.
Yeah.
It's just the losses are all like even the close loss wasn't just like, damn, it didn't go our way. It
Right.
was Dame time.
Right.
So it's like
devastating in some.
it's like, yeah, right, exactly. The losses are devastating in some way, shape, or form. Be it the blowout that you got on Friday or Dame time on Sunday.
It's gonna be Fox time tonight.
Joel Embiid was phenomenal Friday. So what can you do against a
Well,
guy
you
like
know,
Joe?
Joel and Tobias.
Oh my God, yeah.
Tobias had 37 on them boys.
Yo, we saw we're watching that game without Joel Embiid and looking at Tobias Harris like play after play after play, dunk.
Or go to the free throw line.
Well, they fouled everyone in sight in the first quarter. But win or lose, we will be here to cover it tomorrow. You want more Kings talk? We'll run it back. You want to win some tickets to see Janet Jackson? Join us. We're headed over to 102.5 right now. Either way, we'll be here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Shout out Zabel for the number. We'll see if the Kings can go 100-0 in Drake Bars games today.
100-0. All right, y'all. We'll flip over. Scooter, we don't do. You guys do the video. We don't do video over there for a variety of reasons. One, it would not be exciting at all.
I don't think they realize you guys are just big chilling in the studio.
Yeah, like we not to kill the mystique of how hard we work, but we're kind of chilling for the next couple hours, listening to music. We certainly are talking. We're certainly working, but it's not the same. It's not talking for 4 straight hours like we do over there.
Would be
no,
interesting.
it's definitely not. Like
They probably get a kick out of us talking to callers though.
Oh, you did? Yeah, no, there's definitely you'd probably get a kick out of us watching a game and some of the shit we say during games, but
Then Kim pops in here every now and then.
Yeah, you definitely get a kick out of that. But yeah, it's a little different over there. And that's right, David Jackson. Nothing is like this. So we'll see y'all tomorrow. Hit the thumbs up before you go, if you could. And we'll see you guys in the morning.